Chapter 663. Together with the emperor and ministers of Great Yin, Wuxia met up with the army led by Su Qin and Yin Bugue at the border of Yi County. Su Qin and Yin Bugue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they saw Wuxia return safely. Over the past few days, the celestial fiend puppet Wuxia had left in Yi County, disguised as him, had been attacked 9 times in a row. Poisonous gases, venomous bugs, assassins who sneaked into the bedroom, strange curses, and many other things had implicated and killed more than 3,000 soldiers of Yi County. Fortunately, the puppet did not have a body of flesh and blood, and it did not have a soul to be attacked. Although the assassins had attacked it 9 times in a row, except for one attack that almost cut it into pieces, the other attacks were all neutralized by Su Qin and his men, who came to the scene after hearing the news. The puppet, which was almost cut into pieces, only swallowed a few hundred kilograms of copper and iron ingots, and its body had basically returned to normal. Su Qin had also brought the puppet over, and Wuxia had put it back into his body. After a brief discussion with Su Qin and Yin Bugue about the current situation in Yi County, Wuxia bade farewell to the emperor and ministers of Great Yin. Princess Xianxia would follow Yin Dan and the others to Lu County and Yi County. Su Qin and Yin Bugue would hand over the control of the 2 counties to Great Yan's imperial court, and Princess Xianxia would spend some time to gradually release the people of Great Yin from her interstitial world, letting them settle down in Lu County and in Yi County. The first batch of people to be released would certainly not be the entire population that Great Yin had brought to Panga Continent. At most, it would be several tens of thousands of people. Only when Great Yin had completely taken control of the 2 counties could all the people be gradually released to fill the 2 counties. Not only Great Yin, but also the people of the other 5 dynasties were still sleeping in Princess Xianxia's interstitial world. Apart from a large number of civil and military officials of the 5 dynasties who had been released, the members of the imperial clan were still sleeping in the interstitial world. For a long period of time in the future, Princess Xianxia would be running around, gradually releasing the people from her interstitial world according to the requirements of the 6 nations. This was a very difficult thing to do, but for the sake of the 6-nation alliance, this was the only way. Gazing at Princess Xianxia and the others who were leaving, Wuxia turned to look at the dozens of scouting officers standing beside him and said in a flat tone, "Return to the Yi County. Hey, those assassins caught them alive, but not a single one of them is willing to say who sent them." A scouting officer cupped his fist and bowed respectfully to Wuxia, then shook his head helplessly. In the 9 assassination attempts, 7 to 8 of the assassins were captured alive, but all of their souls were tightly sealed with restrictive spells. He had once used a soul-searching technique to interrogate one of the assassins, but the result was that the assassin exploded and died on the spot, nearly dragging Su Qin into it. With a cold snort, Wuxia turned to Lu Chengfeng and the others who had just been released by Princess Xianxia, shook his head, and said, "Big brother, brothers, this is the current situation. We are all brothers of the same family. So let's cut to the chase. The affairs of Yi City and even Yi County must be handled quickly." Lu Chengfeng nodded, then cupped his fist and said to Wuxia with a smile, "Of course. This is the foundation of U.S. brothers, and we must take care of it wholeheartedly." Looking around at the vast and boundless wilderness, Lu Chengfeng breathed out a long sigh and said, "When you and I were in Little Ming City in the past, we never thought that we would have such an opportunity today. In such a vast world, we have a bright future ahead of us." At Wuxia's order, the 100,000 iron-armored soldiers released by Princess Xianxia from Chi-Chi's interstitial world let out a loud cry. Together, Wuxia and Ao Buzin rolled up a gust of strong wind, and a dark cloud rose from the ground. The 100,000 elite soldiers, who had been trained by Lu Chengfeng, Zhang Hu, and the others over the years, rose into the air and flew toward Yi City. These 100,000 soldiers were the elites that Great Yin had carefully trained over the years. Since Yin Bugui and the others sent the true body of heaven and earth scripture and other cultivation techniques of the human race back to Great Yin, Great Yin had recruited a large number of soldiers and began to cultivate the cultivation techniques of the human race. These 100,000 elite soldiers were the best of the best, and because they were trained by Lu Chengfeng and the others, there was absolutely no problem in their loyalty. Among these soldiers, the strongest could already fight against nascent soul cultivators, and the weakest could fight against gene Dan cultivators. Although their cultivation bases were a little too weak on Panga continent, they were on Panga continent, and their cultivation bases would definitely grow very quickly. Especially when Wuxia could exchange a large number of blood sacrifices with Lei Ming in exchange for power, he did not have to worry about the cultivation bases of these soldiers. With 100,000 Xiongpai in hand, together with a group of capable officials brought by Lu Chengfeng and the others, Wuxia's administrative, military, penal, and civil affairs framework of EC County was finally complete. As long as Wuxia kept transferring resources to EC County, together with the hundreds of millions of Great Yan's people in Princess Zhongli's reserve, the future development of EC County would surely reach a climax. With A.O. Buzin, the freshly minted true dragon of gold immortal realm, a 10,000 miles long gust of wind blew the dark clouds and rushed toward EC City. After spending more than 20 hours on the road, the EC City came into sight. In the farmlands outside the city, countless farmers were meticulously tending to the crops in the fields. A gentle breeze blew across the fields, and waves of green waves reflected a little bit of green light under the sunlight. Far in the distance, thousands of white sails were gliding across the smooth surface of the ocean. Large trawls made by Su Qin were being pulled by fishing boats and scooped up a large number of fishes. When Wu Qi and his company were flying across the ocean, they happened to see a large fish being pulled up, and the joyful laughter of fishermen could be heard echoing across the ocean. Between the plains and the sea, on the mountains that surrounded the East Sea City like arms, some herb gatherers and hunters were roaming in the woods. Occasionally, a powerful wild beast would pounce on them and attack them. The well-trained soldiers of Donghai City would raise their iron shields and spears and charge forward. These beasts that ordinary people couldn't deal with were killed on the spot. These beasts already had the aura of demonic beasts, but they still possessed the aura of demonic beasts. Controlling the dark clouds, A.O. Buzin circled the East Sea City a few times. Lu Chengfeng and the others could not help but laugh happily as they looked down at the lively cities and villages below. This was a good place, 100% good place. Everything was so pleasing to the eye, and everything made one feel comfortable. Even the wind blowing from the surface of the sea, which carried the fishy smell of the sea, was full of vitality and abundant energy. Everything here had a primitive and simple feeling, just like a piece of unpolished jade, waiting for Lu Chengfeng and his companions to study and carve it. Seeing the satisfied smile on Lu Chengfeng and the others' faces, Wu Qi nodded delightedly as well. Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other immortals who had submitted to Wu Qi, who had been silent all this while, finally smiled. There was no need to deliberately search for energy veins or caves, and no need to build a cave abode. Any place on Panga continent had more natural energy than Myriad Immortals' planet. This was a good place for cultivation, a real blessed land. It was hard to imagine how rich the natural energy would be if they could find a good cave abode here and communicate with a few underground energy veins to attract natural energy. Wu Qi scanned the mountains in the distance with his divine sense and found that the mountains were filled with powerful energy ripples. Clearly, they were filled with all kinds of spirit herbs. When he looked at the mountains in the distance with his Dharma eyes, he saw 5-colored beams of light shooting up into the sky from under the sand. He could tell that the reserves of various ores in the mountains were extremely rich, thousands, even tens of thousands of times richer than Myriad Immortals' planet. Panga continent is indeed a good place. Patriarch Jiang Yun stroked his beard and smiled, while Taoist Qing Xian and the others kept nodding and praising. All of them were taking deep breaths and laughing happily. The disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect were smiling brightly as well. Some of the disciples with lower seniority and cultivation base were so dizzy that they could barely stand straight. The concentration of natural energy here was so strong that they were intoxicated by it. Smiling, Wuxia said to Patriarch Xianxia, "Patriarch, let's settle down the army of 100,000 soldiers first. After that, I'll accompany the few patriarchs to choose a blessed land to build a cave abode. The few patriarchs are the revered elders of Underhand Sect, and I'll have to rely on them for many things in the future." Patriarch Xianxia and the other old immortals nodded happily, while the disciples of both sects were overjoyed. They had encountered a really good thing this time. After 2 days of busy work, Wuxia finally settled down the people he brought with him. 100,000 soldiers were stationed in 4 camps in the EC city, each under the command of Meng Xiaobai, Luo Kadi, and a few others. Lu Qingfeng became the highest administrative officer in EC County, apart from Wuqi and Princess Zhongluo. He had the final say in all the affairs of the military court, Directorate of Celestials, Agriculture Court, Priest Court, and many other institutions. Lu Ziyuan and a large number of Lu Qingfeng's trusted subordinates had filled all the departments in EC County, and the administrative efficiency of EC County was immediately raised by more than 100 times. Meanwhile, Patriarch Xianxia and the other 2 ancestral masters and their disciples had built a cave abode in a smoky mountain about 10,000 miles west of EC City. 1,000 boys with excellent spirit roots and aptitudes were carefully selected from all over the EC County by Wuqia. The abundant natural energy, endless cultivation resources, and the large number of new disciples had made Patriarch Xianxia and the others overjoyed, making them dance with joy. Wayne Dragon King, who had left Myriad Immortals planet with Wuqia, was delighted to meet his son here. Together with a few old dragon kings and many aquatic demons, as well as Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, and many others, they had built a city in the ocean near East Sea County, preparing to build a magnificent crystal palace. Driven by his wicked sense of humor, Wuqia had named the Crystal Palace the Dragon Palace of East Sea. Driven by Wuqia's wicked sense of humor, Wayne Dragon King had changed his name to Ao Guang, the Dragon King of East Sea. Finally, after arranging the people of Meng Village to stay in the most fertile valley outside EC City, Wuqia finally had the time to visit the few assassins who were captured alive in the dungeon of the city. In a dark and damp dungeon, on top of a cross made of black stone, a few skinny, fierce-looking men were chained to the cross, naked. They were the unlucky men who had tried to assassinate Wuqia 9 times in a row, but failed in the end. But they did not know that what they were trying to assassinate was not Wuqia himself, but the celestial fiend puppets Wuqia had left in EC County. Slowly, Wuqia came before these assassins, frowning as he studied their naked bodies. "Tell me, who asked you to assassinate me?" Wuqia was a little angry as he cried out, "You should know that I've always been seriously wounded, lying in bed and unable to move. Yet, you still want to assassinate me? Who has such a deep grudge against me?" The few assassins turned to look at Wuqia. A mysterious smile appeared on their faces, and suddenly, their bodies began to swell up. Boom! Boom! A few loud booms rang out, and the dungeon, which occupied an area of nearly 100 acres, collapsed. Chapter 664. Without giving Wuqia any chance to ask questions, the few assassins immediately detonated their fleshly bodies the moment they saw Wuqia. Their souls turned into countless wisps of dark green smoke that could be seen with naked eyes and shot out in all directions, interweaving into a huge net that enveloped Wuqia and the others. Vaguely, shrill, and unpleasant ghost howls could be heard coming out of the net. No one knew how many evil ghosts the attack had attracted. The 100-acre dungeon collapsed. Wuqia pointed his fingers in the air and produced primordial runes that flowed like water, which transformed into a pitch-black, bell-shaped restrictive barrier that protected everyone from the terrible explosion. When the shockwaves of the explosion gradually subsided, he brought everyone out of the ground. The dungeon, which was originally deep underground, had turned into a huge pit that measured about 100 acres in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. The bodies of these assassins exploded, and their blood and flesh melted into a sticky stream of venom. Even the rocks and soil on the ground were corroded by the venom and turned into smoke, slowly rising into the air. That sizzling noise sounded like countless silkworms swallowing leaves, which could make anyone's hair stand straight up. Men of death. Wuxia flew back to the ground with everyone. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the completely destroyed dungeon, then waved his hand and ordered Huang Liang to summon the civil servants to backfill the pit. Before that, he also needed to get some antidotes from the Directorate of Celestials and sprinkle them into the pit to neutralize the poison. Needless to say, who else but Yu Miao could have such a deep grudge against Wuxia that he would send assassins of death and use such a vicious method to kill Wuxia? Wuxia had been involved in the power struggle between the Yu clan of Zhong Province and the Yu clan of Liangzhu. Although he was just an insignificant character in this matter, how could Yu Miao, who felt that he had lost face and been thrown into confusion, let go of Wuxia? This assassination might just be the vanguard of the countless assassinations that would follow. With the viciousness and cruelty of Yu Miao's curses, and the fact that the venom from the bodies of these assassins contained some other evil tricks, it was very likely that this piece of land could no longer be used in the future. Wuxi's intuition told him that the venom would turn this piece of land into a land of death. It might not be a barren land, but he could not expect this piece of land to be rich in water, grass, and livestock in the future. Men of sacrifice. Lu Qingfeng laughed eerily. So, there are people on Pangu continent who raise men of sacrifice? I really want to see who is stronger between their men of sacrifice and the assassins of Great Yen. Wuxi's eyes lit up. He thought of the assassins he and Lu Qingfeng had met in Great Yen, who had no fear of death, who did not care about their own lives or the lives of others, and who were cruel, evil, cunning, and ferocious. Wuxia immediately assigned the task to Lu Qingfeng, asking him to contact Princess Zhang Lu as soon as possible, asking Princess Zhang Lu to provide some feasible and vicious methods, and asking Lu Qingfeng to select a batch of assassins immediately. Assassinations? Wuxia could not help but grin coldly. How many sons and grandsons do you have who can withstand the endless assassins sent by Wuxia? If you want to play, I'll play with you. Wuxia clenched his jaw and made up his mind. While the EC city was dealing with the trouble caused by the desperate assassins, a few guards from the county governor mansion arrived in a hurry. The prefecture overseer of High Province, Yu Miao, had arrived at the county governor mansion of EC with a group of attendants and had asked to see Wuxia. The person who brought the guards to see Wuxia was Yin Feiyu, a minor civil servant brought by Lu Qingfeng. These civil servants trained by Lu Qingfeng were very perceptive. Yin Feiyu told Wuxia respectfully that Yu Miao's face was unsightly, and that there were a few middle-aged men around him who seemed to be very rude to Yu Miao. It seemed that Yu Miao was being suppressed by them. As the supervisor of the county governor mansion, Yin Feiyu was responsible for greeting visitors, serving tea, guarding the door, and arranging guards. Just now, he had taken the opportunity of asking the maidservants to serve tea to observe the relationship between Yu Miao and the few middle-aged men. When Yu Miao asked about Wuxi's current situation, he seemed very concerned and even a little worried. But the tones of the few middle-aged men were unpleasant. Judging from their gloating tone, it seemed that they could not wait for Wuxia to die as soon as possible. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Wuxia sneered and nodded at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng then left to deal with the various affairs in EC City, while Wuxia brought hundreds of guards who practiced the true body of heaven and earth scripture and rode a tall horse to the county governor mansion. In Yu's usual style, a snake-shaped flying ship and a scorpion-shaped flying ship were hovering side by side over the county governor mansion, about 3 miles above the ground. The snake-shaped flying ship was Yu Miao's ride, so Wuxia was naturally familiar with it. But the flying ship, which looked like a scorpion with 4 wings on its back, gave off a ghastly, evil air. The black scorpion-shaped flying ship was covered with a layer of unknown scales, which should have been removed from some kind of serpent. The head of the ship was round, and there was a faint green gleam flickering in the scorpion-shaped mouthpiece, which should be the nozzle of some powerful weapon. On the other hand, a barb shaped like a scorpion's tail was poking out from the back of the ship. It was about 10 feet in diameter and glinted with a pale green gleam, while several dozens of bizarre runes could be vaguely seen flashing on its sharp tip. Even from such a long distance, Wuxia could smell the fishy smell coming out from the tip. Calmly scanning the ship with his divine will, Wuxia was shocked to find that the flying ship was actually made from the shell of a giant scorpion, about 3 miles long. According to the Scroll of Stealing, there was only one kind of giant scorpion, the green-tailed scarlet heart scorpion. It was a vicious creature whose venom could destroy the soul of even a gold immortal. In other words, this scorpion could fight against a gold immortal, and one could easily imagine the cost of making it into a flying ship. Compared to this flying ship, Yu Miao's snake-shaped flying ship was like a shabby, 3-wheeled motorcycle parked next to a luxury limousine. Without batting an eyelid, Wuxia dismounted in front of the county governor's mansion and walked into the mansion with a large group of guards. In the main hall of the mansion, Yu He, with a gloomy face, was staring blankly with a teacup in his hand. The tea had cooled, but he did not move at all. A few other middle-aged men dressed in coarse black robes were sitting on the large stone chairs in the main hall, leisurely tasting the tea that had been brewed into plain water. Standing next to Yu He were 6 moon oracles, and the sleeves of the few middle-aged men were embroidered with at least 7 crescent moons, while the dozen or so oracles standing behind them had more than 4 crescent moons embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, the leader of the group was a middle-aged man who wore 3 dark green jade rings on his fingers. He had a square face, and his skin was fair like the finest jade. 9 crescent moons were embroidered on his sleeves, and they were all embroidered with golden threads. Clearly, he was a formidable expert who could break through the realm of sun and step into the realm of gold immortal at any time. The sound of footsteps rang out as Wuxia walked slowly into the hall. He left all the guards outside the hall and walked into the hall with a calm and composed expression. Smiling and bowing to Yu He, Wuxia said slowly, "Elder brother Yu Miao, I, to you, am in the middle of a war with myriad immortal alliance. How did you find the time to come here? Tan Lang is useless. He was wounded by a few fiend immortals last time. After recuperating for so long, he has just fully recovered." When Yu He saw Wuxia come in, he quickly put down his teacup and bowed to Wuxia. When he heard Wuxia say that he had fully recovered, he could not hide the joy that had welled up in his heart. Before he could say anything, he burst out laughing. He came up to Wuxia excitedly, took Wuxia's hand, and said, "Wonderful. Have you really recovered? I've been so busy these past few months that I didn't have time to visit you in EC County. Have you really recovered?" Grinning coldly, Wuxia gave the few middle-aged men a sidelong glance and said coolly, "Of course I've recovered. Otherwise, why would there be assassins coming to me? A while ago, I had just devoured the hundreds of millions of evil spirits that rushed into my head, and just as my overall strength had taken a big step forward, some assassins came knocking on my door. What a pity. I've captured them alive, and they even said that Elder Yu Miao sent them to kill me." As soon as Wuxia said that, Yu Miao's face froze abruptly. The middle-aged man with a dignified appearance raised his brows, rose to his feet slowly, and said with a cold grin, "Tan Lang, don't talk nonsense. You can't implicate my father in such groundless things." The corner of Wuxia's mouth twitched as he raised his chin at the man and asked coolly, "Who is this?" Yu Miao grinned darkly, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked at the man and said, "Elder Yu Miao's son, my uncle, Yulei. I'm here because someone complained to Prefecture Overseer Bo, saying that our Yu clan has placed a cripple who is seriously injured and has his soul devoured as the lord of the county, which occupies more than 30% of the land in High Province. Elder Yu Miao sent Uncle Yulei here." Wuxia nodded as if he was suddenly enlightened. If I'm still seriously injured, or if I've been killed by the assassins, His Excellency Yu Lei will become the new county governor of EC. Right? What a pity. I was able to get out of bed 2 months ago, and I've been feeling better these days. Those assassins have also confessed that Elder Yu Miao sent them to kill me. What should I do now? Yu scolded hypocritically. Tan Lang, Elder Yu Miao sent someone to assassinate you, but he needs evidence. Wuxia grinned and clasped his hands behind his back, not saying a word. Yu Lei's expression flickered slightly. Looking at Wuxia, who was alive and kicking without any sign of injury, he shook his head thoughtfully. After sizing up Wuxia for a long time, Yu smiled faintly and said, "Well, since General Tan Lang is safe and sound, it's easy to get back to Prefecture Overseer. General Tan Lang is in good health, so I'm sure he can take good care of East Sea County." As he spoke, Yu Lei suddenly stretched out his right hand and thrust it toward Wuxia like the poisonous tail of a scorpion. A shrill whistle rang out as a beam of green light shot straight toward Wuxia's forehead. Wuxia gave a cold snort as a plume of black mist sprayed out of his body, amidst which could be vaguely seen flashing with bolts of lightning. Without hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture, and 13 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, shot whistling out of the mist in a row, shattering the green light and heading straight toward Yu Miao's face. Yu Lei laughed, and a large amount of green mist with a fishy stench surged out from his body, dispersing the lightning. After that, he led the large group of attendants around him and left without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he had walked out of the hall. They flew up and entered the scorpion-shaped flying boat. Not long after, the flying boat disappeared without a trace. After a full quarter of an hour, a faint cold snort was heard coming from the horizon, cultivating both fleshly body and magic. Hee, you do live up to your reputation. Tan Lang, Yu Lei, will remember you. Chapter 665. On the golden sand, the sound of drumming could be heard. A large group of strong and handsome girls danced merrily on the beach, their bodies red against the bonfire, making them look like flaming fairies who had descended to the mortal world. Whole cows, sheep, little whales, and skewers of chickens, ducks, and geese were being roasted over the bonfire, their bodies dripping with oil. A strong aroma drifted far away with the sea breeze, and the sound of laughter and laughter drowned out the sound of the tide. A curtain measuring 1,000 feet in both length and width was formed by black brocade, and Wuxia and he were sitting behind it with their attendants, drinking and having fun. Wuxi's attendants and personal guards were all burly men. Each of them had a burly body, and each of them was a tough man who could overturn a mountain with just one punch. As for Yuhi's attendants, more than 90% of them were skinny oracles who looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. The oracles brought here by Yuhi now had pale faces and were racking their brains to think of a way to avoid the toasts of these burly men around Wuxia. Some of the rough-looking men, such as the few hunters from Meng Village, had already pinned a few oracles to the ground, forcing their mouths open and pouring wine into their mouths with wine jars. The few poor moon oracles, who could fight against heaven immortals, were like little chicks being beaten by a rainstorm before the violence of these burly men. They could not fight back at all, and were almost killed by the strong liquor they poured into their bodies. When these oracles were knocked out, the dancing girls rushed up and carried them to a small tent next to the curtain. Before long, the moans and gasps of girls could be heard. Wuxia and Yuhi looked at each other and grinned. The obscenity in their eyes made one wish that a bolt of lightning would fall from the sky and strike them to death. Yuhi was very satisfied with Wuxi's hospitality. In his opinion, Wuxi's arrangements were very thoughtful. The one-stop service of eating, drinking, and having fun was too warm. The wine and delicacies served were the best, and the men who served them were very enthusiastic. Although they were a little too enthusiastic, the dancing girls were really young and lovely. Even Yumu himself had taken a fancy to a few girls with very long legs and fair skin. He was already a little restless. If it weren't for Wuxia urging him to drink, he would have already rushed up to those girls. On the other hand, Wuxia was very satisfied with the human race that Yu Miao had sent to him. Unlike the warriors who cultivated the true body of heaven and earth scripture, the priests of the Yu were a scarce resource. Although the armies of Zhong province were usually accompanied by tens of thousands of oracles when they went to war, the number of official oracles in the entire Directorate of Celestials of Zhong province, including the Directorate of Celestials of the 300 provinces under its jurisdiction, did not exceed 500,000 people, excluding those apprentice oracles, who could have the patterns of stars, moon, and sun tattooed on their sleeves. Moreover, priestesses were different from ordinary warriors. Those warriors would retire once they reached the age limit, but priestesses were a lifelong profession. The total number of retired veterans and serving soldiers in Zhong province was definitely over 10 million, but there were only a little over 500,000 priestesses in the entire province. Panga continent was not short of warriors. As long as they were men with a strong body and full of blood and energy, they were all good candidates for cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture. But what the oracles of Directorate of Celestials needed was not a strong body, but an innate power that allowed them to communicate with ghosts and gods. And this innate power was mostly inherited in the bloodline, just like the power of the ancient god that Princess Zhang Lu inherited from her mother. If Wuxia wanted to make a living on Panga continent, how could there be no oracles in his EC county? But now, the oracles of Directorate of Celestials in EC County were the 2 or 3 cats assigned to him by Yu Miao, and they were all the direct descendants of Yu clan, so there was no way they would be loyal to Wuxia. Therefore, taking the opportunity of Yu Miao bringing a large number of oracles to EC County, Wuxia shamelessly recruited beautiful girls to borrow his seed. Yu Miao had brought hundreds of oracles with him, and Wuxia had recruited 8,000 beautiful girls from the common people with a huge sum of money. And, according to Wuxia's knowledge of physiology and hygiene, these girls were all pregnant in the past 2 days, and once they intercourse with a man, they were likely to get pregnant. The clothes of the dancing girls were specially designed by Wuxia: short hot pants and short shirts that barely covered their breasts, exposing large areas of their fair skin. Coupled with the stimulation of the bonfire and liquor, they would definitely turn Yu Miao and those oracles from sanctimonious oracles into beasts in heat worse than beasts. There were only hundreds of girls dancing around the bonfire, but in the woods near the curtain, there were thousands more waiting to have sex with these oracles. Wuxia promised these girls that as long as their children had the aptitude to become oracles, these girls and their families would be supported by EC County, and their children would become lofty oracles. Wuxia had underestimated the people of Pangu continent's yearning for the mysterious, powerful, noble, and dignified profession of oracles. The 8,000 girls were all recruited without any effort, and under Wuxia's strategy, they would squeeze Yu Miao and the hundreds of oracles dry. Wuxia was very satisfied with the brilliant idea he had come up with, and he was even more satisfied with Lu Qingfeng's efficiency. Yu Miao and the others arrived in EC County at noon, but by dusk, the 8,000 girls were already ready, and all the preparations for the bonfire party were ready. They had even added some herbal juice to the liquor, which was suitable for aphrodisiac and could squeeze out the energy of men. 2 hours later, all the oracles Yu Miao brought with him had disappeared, and the sound of banging and moaning could be heard coming from the small tents near the curtain. After being pulled up by the ear by Wuxia and forced down 2 jars of liquor, Yu Miao was escorted into one of the tents by more than 20 girls in a daze. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia stood in the middle of the curtain and quietly cast a strange magic, the hasten spell. It was a mystic magic that the ancient clans cast when they were having sex in order to multiply their population. It was invented by some bored innate gods in ancient times, and its only effect was to enhance the libido of men and increase the chance of pregnancy of women. A faint pink mist enveloped the whole beach, and the strange noises coming from the tents suddenly became very loud. The 8,000 carefully selected girls were all in their menstrual period, and coupled with the effect of the hemorrhagic curse, Wuxia had no doubt that in a few months, Donghai County would have 8,000 pregnant women with big bellies. In a few years, the EC County would have at least thousands of children who had the aptitude to become oracles. If they were brainwashed and educated from an early age, and carefully trained by Princess Zhonglu, an expert who was proficient in the great Tao of ancient gods, EC County would no longer have to worry about the lack of oracles. Chickens give birth to eggs, and eggs give birth to chickens. Chickens, eggs, and eggs are endless. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and listening to the subtle noises coming from the small tents, Wuxia breathed a deep sigh and said, "It's not easy for me to run a territory. Pimping 8,000 people at once? I dare not say it will never happen again since ancient times, but it is an unprecedented feat." Shaking his head, Wuxia gave a cold snort. If not for the lack of population in his territory, Wuxia could really get tens of thousands of people to plant his seeds. If not for the fear that he would not be able to explain to Yu Miao if he killed some of them, Wuxia would also get hundreds of women from the Longbow Kingdom, whom he had placed in a secret ancient cave to recuperate. Unfortunately, the bodies of these oracles were as fragile as reeds. If those women from Longbow Kingdom were to get excited and accidentally use a little bit of strength, they might really lose their lives. Sighing with emotion, Wuxia stood in the tent from the wee hours of the morning, then noon, and afternoon. It was not until the evening of the next day that Yu Miao finally staggered out of the tent with the help of a few girls. Yu Miao, who was once handsome and elegant, now had his face turned blue, and his eye sockets were pitch black, making him look like a panda. His back was hunched, and his body trembled as he walked out of the tent. His lips were sunken, and he looked as if he had lost a lot of weight. Before long, the curtains of the tents were lifted, and all the oracles had to be supported by the girls to get out. These poor oracles were very weak to begin with, and after 12 to 14 hours of hard work, they felt as if their brains and other bodily fluids had been completely squeezed dry. What a passionate man. Yui said to Wuxia with a trembling voice, "Brother, I'm leaving now. You are too passionate, and they are too passionate. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to. Why, you must be careful of that old bastard, Yu Miao. He is not a man who is easy to talk to." After giving Wuxia a few words of advice, Yu Miao swallowed and glanced greedily at the girls around him, who were staggering as well. Suddenly, he shuddered. Not daring to look at these beautiful girls any longer, he gritted his teeth and said, "Last night was really absurd. Brother, the girls in your territory are really too passionate. Fortunately, I still have some foundation, or else I wouldn't be able to stand up today." The oracles brought here by Yu Miao were also looking at the girls around them with complicated expressions. Last night, they had experienced the feeling of going straight from heaven to hell. At first, they were so happy that they felt like they were in heaven, but in the end, the feeling of having their bones scraped and their marrow sucked made them feel like they were in hell. But hell was so depressing that they had lost their minds and gone crazy. They did whatever the girls wanted, and even took the initiative to invade and violate. The legs of these oracles were weak, and they had no strength at all. But, as Yu Miao had said, Wuxia was too passionate, and the girls in his territory were too passionate. The bewildering scene of 8,000 girls attacking about 600 oracles had left these oracles with blank memories, and they could not remember what had happened from last night to now. But it was so enjoyable that they felt like they were flying into the clouds. General Tanlang, the county governor of EC, is such a good man. Yu Mu, as well as the oracles he brought here, were all filled with deep gratitude to Wuxia, but they could not help but be traumatized by the girls in his territory. It was so terrible that many of them almost died last night. Naturally, Wuxia was reluctant to part with Yu Miao. He packed half of the local specialties of the flying ship for Yu Miao, picked a few beautiful girls, and sent them to the ship. Only then did he wave goodbye to Yu Miao. Wuxia promised that when he straightened out the backlog of affairs in EC County, he would immediately lead an army to fight against the people of Myriad Immortal Alliance. At the same time, he reminded Yu Miao to be careful of Yu Miao's sneak attack. After a long time of busying himself and seeing Yu Miao and his companions off, Wuqi's face suddenly darkened. He immediately returned to the county governor's mansion and summoned all the high-ranking officials around him. He wanted to retaliate against Yu Miao with the cruelest means. Chapter 666. The only thing Wuqi discussed in the meeting with Lu Chengfeng and others was how to retaliate against Yu Miao. How many times had Yu Miao tried to kill Wuqi by sending assassins to kill Wuqi? Coupled with the palm strike Yu Miao had given Wuqi when he first came to Panga Continent, Yu Miao had tried to kill Wuqi several times. On several occasions, Wuqi had been forced into a desperate situation by Yu Miao, and this time, it was Yu Miao who sent assassins to kill Wuqi while he was seriously injured. The public news was that Wuqi was seriously injured, but everyone knew that Yi County was a private territory that Yu Miao had in theft to Wuqi after he had helped Wuqi seize the power of the prefecture overseer of High Province. Wuqi was seriously injured, and it was very likely that his soul had been devoured by an evil spirit, never to wake up again. Under such circumstances, Yu Miao did not take any action against Yi County. Instead, it was Yu Miao who could not wait to strike. It was less than a year since Wuqi went back and forth between outer heavenly realms. Yu Miao had probably sent someone to inquire about Wuqi's injury, and found that Wuqi was indeed bedridden because his soul was seriously injured, leaving only a few subordinates to take care of the affairs of Yi County. After that, Yu Miao immediately sent assassins to kill Wuqi, and at the same time sent his son, Yu Lei, to seize control of Yi County. Yesterday, Yu Miao accompanied Yu Lei to Yi County. According to Yin Feiyu's investigation and Yu Miao's own account, it was clear that Yu Lei had used Yu Miao's power to force Yu Miao to come to Yi County and seize control of Yi County for him. According to the laws of the Yu, for a newly in theft governor like Wuqi, if he didn't have any relatives or descendants, which meant he didn't have an heir, and if Wuqi's soul was seriously injured and might not be able to recover, his direct superior must send a competent official to handle the affairs of the territory. Yu Mu had given Wuqi a lot of face. Although Wuqi was seriously wounded and bedridden, Yu Mu paid no attention to the affairs of Yi County, as if he did not know that Wuqi had violated Yu's law. Wuqi would never forget this friendship. Although Yu Miao had the bad habits of a young master from an influential clan, he was a man of loyalty. But Yu Miao and Yu Lei's table manners were too unsightly, which made Wuqi even angrier. By any means, we have to give Yu Miao a warning. Wuqi explained the cause and effect of the matter to Lu Chengfeng, and then gave him the order. Lu Chengfeng did not waste any time. He immediately ordered a group of trusted subordinates to make the arrangements. With the manpower and resources Lu Chengfeng had at his disposal now, it was impossible for him to kill a great oracle like Yu Miao, who possessed an overall strength equal to that of a gold immortal. But if it was only for Yu Miao's sons and grandsons, those who were related to Yu Miao, and the shops run by Yu Miao's people, Lu Chengfeng would be able to handle it perfectly. Great Yin had always cultivated assassins, and with his identity as Duke Yin-Lu of Great Yin, together with the rich profits brought to him by Star-Picking City and Little Meng City, Lu Chengfeng had raised nearly 10,000 men of sacrifice over the past few years. These men of sacrifice had followed Wuqi to Panga Continent, and were now training in a secret valley outside Yi City. With the help of all kinds of vicious curses, deadly immortal talismans, and powerful weapons from Mo's sect, these thorns would make Yu Miao's heart bleed over and over again like thorns. When Yu Miao and those elders around him were almost weakened, it would be time for Wuqi to teach Yu Miao a hard lesson. Yi County had begun its operation. Teams of assassins were sent out after Wuqi had cast all kinds of vicious curses on their souls. A large number of intelligence agents swarmed out, infiltrating Zhong Province and the 300 provinces under its jurisdiction. Lu Chengfeng, Lu Qian, and others had very strong administrative ability and efficiency. Under their deployment, in just a few days, EC County had established a preliminary framework of highly efficient intelligence and assassination departments. When Wuxia was severely wounded by the primordial gold talisman, when he was traveling across Pangda continent on foot, he had created many celestial fiend puppets and sent them to various places to develop his own forces. On top of that, he had also rescued tens of thousands of cultivators from the mine of Miao Ing Palace in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Those cultivators were controlled by him with a restrictive spell, and he had assigned them to his puppets, who had built up various forces of various sizes in various places. Even when Diyu was wiping out the itinerant cultivators of Myriad Immortal Alliance, these puppets had done a good job. They were lurking in all the cities and towns in Diyu, spreading their networks in all directions like spiders. With the help of the forces and networks established by these puppets, the intelligence agents sent by EC County soon infiltrated every aspect of Zhong Province. 7 days later, Wuqi received the first report of an assassin. 3 assassins had openly attacked Yu Miao's great-grandson and great-granddaughter on the street of Zhongning City. 2 of them were killed on the spot, and the dozen guards accompanying them were killed by the self-detonation of the assassins. 2 moon oracles of Yu Clan, who had rushed to the rescue after hearing the news, were also severely wounded by a powerful immortal talisman made by Sun Kuang at a close distance by a hidden assassin. One of them had lost an arm and the other a leg. The hidden assassin had also self-detonated before he could be captured alive. Over the next 3 days, news of the battle kept coming. In just 3 to 4 days, 3 sons and 1 daughter, 5 grandsons and 7 granddaughters, 13 great-grandsons and 21 great-granddaughters of Yu Miao's huge group of descendants were assassinated. A total of 107 shops owned by Yu Miao and his descendants were attacked at the same time. All the shopkeepers and workers were killed, and all their assets were looted. The families and properties of the Yu clan elders who were related to Yu Miao had also been attacked, and the success rate had reached a terrifying 100%. The sudden blow made all the members of Yu clan feel dizzy. Yu clan had never encountered such a blow, which was as swift and violent as a thunderbolt, as bizarre as the corrosion of a ghost, and as vicious and merciless as it was. It must be admitted that although the history of the Yu dynasty was much longer than that of Great Yan, when it came to the use of assassins, the members of Great Yan's imperial clan were definitely the patriarchs of all the influential figures in the Yu, including the human emperor. From a formulation of the operation plan, from the selection of targets, to the timing of the attack, and the coordination of the assassins sent by Yu Miao were like thugs on the street, while the assassins sent by Liu Changfeng were professional masters. And that was because the cultivation base of these assassins was too weak, so they could only target the ordinary people among Yu Miao's descendants who did not have any cultivation base. When the members of these assassins who practiced the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the other cultivation techniques of the human race spent a few years improving their cultivation base, these assassins would turn from ordinary wooden thorns and iron thorns into poisonous fangs, giving Yu Miao a heart-wrenching pain with just one strike. Wu Qi could not help but keep nodding as he enjoyed the summary of the results of the operation brought back by the intelligence agents. Liu Changfeng had ordered all the assassins to suspend all operations. He had to give Yu Miao some buffer time so that he, who had raised his guard, could gradually relax. Yu clan was now on high alert, and a large number of experts were protecting all the members of their direct line of descent. It was no longer as easy as it was a few days ago. Let Yu Miao and the others suffer in pain and anger, and when I have the chance, I'll give Yu Miao a few hard blows. This is revenge, Wu Qi's revenge on Yu Miao. He had to do it slowly and patiently. These assassins were a group of extremely patient killing machines, and as their master, he had to be more patient than them. Yu Miao is crying, isn't he? Wu Qi sneered. With a flip of his palm, all the reports turned into wisps of smoke. Pass down my order, assemble 10,000 soldiers, and follow me to the battlefield. Wu Qi burst into laughter and cried out, Huang Liang, assemble 10,000 soldiers and select 10,000 of our new soldiers with the strongest cultivation base. Assemble the army and follow me to join the war with General Bo Yunting. The people of the six dynasties had been brought to Panga continent by Wuxia, and they were now lying dormant in the wilderness, slowly accumulating their strength. Wuxia, on the other hand, wanted to work hard for himself and those around him. He wanted to seize as many military exploits as he could, so that his military rank could continue to rise, and he could grasp more and more power and resources in Great Yin, a behemoth. When he rose one step, the people around him could rise one step, and the six dynasties could rise one step as well. And when the six dynasties rose one step, the people around him could rise one step, and he could rise another step as well. Wuxia was not as ambitious as Yingzheng and the other emperors. He was not interested in the positions of the great celestial emperors of the celestial court. He just wanted to control his own life and death, to avenge the favors he owed, to avenge Lady Dar Goldwater, Reverend Gale, and to avenge Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai. But when he thought about the enemies Wuxia would have to deal with in the future, Green City was not a problem, for it was just a lackey sent by the celestial court. But the revenge of Reverend Gale would be a big problem. If the mighty Eastern Green Emperor wanted to avenge him, perhaps Wuxia would have to have the power and status of the great emperor of the celestial court. With all kinds of messy thoughts in his mind, Wuxia was about to urge Huang Liang to prepare the army for war when a long and drawn-out Buddhist chant suddenly came from outside the city. In just a blink of an eye, it had spread across the entire territory of EC County. The Buddha is merciful. All living beings are suffering. When can they be freed from the tumultuous mortal world? When can they transcend the pain of transmigration? When can they join the Buddhist League? They will be blessed with boundless peace and joy. All living beings can enjoy great purity, great freedom, great joy, and great happiness. The Buddha is merciful. Benefactors, can you stop for a moment and listen to a scripture of transcendence from me? Wuxia was taken aback. Suddenly, he sprung to his feet and cursed angrily. When he met Madman Shui the other day, the agreement they reached was very clear. Those bald monks were not allowed to enter EC County, or even High Province. Madman Shui had agreed to it that time, but what was going on with those monks outside the city? Before one wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. The matter with Yu Miao was still entangled, and now there was trouble here. Wuxia was really angry from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 667. Damn bald donkey who did not keep his promise. Damn Lao AI. How could he not teach his own disciple well? Or perhaps Lao AI had lost his mind and was relying on the fact that Patriarch Miao Xian was backing him, so he had the guts to do something else? Countless thoughts were tumbling in Wuxia's mind. With a gloomy face and a strong killing intent, he rushed out of the county governor mansion. 12 large flying ships purchased by EC County at a high price soared into the sky, each carrying 1,000 fully armed soldiers. Even the dozens of oracles from the EC County's Directorate of Celestials had boarded the ships. Surrounded by a chilly wind and shrouded in a dark cloud, Wuxia sped toward the direction where the chanting came from. Right on the east side of EC County, on a small cliff about tens of miles into the ocean, a monk with a fat head, big ears, and fair skin that looked like solidified lard could be seen. His lips were rosy like those of a teenage girl, and his eyes shone like pearls. His long earlobes drooped down to his waist, and his chest was exposed. He was clad in a pair of yellow monk pants, a monk robe, and a pair of straw sandals weaved from long green grass. A wooden fish, about 3 feet in circumference and cast from pure gold, was placed right next to him. The monk was holding a wooden fish hammer, which was as thick as a fist, and was striking the wooden fish from time to time. The wooden fish hammer was forged with pure silver, and when it was struck, it would send sparks flying in all directions. The sonorous ringing of the wooden fish echoed in all directions, shaking the ears of Wuxia and the others a few miles away. The closer they got to the monk, the harsher the ringing of the wooden fish became. When they were only about 1 mile away from him, The ringing had turned into a deafening thunderclap, causing all the soldiers on the flying ship, including Huang Liang, to lose their balance. Smilingly, the monk looked at Wuxia and the others, who were charging toward him menacingly. Slowly, he struck the wooden fish and recited, "The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and you will be saved." Every time he spat out a word, a golden lotus flower that was wrapped in a dense scarlet flame would spit out from the monk's mouth. This was the so-called golden lotus flower in one's mouth. There were 8 fist-sized characters floating within the stamen of the golden lotus, and they were constantly emanating dazzling golden light. The golden light wasn't dazzling, but the closer it got to the monk, the sharper the golden light became. It was like a sharp knife that cut into people's bodies. Wuxia flew into a rage and said, "Where did this baldy come from to spout nonsense here? Get out of the East Sea County." East Sea County was where Wuxia started his business. Wuxia was like a wild beast with a strong sense of territory. Whoever dared to invade his territory, he would definitely fight back with all his strength. On top of that, Wuxia knew very well how frightening a religion could be, especially when it was a religion created by a Buddhist cultivator with a truly formidable power. Once their hands reached into the East Sea County, would the people, army, and officials of the East Sea County listen to these monks or Wuxia? He would never allow any Buddhist disciple to develop in the East Sea County. If one came, he would kill one, and if a pair came, he would kill a pair. This was the condition agreed upon by Wuxia and Madman Shui. Seeing that the monk was openly using a Buddhist technique to recruit believers here, Wuxia wished he could smash his head with a punch. How could he show him a nice face? How could he deal with him with nice words? Wuxia was furious to the extreme. Madman Shui was the missionary disciple of Little Rui, delightful Buddha of Wishful Heaven realm. He should be able to control these monks who were recruiting believers everywhere. So, why did a monk suddenly come to the East Sea County to make trouble? Looking at Wuxia, the monk suddenly grinned and said with a gentle voice, "I suppose your excellency is the chief officer of this territory? Why don't your excellency join the Buddhist League and get rid of the pain of transmigration? Wouldn't that be a happy thing?" Before Wuxia could say anything, the monk said with a big smile, "The Buddhist League is vast, and all 3,000 great Taoists can be attained. If you want mountains of gold and oceans of silver, we have them. If you want beautiful women, we have them. If you want the power to kill, we have them. If you want a romantic life, we have them. In short, as long as you join the Buddhist League, you can have everything you want. Why don't your excellency and the army behind you convert to Buddhism?" Wuxia snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Crossbows!" 12 flying ships surrounded the monk in a semicircle, with countless crossbows aimed at him. The soldiers attached bone bolts, which were specially made to deal with powerful cultivators, to the crossbows. The dozens of oracles hurriedly crushed bone talismans, casting all kinds of defensive spells on the soldiers. Fearing that the power of these crossbows was not enough, Wuxia recited a few incantations under his breath, then bit the tip of his finger and flicked it. A stream of blood shot out, transforming into thousands of tiny talismans and attached themselves to the arrowheads of the crossbow bolts. Shrill ghost howls rang out as these talismans immediately transformed into dark smoke and firmly imprinted themselves on the arrowheads. The once dull bone arrowheads twisted like melted candles, and even had a faint trace of a single-horned ghost head on them. The monk gave Wuxia a look of astonishment, then ran his eyes over Wuqi's tall and straight body like lightning bolts. "How did you learn the art of talismans? Judging from your body's shape, I suppose you are practicing a cultivation technique that uses brute force?" Right after the monk's cry of astonishment rang out, thousands of arrows were shot out from all directions along with the jarring creaking of bowstrings, enveloping the monk's body in a whistling rain of arrows. The density of the arrows was too great. As they flew at high speed, they created turbulent air vortexes and produced shrill and long whistling noises that sounded like ghost howls. Laughing foolishly, The 9 scars on the monk's forehead emitted a large sheet of golden Buddhist light, which condensed into countless fist-sized muni pearls that flew all over the sky. Amidst a series of crackling noises, thousands of arrows were twisted and broken by the pearls, then exploded and sprayed out large plumes of dark smoke and evil aura. There were even large flashes of flame, thunderbolts, and water vapor that towered into the sky, while all kinds of energies kept bursting out from the arrows. The Buddha saves the predestined one. The monk looked at Wuxia with a serious expression, smiled, and said, "But too bad, Your Excellency, you are not the predestined one. The people behind you are my predestined ones." With a flip of his palm, 2 golden lotuses shot out from it. Laughing strangely, the monk thrust the lotuses toward Wuxia and unleashed a tremendous suction force, wrapping Wuxia up with 2 beams of golden light, pulling both him and Ao Buzin, who was clinging on his collar. The golden lotuses closed inwardly, transforming into a sheet of golden light that hovered before the monk. The fat monk laughed foolishly, then turned to Huang Liang and his companions, who were dumbfounded, and said, "Benefactors, you are my predestined ones. Come, let me tell you about the magical art of Buddhism and enlighten you with the wisdom of your previous lives." Laughing complacently, the monk shook his head and said, "Dear benefactors, please remember, I am Ming Li, the missionary disciple of Prabhadaratna Buddha in the great freedom and happiness heavenly realm. Benefactors, once you join the Buddhist League, you will have everything you ask for, and you will have no worries for the rest of your lives." Trembling, Huang Liang looked at the monk, mustered up his courage, raised his right hand, and said, "Formation. Dark shell 8 direction, motionless formation." The dark shell 8 direction motionless formation was a defensive formation commonly used by human warriors and could only be activated with the help of large weapons. Following Huang Liang's order, the 12 flying ships gathered inwardly, with the 4 ships in the middle moving in the direction of the 4 symbols, and the 8 ships on the outside moving in the direction of the 8 trigrams. The decks on both sides of the ships were slowly lifted up, and countless bronze chains darted out from the decks, intertwining and weaving into a large and thick net. A deep, buzzing noise could be heard coming from the ships, while a dim green light shone from the bronze chains, growing stronger and stronger until it completely enveloped the 12 ships. The only oracles from East Sea County flew up into the sky and cast out a large number of bone talismans according to their positions, controlling the changes of the dark shell 8 direction motionless formation. As these oracles incanted a spell in a deep voice, the green light gradually condensed into a large and thick turtle shell, on which the patterns of the 8 trigrams could be clearly seen. Clear runes could be seen all over the turtle shell, and each rune vaguely formed the shape of a lofty mountain. Interesting, interesting, dear benefactors. Your destiny is still lacking a little bit of maturity. Monk Mingli laughed. He rolled up his sleeves and said carelessly, "Then, let this poor monk add a little more fuel to the fire and let all of you know what fate is." With the huge wooden fish in his left hand and the thick wooden fish hammer at his right, Mingli trod on a white cloud and flew slowly to the side of the dark shell 8 direction motionless formation. With the corners of his mouth drooping down, he smiled at Huang Liang, who was standing on the prow of the ship and commanding the ship. Then he raised the wooden fish forged from pure gold and sent a large sheet of golden Buddhist light into the air. Like a golden shooting star, it smashed viciously onto the green turtle shell. With just one strike, a large sheet of auspicious light spread in all directions, and the formation formed by the 12 ships was knocked tens of miles away by Mingli. The soldiers on the ships lost their balance and fell to the deck one after another. The dozens of oracles controlling the formation gave a muffled snort as blood oozed out from their 7 apertures. Their palms, which had formed into finger seals, bounced off as if they were struck by thunderbolts. Electric arcs burst out from their fingertips and burned them to a crisp. "Counterattack! Counterattack!" cried Huang Liang at the top of his voice. Following Huang Liang's roar, the soldiers rose to their feet, controlled the ships, and launched a storm-like attack at Mingli. Streams of light, countless arrows, and a large number of javelins flew towards Mingli. While the outside was in a great mess, Wuxia, who was sucked into the Golden Lotus, found himself in a magical place. There was no sun or moon in the sky, but a bright light shone brightly, as bright as day. Amidst the auspicious clouds, as far as the eye could see, there was a large expanse of clear water. The water was as sticky as butter and was emitting a faint fragrance. White lotus flowers were blooming in the clear water. As a breeze blew across, the lotus flowers danced gently, and a faint aroma came wafting out. Not far away, a lofty mountain stood towering amidst the boundless clear water. The mountain was about 1,000 miles tall and about 100,000 miles in circumference. It looked majestic, like a crouching tiger lying between the heaven and the earth. Countless monasteries of various sizes could be seen on the mountain. These monasteries were all built with golden bricks, emitting a faint golden glow and purple mist under the bright sunlight. 108 streams of white mist were seen flying across the sky above the lofty mountain, and faint chanting of Buddhist scriptures could be heard coming from the countless monasteries. On the spacious stone steps in the mountain, large groups of monks and nuns were walking slowly with incense sticks and candles in their hands, chanting the name of Prabhudaratna Buddha, of great mercy and great compassion illuminates the universe. Every time they chanted the name of Buddha, a large amount of power of faith, invisible to the naked eye, would soar up into the sky and drill into the 108 streams of white mist. A.O. Buzin raised his head from Wuqi's collar and cursed under his breath. This is going to be fun. These are the interstitial spaces crafted by the experts among those bald donkeys, the so-called Buddhist kingdom in a palm. One world in a grain of sand, 3,000 Buddhas in one world, and the Buddhist kingdom in a palm was the most mysterious and powerful divine ability of the Buddhist League. Those who could cultivate the Buddhist kingdom in a palm were existences at least at the level of golden bodhisattva. Chapter 668. Just like the interstitial worlds of immortals, the Buddhist League also had a Buddhist kingdom in a palm. At this moment, the small world where Wuxia and A.O. Buzin were located was a Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Smoke was lingering in the air, a cool breeze was blowing, and the light of relics was shining in all directions. The majesty of the Buddhist League was naturally contained in every inch of the void. The lofty mountain in front of him was like a living, prehistoric beast. The pressure emanating from it made Wuxia frown, and all his bones and tendons were creaking noisily because of the pressure emanating from it. The Buddhist kingdom in a palm was different from the interstitial worlds of immortals. Heaven immortals with great luck and profound heritage could also refine their own interstitial worlds by chance. However, the Buddhist kingdom in a palm of a Buddhist cultivator was completely formed by the power of faith of his believers. Every blade of grass, every tree, every drop of water, and every stone was formed by pure power of faith. Without enough powerful Buddhist power and faith provided by enough believers, a Buddhist cultivator could never form his own Buddhist kingdom. Generally speaking, only a bodhisattva with a strength equivalent to a gold immortal and a golden bodhisattva with an extremely profound cultivation base could form a Buddhist kingdom. But when he saw Mingli outside, his cultivation base was at most a top-grade golden bodhisattva, and he was still a long way from the realm of bodhisattva. How could he form such a Buddhist kingdom? Standing on a lotus flower and looking at the mountain in front of him, Wuxia could see at least 10 million believers walking around the mountain, chanting the name of Buddha. With Ming Li's cultivation base, how could he gather so many devout believers? 10 million believers, not including those who were currently cultivating in the monastery, was a terrifying number. Only the most devout believers could be brought into the Buddhist kingdom at any time. Generally speaking, it would be very good if 1 out of 10,000 believers could meet the requirements, and only 1 out of 100 could be brought into the Buddhist kingdom. To gather more than 10 million devout believers here, it would take a very long time for the Buddhist kingdom to accumulate such a huge number of believers. Shaking his head, Wuxia murmured to himself in puzzlement. Ao Buzin's eyes were shining. He looked greedily at the countless believers walking slowly on the mountain and whispered to Wuxia about the benefits of these believers. These believers were actually people who had died. After their corporeal bodies perished, their souls were received by the owner of the Buddhist nation and arrived here. Their corporeal bodies were reformed by the Buddhist divine arts. These fleshly bodies were the amalgamation of pure energy and souls. Especially because they chanted scriptures all year round, their souls were especially nourished and strengthened. If they were believers who had lived in the Buddhist kingdom for more than 1,000 years, their soul power would be at least 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people. When Ao Buzin was still a lascivious dragon who went around flirting with innocent girls, there were already daring immortals of the fiendish Tao who specifically attacked the Buddhist kingdom of the Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League. Once they breached the Buddhist kingdom, they would use the fastest speed to abduct all the believers. These believers had extremely powerful souls, and they could be used to refine all kinds of fiendish Tao magical artifacts, which were countless times more powerful than those refined from the souls of ordinary people. After listening to Ao Buzin's introduction, Wuxia looked thoughtfully at Ao Buzin. Ao Buzin squinted his eyes and let out a strange laugh, spreading his 2 front paws to the left and right. He whispered to Wuxia that these believers in the Buddhist kingdom had many uses. Even if Wuxia had no use for them, he could still capture them and trade them. In Ao Buzin's memory, there were several secret trading markets opened by immortals of the fiendish Tao. Believers in the Buddhist kingdom were highly sought after in these markets. With 10,000 believers as a unit, each unit was worth tens of thousands of yuan, enough to make an immortal rich overnight. And here, there were at least 10 million believers of the Buddhist kingdom who had lived for a long time but did not have much fighting power. Wuqi's heart raced. His eyes glowed as he looked at the great mountain in front of him. Suddenly, he laughed coldly and said, "This monk must have lost his mind. Since he sent me here, he can't blame me for being rude, can he?" Laughing wildly, Wuxia had also thought of the use of these believers. Even if he could not trade them, they could be used as sacrificial offerings. Originally, Wuxia had nothing to do with these believers, but since Mingli had blatantly invaded Wuqi's territory and captured Wuxia with the mystic technique of the Buddhist kingdom in the palm, they could not blame Wuxia for being so cruel to them. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A large sheet of chaotic light sprayed out, and the believers who were walking slowly around the great mountain cried out in alarm at the same time. Their bodies floated up into the air and flew toward Wuqi's mouth along the chaotic light. Suddenly, a sonorous Buddhist mantra was heard coming from the largest temple on the top of the mountain. "The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and you will be saved." Together with a vigorous Buddhist power, the mantra condensed into a thunderbolt in the void and smashed into Wuqi's spiritual ocean, trying to knock him out. However, Wuqi's spiritual ocean was vast and empty, and his innate chaotic divine soul was hidden in it, protected by the divine flame of order. As a result, the mantra was like a stone thrown into the ocean, disappearing without leaving any ripples. Wuxia snorted coldly, then performed a hand incantation gesture and cast it toward the temple. After that, he chanted a thunder spell under his breath, getting ready to strike down a thunderbolt and raze the temple to the ground. However, right after the incantation gesture and incantation gesture were cast, Wuxia cried out in surprise. The incantation and incantation gesture he cast out did not work at all. He did not even sense a ripple of energy, and there was no thunderbolt as he expected. Ao Buzin breathed out a long sigh, then began to explain to Wuxia about the magical Buddhist kingdom in a palm. According to the cultivation technique they cultivated, the interstitial world of an immortal would have all kinds of extreme properties, such as an ocean of lava, a world of ice and snow, clouds and mists, thunderbolts, boundless hurricanes, and so on. However, the Buddhist kingdoms of Buddhist cultivators were all the same. Their Buddhist kingdoms didn't have any other power. What filled the Buddhist kingdoms was the pure Buddhist power cultivated by the Buddhist cultivators. How could an immortal cultivate the cultivation technique of Buddhist League? Therefore, after an immortal was imprisoned in a Buddhist kingdom, it would not take long for him to exhaust all his immortal energy, and he would become the prey of others. For example, when Wuxia was chanting an incantation gesture and trying to unleash a thunderbolt to attack someone, there was no natural energy for him to use in this place. Unless he consumed his own energy, he would not be able to unleash even a single spark. Wuxia was suddenly enlightened, and he exclaimed in admiration. This Buddhist kingdom was indeed an interesting place. The era where Wuxia inherited the scroll of stealing began in the primordial era and lasted for several tens of eons before coming to an abrupt end. The records about Buddhist League and the scroll of stealing were only limited to the era when the ancient Buddhas existed. Therefore, Wuxia was able to recognize the remains of the ancient Buddhas used by Patriarch Miao Ying to suppress the formation in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. However, when it came to the various techniques used by the Buddhist League cultivators, he did not have a clear understanding of them. It was only after listening to A.O. Buzin's explanation that Wuxia truly understood the magical features of the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. With a cold snort, Wuxia waved his hand and was about to unleash the chaotic energy in his body into heavenly thunderbolts to attack the enemies. But suddenly, countless figures dashed out from the countless monasteries on the mountain. Among the group of people who were charging toward Wuxia on clouds, 300 burly men who stood several tens of feet tall and clad in golden armors, each with a golden dragon head on their head. Behind these 300 dragon-headed men were more than 1,000,000 mighty monks dressed in kasayas of various colors and holding white jade staffs in their hands. These monks lined up in a neat phalanx of 10,000 people, shouting the name of Prabhadaratna Buddha at the top of their lungs as they charged toward Wuxia with a ferocious gleam in their eyes. With just a glance, Wuxia could tell that the cultivation base of the 300 dragon-headed men were merely at the level of 30th tier heaven immortal. But after being enhanced by some unknown force in the Buddhist kingdom, the aura emanating from their bodies was actually close to that of a 5th tier heaven immortal. Among the 1,000,000 monks, many of them had the cultivation base equivalent to the nascent soul realm of immortal cultivators. But after being enhanced by that magical force, the aura emanating from them was no different from that of heaven immortals. Their bodies were shrouded in Buddhist light, making them look like arhats forged from pure gold. Roaring and yelling, they charged straight toward Wuxia. In other words, there were 300 upper-tier heaven immortals and over 1,000,000 heaven immortals here. The faces of Wuxia and A.O. Buzin turned blue. Although they were bold, and A.O. Buzin still had the cultivation base of a gold immortal. A.O. Buzin, who had just stepped into the gold immortal realm, would never have the courage to fight against over 1,000,000 heaven immortals. Even if they just stood there and let A.O. Buzin kill them, his hands would go limp. And even if they just let A.O. Buzin devour them without putting up any resistance, A.O. Buzin's stomach would burst because of the 1,000,000 monks. Hastily, Wuxia exercised his chaotic divine eyes and looked at the dragon-headed men and the monks. From every temple on the mountain, a magnificent golden beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing into the heads of these people. Golden halos rippled around these people, forming a set of translucent golden armor that only Wuxia could see with his chaotic divine eyes. These armors were about an inch thick and inlaid with countless golden swastikas and golden lotus flowers. Each lotus flower had a Buddha standing on it, and all the Buddhas had their hands locked together before their chests. From between their brows, beams of white light shot out, shielding the bodies of these dragon-headed men and monks. It was this armor that had attracted the power of some powerful existences, giving them an overall strength far beyond their own realm. Looking coldly at these people, Wuqi pointed at them and snorted coldly. These people look similar to Wanying Dragon King and the others. Don't tell me they are also the men of dragons? Ao Buzin cried out in astonishment. Suddenly, two beams of bright light shot out from his eyes as he turned to look at those dragon-headed men. After that, Ao Buzin suddenly broke into a torrent of curses, from some elders of dragons to some clan leaders of some branches of dragons. Ao Buzin greeted their entire families with all kinds of filthy words, and especially passionately expressed his ardent hope of developing some purely physical relationship with their daughters and granddaughters. They're the men of dragons, but they have abandoned the dragon transformation script and other divine abilities of dragons. What they are cultivating are the divine abilities of Buddhism League. Ao Buzin trembled with anger. Scums who don't even care about their ancestors are actually cultivating the divine abilities of Buddhism League. While he was speaking, 300 dragon-headed men had arrived before Wuqi. The leading man raised up a Vajra scepter and smashed it down towards Wuqi's head. All evil and heretical cultivators shall bow and convert to the land of Buddha. 300 dragon-headed men roared furiously at the same time. Instinctively, Wuqi punched out and greeted the scepter. Even with the power of Buddhism, the aura of these dragon-headed men was only at the level of 5th-tier heaven immortal. Therefore, Wuqi did not take them seriously. A loud boom rang out. Wuqi snorted lightly and retreated hastily. The aura emanated from the dragon-headed man was only at the level of 5th-tier heaven immortal, but the strength of his scepter was incredibly strong. Wuqi felt as if 10,000 mountains were falling from the sky. His wrist bones were broken, and even his shoulder was dislocated. Wuqi was pushed back by the force, but the dragon-headed men had already leaped forward, each wielding a Vajra scepter and smashing it down toward his face. Chapter 669. Wuqi cursed when his wrist was broken. With a twist of his wrist, a stream of purple mist sprayed out of his muscles and quickly repaired the broken bone. On top of that, he was surprised to find that after the broken bones were healed, the texture of the bones around the wounds had become denser, and there was even a faint purple gleam shimmering from them. Wuqi nodded thoughtfully. While he was distracted, the 3 Vajra scepters had already struck his left shoulder, back, and waist. The sound of bones breaking rang out like beans being fried, and Wuqi howled in pain. His fleshly body was extremely strong now, and his bones were thousands of times harder than steel. And because his bones were so strong, the pain when they were broken was even greater. Even Wuqi could not bear the excruciating pain. The pain made his vision go black, and he nearly fainted. Fortunately, his divine soul was extremely strong now. After absorbing the soul power of over 100 million evil spirits and 1/3 of the souls of the living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet, his divine soul was now even stronger than the immortal soul of some gold immortals. Thanks to his strong divine soul, Wuqi would not faint no matter what kind of pain he was enduring. Therefore, he had to bear the excruciating pain with all his might. Beads of sweat kept pouring out from his body, while a large amount of purple mist kept bursting out from his muscles, bone marrow, and blood, quickly healing the broken bones. The newly healed bones were at least 30% stronger than the bones that were just broken. In just the space of a breath, when Wuqi had just finished repairing the broken bones, a dozen Vajra scepters came whistling down with deep, muffled whistling noises. Strengthened by the Buddhist energy, these dragon-headed men, whose cultivation bases were far weaker than Wuqi's, were able to exert a terrifying strength that was comparable to that of a gold immortal. All the Buddhist energy in the entire Buddhist kingdom was surging violently, echoing with these dragon-headed men. The immense power of faith of over 10 million devout believers turned into an invincible torrent and poured into the bodies of these dragon-headed men, turning them into angry Vajras of the Buddhist League and giving them a series of violent beatings. A.O. Buzin's mouth was twitching with anger. When he heard the sound of bones breaking coming from Wuqi's body, A.O. Buzin was about to reveal his true form and teach these dragon-headed men a lesson. In A.O. Buzin's opinion, abandoning the secret cultivation technique of the Dragon Clan and cultivating the divine ability of the Buddhist League was an act of betraying one's own master and ancestors, an act of treason and unfilial. The dragons of the dragon race could eat, drink, and gamble. They could kill and set fires. They could plunder the world. They could go to the graves of their ancestors and dig up their ancestors' corpses and primordial spirits. They could let them shine like the setting sun and let them contribute to the prosperity and strength of the dragon race with their last bit of energy. But instead of cultivating the martial arts of the dragons, they chose to cultivate the divine ability of the bald donkeys of the Buddhist League. These dragon-headed men had given up their identity as the dragons. This was something that A.O. Buzin could never tolerate. He wanted to teach them a lesson. No, he wanted to kill all these dragon-headed men, then kill all the bald donkeys who controlled them from behind, and turn all their female relatives into his bed companions. A dense black light burst out of A.O. Buzin's body. A.O. Buzin was about to lash out in anger, but Wuqi pressed down on A.O. Buzin's body and told him not to move. Dozens of Vajra pestles struck Wuqi's body, breaking more than a dozen of his bones and shattering them in several places. But under the constant nourishment of the purple mist, his broken bones were reconnected and shattered bones were reformed. The new bones were a few times stronger than the original ones, and the speed of cultivation was at least dozens of times faster than if he cultivated on his own. Wuqi had reached the bottleneck, and it would take him a great deal of effort to make any progress. Now that he had such a convenient way to improve his strength, how could he let A.O. Buzin mess things up? Enduring the pain, Wuqi spread his arms and cursed Pravadaratna Buddha. From Pravadaratna Buddha's mother and father, to his grandchildren, to his master's wife, Wuqi cursed all of them with the most vicious language. His words were vicious and obscene. These dragon-headed men, who had been guarding the Buddhist kingdom for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, exploded like a bomb. Ignoring the question of whether Pravadaratna Buddha had a wife or not, 300 dragon-headed men surrounded Wuqi, raised their pestles, and began to beat him violently. These dragon-headed men were infuriated. They did not say any empty words such as the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and be saved. Nor did they say any slogans such as the Buddha is destined to save the world. Instead, they just surrounded Wuqi and beat him. Wuqi's finger bones, wrist bones, arm bones, shoulder blades, ribs, neck bones, spine bones, skull bones, pelvis bones, thigh bones, knee bones, calf bones, ankle bones, soles bones, and toes bones were all crushed. But a large amount of purple mist was rushing out of his muscles, blood, bone marrow, and meridians. With the nourishment of the purple mist, it only took the time of a single breath for his bones to be repaired, and the hardness and flexibility of his bones have been greatly improved. At first, when the scepter struck Wuqi, it produced a series of clanking noises like steel smashing tofu, followed by a series of clanking noises like steel smashing a tree trunk, and then a series of clanking noises like steel smashing a rock. 2 hours later, when the scepter struck Wuqi, a series of clanking noises could be heard. At first, when these dragon-headed men hit Wuqi with all their strength, Wuqi would be knocked hundreds of feet away, and then he would be smashed away by another pestle. But as the sound of bones breaking changed, the distance Wuqi could fly after each hit became shorter and shorter. By the time his bones collided with the scepter and produced a deafening clang of metal, he was able to stand firmly in a lotus flower, spreading his arms and legs to allow the dragon-headed men to attack him at will. Wuqi stood there like a mountain. 300 pestles smashed on his body with dazzling golden beams, but they could only make his body sway and not fly away like before. Every strike could still cause countless cracks to appear on his bones, but they could no longer break his bones, nor could they shatter his bones. 1,000,000 monks stood in a circle in a distance, staring at Wuxia in terror, wondering where this monster came from. He was so tough that he could withstand the crazy attacks from the 308 groups of dragons guarding this Buddhist kingdom. Time ticked by, and soon, another 4 hours had passed. The 300 dragon-headed men were panting and sweating profusely. They finally realized that something was wrong. Every time they struck, Wuqi's body did not move at all. Instead, their palms were aching and swollen. Sparks flew in all directions from the pestles, and with each strike, the pestles bounced high up into the air. But Wuqi's body just swayed gently, and the sound of bones breaking could no longer be heard. The tallest dragon-headed man threw his head back and let out a furious dragon roar. The fiend flame rises high, and the power of the Buddha is boundless. Prabhudaratna Buddha, please send down the boundless power of the Buddha to subdue the demon and slay the fiend. Buddha is merciful and will purge you, evildoer. As the dragon-headed man gave a long cry, the 1,000,000 monks sat cross-legged in midair, threw away their white jade staffs, put their palms together, and began chanting the Buddha scriptures while Chi-Chi put his palms together. One after another, a large number of monks clad in kasayas flew up from countless temples on the mountain. Suddenly, tens of thousands of caves opened up on the mountain, from which walked out countless devout believers clad in monk robes. More than 30 million believers were chanting the Buddhist scriptures at the same time, and a tremendous amount of power of faith towered into the sky. 90% of the power of faith was absorbed by the 108 white beams in the sky, while the remaining 10% shot down from the sky and injected into the bodies of the 300 dragon-headed men. Their tens of feet tall bodies gradually shrunk, and their skin turned golden and shiny as if they were cast from pure gold. When their bodies shrunk to the same height as an ordinary human being, they wielded their pestles, which were also much smaller, but shone even more dazzlingly, and were now covered with a layer of pale golden flame, and thrust them towards Wuqi. The 300 men were divided into more than 30 teams, circling around Wuqi like a windmill. One after another, they spun around Wuqi's body and smashed their pestles towards Wuqi's body. The noise that sounded like steel hitting would echoed out once again. Once again, Wuqi's bones, muscles, and tendons were shattered inch by the pestles. An even more intense pain came from Wuqi's body. Wuqi roared furiously and stood where he was, not moving an inch. The enormous chaotic energy in his body was spinning rapidly, quickly assimilating with the purple mist that spurted out from his muscles. Every 10 portions of chaotic energy could be assimilated into 1 portion of purple mist. Dense purple mist filled his entire body. Wuqi chuckled, opened his mouth, and began to devour the Buddhist power around him. Not only the Buddhist power, Wuqi was even fighting with these dragon-headed men for the power of faith that poured down from the sky. The 7 Foundation elevating technique specialized in cultivating chaotic energy. With its special characteristics, any kind of power, any kind of physical existence, could be absorbed by chaotic energy. A small interstitial world had formed inside Wuqi's body. Therefore, his ability to absorb and plunder natural energy was at least 10,000 times stronger than these dragon-headed men. Under Wuqi's efforts, with Wuqi as the core, the Buddhist power and the power of faith in the Buddhist kingdom gradually transformed into a giant golden whirlpool, quickly injecting into Wuqi's body. Catalyzed by the small interstitial world, the pure chaotic energy flowed through Wuqi's body, then quickly assimilated into purple mist, rushing towards the injured parts of Wuqi's body. Smashed, repaired, smashed again, repaired again. Wuqi howled in pain, but at the same time he howled in pleasure. With the cooperation of these 300 conscientious dragon-headed men, Wuqi's physical strength had once again improved to a great extent. Using brute force to break the bottleneck, Wuqi's eyes gradually shone with a bright light that no one dared to look directly at. His overall strength was growing bit by bit, and a bright light shone in front of his eyes. Under the guidance of the 7 foundation elevating technique, the Song of Gale, the Darkine Water Scripture, the Inferno Hellfiend Scripture, the True Body of Heaven and Earth Scripture, the Dragon Transformation Script, and the other cultivation techniques transformed into torrents and quickly flowed across Wuqi's mind. The bright light before his eyes expanded rapidly. Wuqi felt that his entire body was enveloped in an incredibly bright light. The strong light shone out from his body, through every pore on his body, and spread out in all directions. Large pieces of dead skin fell off from his skin, while large clouds of filthy black smoke rose from the top of his head. Amidst the putrid black smoke, there was a faint trace of a strange fragrance. Chuckling, Wuqi suddenly laughed out loud and said, "I am indeed destined to meet you Buddhists." Amidst his wild laughter, ink-black divine flame burst out of Wuqi's eyes and rose into the sky like 2 ferocious poisonous dragons. Within a blink of an eye, the flame had burned through the void and left a giant hole in the sky of this Buddhist kingdom, over 1,000 miles in diameter. A faint light shone in from the outside, as Wuqi, who had made a great improvement in his cultivation base, burned through the space barrier of this Buddhist kingdom. Chapter 670. Waning Dragon King. No, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was hiding amidst the watery mist with a few old dragons, Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, and a group of mountain spirits and water demons from Myriad Immortals planet, watching the battle on a distant cape with a frown on his face. The dark shell 8-direction immovable formation had been broken into pieces by Ming Li, and a few flying ships were forcibly pulled out from the green turtle shell. The soldiers on the ships were knocked unconscious by Ming Li's Sanskrit chanting, which sounded like a loud bell. The flying boat slowly floated in the air, drifting along with the wind. Monk Ming Li laughed strangely as he swung his wooden fish hammer with all his might to attack the formation that was barely formed by the few remaining flying ships. Loud booms reverberated in the sky, and a rain of lights splattered in all directions. Auspicious lights shone in all directions. The East Sea Dragon King, who was conferred by Wuqi, frowned. He was hesitating whether he should bring his underlings to rescue Huang Liang and the others. After all, Huang Liang and the 10,000 soldiers were deployed in East Sea County, the military force directly under Wuqi's command. But these Dragon Kings and Water Demons were all demon cultivators, and you and Myriad Immortal Alliance were engaged in a life-and-death battle with each other. If anyone knew that there was a group of demon cultivators hiding in East Sea County, it would not be a good thing for Wuqi. While he was hesitating, the Dark Armor 8 directional immovable formation that was formed by the few remaining ships was finally broken by Ming Li. After a few hours, even the wooden fish that was made of pure gold was full of dents and dents. Monk Ming Li finally broke through the formation and tore the 12 flying boats apart. The long bronze chains were broken and dragged randomly on both sides of the flying boat. They looked like the whiskers of dead fish hanging down, giving off a lifeless feeling. Tens of thousands of soldiers and dozens of oracles were knocked unconscious by Ming Li's chanting, and the only person who was conscious on the ships now was Huang Liang, the former acting military minister of High Province, now the leading general of East Sea County, and also Wuqi's messenger or adjutant. Huang Liang, a timid, lecherous, greedy, and sophisticated man, stood trembling on the prow of the flying ship with a long knife in his hand. Looking at Ming Li, who was hovering in front of him on a white cloud, he felt his lower abdomen clench and a strong urge to urinate. He clenched his legs tightly around the piece of meat between them, trying his best not to make a fool of himself on the spot. Forcing himself to calm down, Huang Liang howled in a hoarse voice as he stared at Ming Li. Do you, General? Ming Li smiled warmly. He placed the wooden fish and the wooden fish hammer on the prow of the ship, then gently pressed his hands on Huang Liang's shoulders and said, "The Buddha is merciful. My hands have never been stained with blood, so how can it be considered as attacking you? I'm just preaching. looking for the fated ones and helping all living beings to release their souls from purgatory. This is a good deed to accumulate great virtues. A Buddhist light that looked like a colored glaze slowly flowed down from Huang Liang's shoulders to his entire body. Ming Li smiled warmly at Huang Liang, and there was an indescribable sense of benevolence in his eyes and brows. Huang Liang's body was twitching. He felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb, feeling peaceful and carefree. He felt that this Ming Li before him was the closest person to him, and that he should obey all of Ming Li's orders. Huang Liang was so close to reciting the name of Buddha along with Ming Li, but suddenly Wuxi's face appeared before Huang Liang's eyes. He suddenly thought of all the cruel and merciless things that Wuxi had done, and recalled Wuxi's resolute and merciless methods. Huang Liang shuddered. Suddenly, the long saber in his hand thrust out like a gust of wind, aiming straight at Ming Li's lower abdomen. Seeing that Huang Liang was about to fall into his trap and become his most loyal follower, Ming Li nodded with a smile on his face. The vigilance in his heart had been reduced by 99%. Suddenly, Huang Liang launched an attack. The blade of his saber had pierced 3 centimeters deep into Ming Li's lower abdomen. Only then did Ming Li react. With a furious roar, he quickly retreated and threw a backhand punch at Huang Liang's head. The wind generated by the punch was accompanied by the roar of a heavenly dragon. Ming Li's punch was the Dragon Roar Fist, one of the 18 heavenly dragon demon subduing techniques, one of the 8 groups of heavenly dragons of the Buddhist League. When this punch was cultivated to the limit, it would have the strength of 100 dragons. The power of this divine power was definitely not weaker than the body-tempering techniques of the immortals and the various body-tempering techniques of the human race. It was a divine power of fiend refining that only those guardian arhats with wisdom, aptitude, and perseverance could cultivate. Ming Li's cultivation base was not that high, but his punch also had the strength of 3 dragons, which was enough to shatter the body of an ordinary heaven immortal. With his cultivation base, Huang Liang could at most have the strength of 1 dragon of a heavenly dragon. When he encountered Ming Li's punch, he would be smashed to pieces. But, intimidated by Wuxi's ferocious power, Huang Liang suddenly had the thought of risking his life. The ferocious Huang Liang bared his teeth and glared at Ming Li with his scarlet eyes. He paid no attention to the punch that came smashing down on his face. Instead, he swung his saber with all his strength and continued to thrust it toward Ming Li's lower abdomen. A vast amount of purple mist kept rushing into Huang Liang's body. Huang Liang's blood was boiling, his internal organs were trembling, and his muscles and bones were filled with a ferocious heat unique to a desperate man. At that moment, Huang Liang had forgotten about life and death, about wealth and honor, about the fact that he was actually a cowardly and slippery man, about the dozens of beautiful girls he had hidden in his backyard, and about the large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry he had stored in his underground storeroom, and about the terrible scene where he might be beaten to a pulp. He just clenched his teeth and concentrated all of his spirit, energy, and spirit on the blade. All of his blood and chi were sucked out and injected into the long blade in his hand. In that instant, Huang Liang's body suddenly turned into a black hole, and all the purple mist on Pangu continent rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 times more purple mist than Huang Liang had ever absorbed in his life had fused into his body, quickly fusing with every cell in his body. A jarring cracking sound rang out from Huang Liang's body. His cultivation base, which had stagnated for at least 10 years, soared 100 times in that instant, from the equivalent of a 35th tier heaven immortal to a 27th tier heaven immortal. In other words, Huang Liang had risen from the realm of 1 star of the first Panga heaven to the realm of 3 stars. All of a sudden, the blade became hazy and only a shadow could be seen, stabbing into Ming Li's lower abdomen without making a sound. The 1.5-foot long blade sank into Ming Li's body. Pale golden blood sprayed out along the grooves in the blade, and a faint whistling sound of the wind could be heard. In just a blink of an eye, at least a dozen kilograms of blood sprayed out. A muffled boom rang out as Ming Li's dragon roar fist landed squarely on Huang Liang's face. Huang Liang's nose collapsed, and blood sprayed out of the wound. The terrible force of the fist knocked Huang Liang's head back, breaking his neck into a dozen pieces and breaking all the nerves and blood vessels in his neck by the terrible force. Huang Liang's vision turned dark, and he lost all consciousness. But a vast amount of purple mist was constantly fusing into his body. His broken nerves, blood vessels, and bones were healing rapidly, and they were now several times tougher than before. Huang Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a boundless killing intent rushed up from his heart. Gripping the hilt of the blade, he gave a hard twist, then slashed it down. A cracking sound was heard, and Ming Li let out a miserable howl. Huang Liang had cut his chest open, and all the bits and pieces of bezoar and horse jewels in his lower abdomen sprayed out. Hee, Lao Tzu is finally a man today. The blood splashed all over Huang Liang's face. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Bald donkey! Lao Tzu is finally a man today." With his face covered in blood, Huang Liang howled like a wounded wild wolf. He dropped the blade, curled up his body, and threw himself at Ming Li, opening his bloody mouth and biting the monk's neck. His white teeth clenched, and a loud crack rang out as the arteries in Ming Li's neck were broken by Huang Liang's bite. A copious amount of blood sprayed out and was sucked into Huang Liang's mouth. Ming Li shrieked in pain. He was a 9th-tier gold arhat, and one of the most favored disciples of Prabhupada Buddha. That was why he was appointed as the missionary disciple of Prabhupada Buddha's lineage on Panga continent. In his opinion, it was a piece of cake to deal with the officials and army of the Yu in High Province. But he never dreamed that he would be defeated by an insignificant ant like Huang Liang. He felt a sharp pain, and blood kept spraying out of his mouth. Every drop of blood contained an extremely powerful Buddhist power. Every drop of blood was condensed by monk Ming Li, who had painstakingly refined the Arhat golden body with a huge amount of faith power and his own Buddhist power. Blood was gushing out of his broken stomach and his arteries. As the blood gushed out, Ming Li felt his vision darken and his body go limp. Howling at the top of his lungs, Ming Li was thrown into disorder. He kept punching Huang Liang's body with both fists, breaking his bones inch by inch, and smashing his internal organs into meat paste. Huang Liang's body was so badly mutilated that he looked like a broken meat sack. But this was the most terrifying characteristic of human warriors. Unless their souls were destroyed and their heads were cut off, it was extremely difficult to kill them as long as they were on Panga continent. Huang Liang's battered body was crazily absorbing the purple mist that kept pouring over. His body was broken and repaired, broken and healed. No matter how Ming Li beat him, he could not really kill him. Ming Li was also in a panic. With his cultivation base and divine abilities, he could shatter Huang Liang's soul with a casual chant and tear Huang Liang's head off with a casual palm strike. As long as he struck, he could kill Huang Liang completely. But Ming Li had forgotten how to deal with human warriors. Instead, he began to compete with Huang Liang with brute force. The two of them tangled together like two mad wild dogs. Huang Liang was scratching, tearing, and gnawing at Ming Li's body, while Ming Li was hitting, hammering, and biting at Huang Liang's body. Both of them let out hysterical howls as blood and minced flesh kept spraying out from their bodies. It was a hideous scene. All of a sudden, a plume of black flame burst out of the void, accompanied by a dragon roar. Wuxia leaped out of the burned void with a strange laugh. As soon as he leaped out of the Buddhist kingdom, Wuxia sensed that Huang Liang's aura had suddenly become 100 times stronger. He turned to look at Huang Liang in amazement and could not help but give him a thumbs up. This guy is a real man today. Ao Buzin, who was still gnawing on a human leg, also looked at Huang Liang in surprise. Half of the leg had fallen out of his wide, open mouth. Chapter 671. Sure enough, The divine flame of void had the miraculous effect of burning everything in the void. As soon as the black flame appeared, it burned a large hole in the Buddhist kingdom, causing all the restrictive spells of the Buddhist League to lose their effectiveness. The rich Buddhist power leaked out in an instant, and the 300 dragon-headed men and 1,000,000 monks, who were arrogant a moment ago, felt their bodies go limp at the same time. Their cultivation bases dropped abruptly, and it was as if a dragon had turned into a caterpillar. Wuxia snorted coldly and sprayed out the chaotic light again. A great sheet of light enveloped the entire Buddhist kingdom. The dragon-headed men, the monks, the Buddhist cultivators and Xianxias, and the tens of millions of devout believers were all sucked into Wuxia's interstitial world and suppressed. Ao Buzin was sharp-eyed and quick-witted. From among the countless believers, he picked a few fair-skinned and handsome men and women and swallowed them in one gulp, chewing them with great relish. The bodies of these believers were almost made of flesh and blood, but they were condensed from the power of faith and the power of the Buddhist League. In Ao Buzin's words, the bodies of these believers were fragrant, crisp, and tender, without the slightest fishy smell, and even their bones were crisp and fragrant like lotus roots. They were the best meat dishes in the world. In Ao Buzin's era, when the great figures among the evil immortals held banquets to entertain their guests, they would be too embarrassed to send invitations to their relatives and friends if they did not serve a few believers of the Buddhist kingdom and some dishes cooked by golden arhats. In some secret corners of outer heavenly realms, in the black markets run by the evil immortals, some butchers sold these Buddhist believers as the best meat dishes. Who told these believers in the Buddhist kingdom to have such a fragrant body without a trace of impurities? Moreover, there was powerful spirit chi and soul power contained in them. Only the flesh of those powerful immortal beasts could compare to them. Ao Buzin's words made Wuxia's eyes shine. It seemed that he had gained a lot this time. Mingli had dragged him into the Buddhist kingdom and suppressed him, but in the end, he had given him a great benefit. The chaotic light kept spraying out, and soon, the mountain with a circumference of 100,000 miles was dragged into Wuxia's interstitial world. Even the boundless clear water and lotus leaves were swallowed by Wuxia. They were quickly digested by the chaotic energy and replenished into Wuxia's interstitial world. What made Wuxia happy was that in the temple at the highest point of the mountain, he actually found 8 volumes of Buddhist scriptures, which recorded many good Buddhist cultivation methods, from the most ordinary little monk all the way to the first great golden arhat, and even how to condense the Bodhisattva lotus throne from the first great golden arhat, and how to achieve Bodhisattva karma. It was just that the techniques above the Bodhisattva realm were missing. This was to be expected. Monk Ming Li's own cultivation was not high. He was now only at the level of a 9th grade golden arhat. What was the use of the manuals above the Bodhisattva realm? After scanning the 8 volumes of Buddhist scriptures with his divine sense and memorizing all the Buddhist mystic techniques, Wuxia threw them into his interstitial world. Good, very good. Wuxia was overjoyed. With these cultivation methods, he could use the mystic technique of the 7 foundation elevating technique, catalyze the Buddhist energy with chaotic energy, and cultivate all kinds of Buddhist divine abilities. At that time, he could pretend to be a Buddhist cultivator again. After letting out 3 loud laughs, Wuxia looted the Buddhist kingdom and put the 108 Sariras in the air into his interstitial world, slowly refining them. After that, the divine flame of sky burned through the void, and he flew out with Ao Buzin, who was holding a human leg in his mouth. As soon as he returned to the shore of the ocean, Wuxia saw Huang Liang entangled with Ming Li like a wild beast. Like 2 wild beasts who had lost their minds, they were fighting each other until their flesh was badly mangled. The situation was extremely tragic. Ming Li, whose overall strength was obviously thousands of times stronger than Huang Liang, was actually suppressed by Huang Liang. Both of them were entangled in an adulterous relationship, sweating profusely and cursing each other. Wuxia could not help but give Huang Liang a thumbs up and praise him for his bravery. In the distance, Lord Xianxia transmitted his voice to Wuqi, telling him about Huang Liang's performance just now. He told Wuqi everything, including how Huang Liang ordered the Dark Armor 8 directional and movable formation to defend against the enemy, and how he did not abandon the soldiers and flee alone, but resolutely attacked Ming Li after the formation was breached by Ming Li. Wuqi could not help but keep nodding. Huang Liang's performance today was really good. Seeing Huang Liang bite Ming Li's nose and poke his middle fingers into the monk's ears, Wuqi strode over and gave Ming Li a heavy kick on his ribs. Although Wuqi was beaten up by the 300 dragon-headed men in the Buddhist kingdom, he had obtained a great benefit. His physical strength had now been enhanced to a level that was beyond common sense. With the kick, half of Ming Li's ribs were shattered. Grabbing Ming Li's neck, Wuqi pressed down on Huang Liang, who had gone mad, and ordered him to stand aside. Ming Li roared furiously, struggling and cursing crazily. But Wuqi grabbed the tendon on his neck with 2 fingers and squeezed it hard. Immediately, the monk became limp like a dead snake, unable to move anymore. Like a gust of wind, Wuqi thrust out 360 immortal detaining needles, locking all the vital acupoints on Ming Li's body. After that, he pressed his right palm on Ming Li's head and uttered a spell, forming 3 layers of soul-restraining restrictive spells, blocking off Ming Li's last path of escaping with the relic. Huang Liang, who was beaten senseless and had forgotten where he was, howled and tried to pounce on Ming Li again. But Wuqi's shout woke Huang Liang up. Huang Liang's body was covered in blood. His fingernails were filled with minced meat, his mouth was filled with blood and flesh, and 2 tendons were stuck between his teeth. Only now did he regain his senses. He staggered a few steps backward and sat down on the prow of the flying ship. Laughing foolishly, Huang Liang stared at Wuqi and said, "Your Excellency, I'm not dead." Wuqi gave Huang Liang a deep look, nodded and said, "You're not dead. You've done a good job this time. When we get back, I'll reward you with more gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful girls." After a short pause, Wuqi threw Ming Li onto the deck and said coolly, "You've done a really good job this time. I'll put you in an important position in the future. Keep your spirits up, for you still have a lot of things to do in the future." Gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful girls were Huang Liang's favorite things. But when he heard Wuqi say that he would put him in an important position, Huang Liang's eyes lit up. He knew very well that he was not Wuqi's trusted subordinate, and the person Wuqi trusted the most had always been someone else. Ever since he came to East Sea County, Huang Liang had always felt that there was a thick layer of darkness in East Sea County, and he was trapped in the darkness, unable to figure out Wuqi's background. Now, Wuqi was going to put him in an important position. Huang Liang rose to his feet, dropped to his knees, and swore to Wuqi, "I'll assist you with all my heart, Your Excellency. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I'll be loyal to you in the future." Looking at Huang Liang's behavior, Wuqi smiled, then gave Ming Li a heavy kick on his face. "Bald donkey, why did you come to East Sea County to pick a fight?" Wuqi snapped angrily. "The U is so big. Why did you come to East Sea County instead of going somewhere else?" Ming Li stared blankly at Wuqi, then suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, You destroyed my Buddhist kingdom in the palm? How is that possible? That's the Buddhist kingdom my master crafted for me. Without the cultivation base of a bodhisattva, how could I destroy it? Could it be that you? Was it the Buddhist kingdom in the palm that Monk Ming Li's master crafted for him? Wuqi nodded to himself. No wonder the atmosphere and scale of the Buddhist kingdom were not at the level of Ming Li, a 9th stage arhat. It was just that everything in the Buddhist kingdom had been plundered by Wuqi, and the Buddhist kingdom had been completely destroyed. After pondering for a moment, Wuqi ordered Huang Liang to return to the East Sea City. He transferred thousands of soldiers and sent those who had been knocked unconscious by the Buddhist chants back to the barracks to recuperate. Then, he drove 12 flying ships back to the East Sea City and then transferred the torturers under Luo Kadi to torture Ming Li. Luo Kadi was a patient, ruthless and merciless person. During his years under Lu Qingfeng's command, he gradually took charge of the assassins raised by Lu Chengfeng, as well as the dark forces such as lynchings and prisons. Because of his character, he was surrounded by a group of cold-blooded, merciless, and even mentally twisted torture experts. Less than an hour after Wu Qi handed Ming Li over to them, Ming Li, who had been tortured to the point of no longer looking human, completely confessed everything. Ming Li's master was one of the 8 bodhisattvas under Prabhadaratna Buddha, the 7 treasures golden bodhisattva Bodhisattva. Prabhadaratna Buddha was famous for forging all kinds of Buddhist artifacts in the Buddhist League and was a top refining grandmaster in the Buddhist League. Among the 8 personal disciples of Prabhadaratna Buddha, Bodhisattva, the 7 treasures golden bodhisattva. It was thanks to his master that Ming Li was able to form the Buddhist kingdom in his palm with the cultivation base of a 9th-tier Arhat. During the war between Myriad Immortal Alliance and the Yu Dynasty, the Buddhist League had taken the opportunity to sneak into Panga continent to recruit believers and expand their territory. Apart from Buddha of Joy, who was behind Madman Shui, the other 7 Buddhas had also sent their emissaries. Prabhadaratna Buddha and Delightful Buddha of Prabhadaratna Buddha were not on good terms with each other in the Buddhist League. Their disciples often had disputes and fights. Therefore, when Madman Shui was preaching in Zhong province, Ming Li also came here eagerly. It was because Madman Shui was preaching in the central province, and he had achieved great results in the past year. Therefore, Monk Ming Li purposely came here to undermine Madman Shui's plan. Upon hearing Ming Li's confession, Wu Qi felt a lump in his throat. What does the internal strife of the Buddhist League have to do with Wu Qi's EC County? Why did you, a scourge, come here? Ming Li had suffered a great loss in EC County, and his Buddhist kingdom in Apam had been destroyed. His master, Bodhisattva, must have sensed it. The fact that the Buddhist League had sent the disciples of 8 Buddhas to preach on Panga continent should be related to some big plans of the Buddhist League. Perhaps what happened to Ming Li would directly alert Prabhadaratna Buddha, and perhaps one of the Buddhas would sneak into Panga continent to stand up for his disciples. You're not called a pockmark. You're a fucking scammer. Wu Qi's scalp went numb at the thought of the possible consequences if he were to teach Ming Li a lesson. After pondering for a long time, Wu Qi gritted his teeth. In for a penny, in for a pound. I might as well play with you. Would the Buddhist League dare to openly clash with the officials of the Yu Dynasty on Panga continent? If Ming Li dares to do so, would Prabhadaratna Buddha, a Buddha of the Buddhist League, whose every word and deed represents the opinion of the Buddhist League, dare to get involved in this muddy water as well? After beheading Ming Li and letting Ao Buzan devour his relic, Wu Qi carried the bloody head and led an army of 10,000 soldiers to the field headquarters where Bo Yunting's army was located. Wu Qi was going to join the war again, and at the same time, he was going to put the blame on Ming Li's head. The Buddhist League is interfering in the conflict between Myriad Immortal Alliance and the Yu Dynasty. Chapter 672. On the cloud platform, Bo Yunting's tent stood majestically. Dozens of huge airboats were approaching from afar, carrying mountainous amounts of grains, fresh meats, fine wines, medicaments, and other supplies. 3 airboats were carrying 7,000 retired veterans who had just been re-enlisted and armed. On a towering peak to the south of the cloud platform, a large sheet of fog had blanketed the land for 10,000 miles around. Vaguely, deafening battle cries and the deep beating of war drums could be heard coming out of the fog. Above the fog, thousands of oracles were chanting spells and performing incantation gestures to disperse the fog. Some of them were surveying the nearby underground energy veins, digging ditches to remove the natural energy supply from the underground energy veins, cutting off the natural energy supply to the formation near the peak. But the biggest threat to the formation was the 9 red fireballs, each about 100 miles in diameter, hovering high in the sky. Inside the fireballs, which were rolling and emitting threatening heat waves, huge figures that stood tens of miles tall could be vaguely seen. These figures all had 3 heads and 6 arms, but each of them had 3 long legs, each standing on a 9-headed fiery serpent. These hazy figures were singing in a deep voice, and a terrible heat was pouring out of their bodies to form the 9 mighty little suns. Under the control of the 9 huge figures, countless fireballs condensed into about 10 feet thick fire arrows and shot down from the sky. Like raindrops, the fire arrows twisted the air and fell from the sky, dragging a faint light that could be seen with naked eyes. Once they hit the fog formation, the fog within a radius of several miles was immediately evaporated, revealing the mountains and rivers that had been dried up and cracked by the fire. Every now and then, the 9 huge figures would grumble in a deep voice. In front of Bo Yunting's main camp on Cloud Platform, oracles from the Directorate of Celestials were slaughtering captive immortals and oracles on 9 altars, each measuring about 1,000 feet in circumference. Blood essence and souls were constantly being absorbed by the fireballs. Once these fireballs were replenished with blood essence and souls, the intensity and heat of the fireballs suddenly skyrocketed, and the power of the fire arrows they shot out also increased by several times. In the foggy formation, tens of thousands of great Yu soldiers, led by hundreds of golden-armored captains, were fighting a group of immortals with long sleeves. Among the hundreds of golden-armored generals, there were more than 100 who had reached the realm of second Panga Heaven, and their cultivation bases were comparable to gold immortals, while a similar number of gold immortals were fighting against them. In addition to the nearly 100 gold immortals, there were also hundreds of heaven immortals and tens of thousands of itinerant cultivators, such as Nascent Divinity, Nascent Soul, and Gene Dan cultivators. On the towering peak behind these immortals, a large number of immortals were deploying formations to shroud the void in all directions. The number of immortals and itinerant cultivators near the mountain was even greater than the army led by Bo Yunting. Clearly, this mountain was an important stronghold of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, it would not have been guarded by so many gold immortals and heaven immortals, nor so many itinerant cultivators. On the other hand, the foggy formation was able to separate Bo Yunting's army from his vanguard, and no matter how hard the oracles tried to attack it, they could not break it. It showed how extraordinary the formation was. As was common in the battle between the Great Yu army and the immortals, the Yu's soldiers charged forward like a tide, while the immortals unleashed all kinds of magical treasures. All kinds of flying swords, magical treasures, talismans, and thunderbolts came whistling down. Wearing helmets and armors, the soldiers of the Yu fought head-on against the magic of the immortals with the protection of the oracles. Every time they charged, a large group of soldiers would be knocked away by the flying swords and magical treasures, and many more would be injured by the immortal talismans and thunderbolts. But their strong fleshly bodies and excellent armors, as well as the magical spells of the oracles, made these soldiers feel no pain, no fear, and no fatigue. Even if their arms were chopped off and their bodies were blown to pieces, as long as they could still move, they would continue to charge forward without fear. The fog eroded the restrictive spells on these DU soldiers, and as a result, the vanguard army of Zhong province had been trapped in the fog formation for a day and a night, and the restrictive spells on them had begun to weaken. The lingering fog kept seeping into the hazy halo around them, weakening their defenses layer by layer. All of a sudden, a strong light burst out from the restrictive spells on a team of 100 soldiers, and the defensive spells on them were broken by the continuous attacks and the invasion of the fog. Immediately, a dozen ghost immortals, clad in black robes and shrouded in a ghostly aura, rushed out from the crowd of immortals in front of them. Holding white bone banners in their hands and wearing small copper bells on their little fingers, the immortals in black waved the white bone banners and touched the copper bells with their fingers for a while. Immediately, the howling of ghosts accompanied by the ringing of the copper bells rang out. The captain and his soldiers screamed at the same time. Wisps of white smoke spurted out from their 7 orifices, then they fell to the ground and lost their breath. The ghost immortals burst out laughing, their laughter sounding like the howls of ghosts and very unpleasant to the ears. The leader, a golden-armored general, who was a 3-stars realm cultivator in the second Penga heaven, flew into a rage. Taking advantage of the moment when these ghost immortals rushed out of the formation, he flashed to their side and thrust his halberd down. The sound of flesh being pierced was ear-piercing. The dozen or so immortals in black did not even have time to scream before their bodies were riddled with at least 70 to 80 see-through holes. Especially the heavy blow between their eyebrows. Even their immortal souls were shattered. Before the golden-armored general could retreat to the army, 3 gold immortals, who were of the same cultivation base as him, came whistling out. 3 sword beams, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 1 red, swept down with cold air and entangled the golden-armored general. Following them were 7 golden-purple immortal talismans, each about 12 feet long, and dozens of fist-sized thunderbolts that glinted with a misty white light that looked like sharp thorns. The sword beams hacked on the general's armor, making it clanging noises. 7 spirit talismans sealed off the general's way of retreat. Earth, water, fire, wind, and all sorts of elemental energies swept out, wrapping the general in the air like an oven and burning him in an area with a radius of about 1 mile. The dozens of thunderbolts approached the general like lightning bolts and then exploded at the same time. The 7 immortal talismans restrained the explosive force of the thunderbolts to a narrow area less than 10 feet around the general, and as a result, the power of the thunderbolts increased by more than 10 times. The general gave a muffled snort as his armor shattered. Suddenly, numerous runes burst out of his battle robe and transformed into a light armor that wrapped around his body. But the light armor was also destroyed by the continuous attacks. The battle robe, densely embroidered with countless runes to form the pattern of mountains and rivers, could only emit a strong light to barely block the attacks from the outside world, while all the attacks fell on the general at the same time. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, while bones and tendons were broken. The general, who was in the 3-stars realm of the second Pengu heaven a moment ago, was now twisted and deformed by the explosion. He retreated hastily, covered in blood. To use battle formation made way for him to flee into the formation. But as soon as he rushed back, he fell to the ground. His left arm was broken, his spine was broken into 3 pieces, and his flesh and blood were torn apart by the shock, causing blood to spurt out of his body. Fortunately, the fleshly body of the human race was countless times stronger than diamond. If an ordinary gold immortal were hit by such an attack, he would have long been reduced to ashes. Even so, the general had lost his ability to move when he rushed back into the battle formation. A few of his bodyguards rushed out and poured a large amount of medicinal liquid and pills into his mouth, then applied ointments all over his body. The joint attack of 3 gold immortals immediately made one of the used generals lose his ability to fight. The morale of the immortals soared. A white-bearded gold immortal, who was presiding over the formation on the mountain behind them, laughed out loud. He kept unleashing thunderbolts from his palms to shake the dozens of flags in front of him, causing the fog formation that covered an area of 10,000 miles to change again. The water vapor in the fog grew denser and denser. As a result, a great deal of green energy began to pour out of the fog. In the blink of an eye, the green energy condensed into wooden stakes that were tens of feet in diameter and about a mile long. The azure spirit chi violently rubbed against the wooden stakes. Immediately, a large expanse of azure lightning sprayed out from the wooden stakes. Deafening thunderclaps resounded, and countless bolts of lightning wrapped around the thousands of wooden stakes bombarded the army's formation. Dozens of the used soldiers, who were charging out of the formation, were caught off guard by the sudden change. As the huge wooden stakes smashed down, the power of lightning shot out in all directions and knocked several groups of soldiers to the ground. The lightning and fire shattered the restrictive spells and armors they wore, and the soldiers howled miserably as they were burned to ashes by the lightning and fire. Through the deliberate amplification of the formation, The miserable howls of the Yu's soldiers before they died could be heard clearly by the generals and officers of the Yu near the main tent on the cloud platform. Many of the high-ranking generals of the Yu were enraged when they heard that, and some of them rushed into the tent, dropping to their knees and asking for permission to fight. Sitting high up behind the table, Bo Yunting looked coldly at these generals with a gloomy face. The vanguard of 30,000 soldiers has been trapped. Do you still want to send the spoils of war to those rebels? With a cold snort, Bo Yunting clenched his jaws and said, "No one is allowed to lead the army into battle until this formation is cracked. Those who disobey will be punished by military law." Wuxia came to Bo Yunting's main tent with an army of 10,000 soldiers, ready to receive the commander's token and rejoin the battle against Myriad Immortal Alliance. He left the army on the cloud platform and was led into the tent by a few heralds, preparing to report to Bo Yunting that he had recovered from his injury and had returned to the army. Upon hearing Bo Yunting's rebuke, Wuxia glanced at the unsightly faces of the generals who asked for permission to fight, as well as the shrill howls coming out of the fog outside. An idea immediately came to his mind. If one were to say that the formation outside was difficult to break, these generals and soldiers would have a hard time doing so. After all, they did not know much about the formations of the immortals. Even among the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials, very few of them had studied the formations of the immortals. Whether it was the army of the Yu or the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials, they preferred to destroy everything that stood in their way with tremendous force, just like the 9 huge fireballs that were spewing raging flames in the sky outside. If given enough time, these fiend gods invited from outer heavenly realms could even burn the mountain and the formation to ashes. But they needed time. By the time they broke the formation, the 30,000 soldiers would have long been killed or wounded. Wuxia, on the other hand, could see that the formation outside was riddled with holes. It was nothing more than a combination of 5 maze formations and a thunder formation of 5 elements. According to the diagrams of formations found in the Scroll of Stealing, the level of this formation was the level used by an ordinary mid-tier heaven immortal to protect his cave abode. Rolling his eyes, Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed to Bo Yunting, then asked for permission to fight. "Military Minister, I, Tam Lang, have just recovered from my injury, and I ask for permission to break the formation." After pondering for a brief moment, Wuxia bowed to Bo Yunting again and said, "When I was wiping out an itinerant cultivator named Reverend Yao Yu in my territory, I found a scroll containing the formation diagram of the 5 elements nested thunder maze formation outside. I have full confidence in breaking it." Bo Yunting was taken aback. Then he jumped to his feet in ecstasy and burst into laughter. "Good. If you can really break the formation and kill these rebels, I'll give you a great merit, and I'll personally ask for a reward for you." Wuxia narrowed his eyes and agreed without hesitation. Chapter 673. While Wuxia volunteered to attack the alliance of 10,000 Immortals formation in Bo Yunting's headquarters, Princess Zhang Lu was busy in Enlu County. In the mountains 3,000 miles southwest of Anhui City, several mountaintops were moved away by Han Fei with the mountain drinking technique. Standing on the white cloud, Han Fei, who was clad in a linen robe unique to the Yu, gave a light cry. Immediately, the 8 mountains that were tightly clustered together slowly wriggled in 8 directions like mollusks that had come to life, revealing a flat land with a circumference of 100 miles. Each of the 8 mountains was over 100,000 feet tall. Following Han Fei's order, they slowly protected the flat land according to the position of the 8 trigrams. At the same time, the surrounding mountains and valleys gradually changed their topography. Vaguely, there were 360 mountains surrounding the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 mountains according to the position of the stars in the sky. As the mountains wriggled, they gradually changed their positions, but everything was done silently. Although they were moving, they did not make any sound. When Han Fei performed the mountain drinking technique, it gave people a sense of tranquility and gentleness. Even the insects on the mountain didn't sense the changes in the mountain. They were still happy and unfettered in their own little world. When Han Fei moved the mountains away, Sun Quan stepped on a white cloud and flew over the flatland. With a pale purple jade scroll in his hand, he murmured a few incantations in a low voice, and the earth veins under the mountains quickly rushed toward the flatland. 360 huge spirit veins were roaring underground like giant dragons. Soon, they were connected to the roots of the 360 mountains in the periphery. When these energy veins were perfectly fused with the mountains under Sun Quan's great power, the 360 mountains slowly released energy that was 100 times more abundant than before. The flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and all the other creatures on and off the mountains all cheered. Su Qin, who was an expert in the art of stars, flew up into the sky with a smile until he reached the highest altitude he could reach. He formed a seal with both hands and carefully drew down the power of the stars from the 9 heavens, turning it into an endless silver rain that sprinkled down. The 360 towering mountains were connected to the power of the stars in the sky. Instantly, these mountains were all shrouded in starlight, and a layer of dense purple mist and silver light covered these mountains like flowing water. Princess Zhang Lu was riding on a 5-colored cloud, flying across mountains. Wherever she passed, the rocks, sand, and dust in the mountains were all refined by the 5-colored divine flame. The originally messy mountains were refined by the divine flame, turning into a pure, glass-like texture. Princess Zhang Li's powerful divine sense penetrated into these mountains, directly pulling out the rare metals within the mountains and outlined countless nested rune array discs within the mountains. After Princess Zhang Li flew past these seemingly ordinary mountains, they immediately gave off a completely different feeling. Originally, these mountains were just ordinary mountains, but now, at a glance, they looked like bonsai carved out of supreme-grade jade. A strong and vigorous aura spread faintly, and these mountains had been fundamentally changed. The rune array discs within the 360 mountains were connected to each other, and the 360 huge energy veins were intertwined and fused together. A mighty formation was slowly taking shape under the joint efforts of everyone. But this was not the end of the formation. The real killer move of the formation was in the 8 mountains that stood tens of thousands of feet tall in the center. When the 360 mountains in the periphery were ready, they worked together to extract 8 huge, immortal veins from the depths of Panga continent and fuse them into the 8 mountains. The 8 immortal veins stretched for hundreds of millions of miles and were the origin of 1/3 of the energy veins in Zhong province. When they were forcibly joined together, the 8 mountains in the center immediately emitted a dazzling light. The impurities in the mountains were washed away in an instant, leaving behind a pure texture that looked like pearls and jade. Fortunately, Yandan was sitting in the sky and had concealed the situation in this part of the mountain range with the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration. Otherwise, when the 8 mountains emitted the towering light, they would look like 8 huge lighthouses and would have been discovered long ago. Fortunately, Wuxia had controlled the item spirit in the Panga's map, so no one could find out any changes in the energy veins in Zhong province without his consent. Otherwise, the sudden change in the origin of 1/3 of the energy veins in Zhong province would immediately attract the army of Zhong province. Su Qin struck again in the sky. This time, he did not attract the light of the stars, but the terrible true flame of the sun. The pale red true flame of the sun, which looked like melted glass, sprinkled down silently from the sky and merged with the 8 mountains. The mountains melted, and the rolling magma slowly slid down the steep slopes that Han Fei had created on purpose, forming a lava lake with a circumference of 100 miles on the flat ground between the 8 mountains. Carefully, he controlled the mountains around him. For every inch the 8 mountains melted, he would make the mountains rise by 1 foot. For every foot the mountains melted, He would make the mountains rise by 10 feet. After one day and one night, the 8 mountains were melted thousands of feet high, but the mountains had risen to 18,000 feet high. Nourished by the rich immortal energy in the underground immortal veins and tempered by the true flame of the sun, the 8 mountains had become 10,000 times harder than diamonds and 10,000 times more delicate and beautiful than jade. Princess Xianxia stood in the middle of the lava lake, with the 5-color divine rays sweeping out from her back like 5 flood dragons, carving countless runes and spells on the inside and outside of the 8 mountains. Little Conqueror stood on Princess Xianxia's shoulder, flapping her wings excitedly and spraying out balls of Nanming flame. The true flame of the sun and Nanming flame merged into one, and under Little Conqueror's control, they turned into a brand new innate divine flame, which possessed an extremely magical power and an incredible power. Only the Phoenix clan could control fire like this. It was an innate ability of these divine birds, just like how the Great Gale could control the storms between the heaven and earth. The flames on the 8 mountains were restrained, condensing into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of miles in the belly of each mountain. Boundless immortal chi kept fusing into the 8 fireballs, gradually increasing the power of the 8 fireballs. Because of the countless runes and spells carved by Princess Xianxia, not even the slightest flame could leak out from the 8 mountains. After Jingku and the other captains brought many disciples of Mo sect and planted a large amount of flowers, plants, and trees on the mountains, the 8 mountains were once again filled with greenery and vitality. High up in the sky, Sun Quan and a few other Grandmaster experts joined hands and exerted their power once again. 81 energy veins of pure fire element were forcibly drawn over from afar and fused into the ground of the lava lake, forcibly creating a huge underground spirit cave of fire element. The fire element energy in this place had reached a frightening level, and the underground temperature could be compared to that of an ordinary small star. The lava lake began to explode and expand. Just as a 100 miles in diameter pillar of flame was about to erupt, MOD flicked his sleeve, and the MO city, which had expanded to 100 miles in circumference, flew out, transforming into a dark cloud that pressed down slowly. 8 lofty mountains, which contained an inexhaustible power of fire, and 360 lofty mountains, which contained immense power of stars, simultaneously burst out a large sheet of rainbow light that wrapped around Mo City, shielding it as it slowly descended to the ground, forcibly pushing back the fiery column that had burst out from the ground. With a muffled noise, countless black metal chains stretched out from within Mo City, their length seemingly endless. They plunged into the surrounding mountains, communicating with the energy core formed within the mountains as one. A long alloy spike, measuring 10,000 miles in length and as thick as a thumb, slowly thrust out from the center of the city, piercing through the lava lake and the thick rock layer, all the way into the deepest underground spirit cave of fire element. A dazzling flame burst out from Mo City, while an enormous energy surged through the countless energy passages in the city. The lifeless, pitch-black metal city suddenly came to life, and muffled mechanical noises could be heard coming from everywhere. Numerous huge war machines and various metal puppets, such as dragons, phoenixes, tigers, leopards, and many others, came out from their hiding places, wandering back and forth on the city walls. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Mo City had successfully rooted its foundation in the mountains. Great Yin was going to lay a foundation on Panga continent. While it was easy to provide food and pay, the soldiers needed a large number of armors and weapons. With the strength of the various powers on Panga continent, Great Yan soldiers needed a large number of armors and weapons of the grade of heaven immortal items. A safe and stable forging base that could provide an astronomical number of heaven immortal items was indispensable. Fortunately, Great Yin had one more convenient condition than the other 5 dynasties. MOD and Mo sect were in Great Yin, and Mo sect was in Great Yin. Mo sect was famous for forging all kinds of exquisite tools. As long as Mod was given enough materials and time, he could forge any armors, weapons, or war machines. Now, Mo City had successfully rooted its foundation here. With the protection of the two great formations, it was as stable as Mount Tai and no longer feared any invasion. Coupled with the support of the enormous natural energy, immortal energy, and fire element energy, it was the most convenient place to forge any kind of immortal item. Not only would this be the armory center of Great Yin in the future, but also the armors and weapons of Wuxia's underhand sect and EC County would come from here. Moreover, the land tens of thousands of miles around Mo City was surrounded by hundreds of huge mountains. Such a vast area could be used as a training base for Great Yan soldiers. With such a vast area, as long as there was a sufficient supply of food and fodder, it could feed hundreds of millions of soldiers. With the fertile farmland of an Lu County and an E County, there was no need to worry about the lack of food and fodder. After the formation was laid out, Sun Quan, Su Qin, Han Fei, and Princess Zhang Lu joined forces to construct countless illusory formations, maze formations, and trap formations within tens of thousands of miles. All the formations were nested into a hole with the two great formations in the center. The Formation Eye, which was also the core magical treasure that controlled the operation of the whole formation, was Yin Dan's prime magical artifact, the Disk of Heavenly Tao Transmigration, and this complex nested formation was named Endless Transmigration by the Emperor and courtiers of Great Yin. Once one stepped into the formation, he or she would be trapped in the transmigration. This was the original meaning of the name. After a long time of work, with the joint efforts of the Emperor and courtiers of Great Yin, the forest was finally taken care of. Just as everyone was clapping and laughing and celebrating their success, someone from scouting office came with a secret report. In Enlu County and in E County, some Buddhist cultivators were found secretly preaching and recruiting believers. Some secret agents of scouting office followed these Buddhist cultivators to keep an eye on them, but their legs were broken and they were thrown into the street. Chapter 674. Two fat monks, Ming Zhen and Ming Xing, were walking on the streets of Anhe City, staggering with each step. They were carrying a huge wooden fish cast from pure gold in their left hands, and a long wooden fish hammer forged from pure silver in their right hands. Every few steps they took, they would lightly knock on the wooden fish, producing a sonorous and jarring sound. The residents of Anhe City were staring cautiously at these two strange men, who were dressed very differently from the people of Diyu. Their bald heads and huge, fair bellies surprised the residents even more. No matter if they were of noble birth, high or low status, men or women, old or young, very few people of Great Yu had such a fat body. How could those ordinary people, who came from humble backgrounds, who had to plow the fields and graze the animals, cut firewood and carry water, fish and hunt to feed their families, how could they be fat? Regardless of whether they were men or women, the descendants of influential clans and clans would practice a certain body-tempering technique, and it was even rarer to see a fat man. If they had the aptitude to practice magic, they would be chosen by the Directorate of Celestials to learn all kinds of strange magic. The oracles who dealt with ghosts and deities under the heaven would often feed all kinds of evil ghosts and deities with their own blood essence and souls, or use their blood essence as the primer to launch all kinds of magic. With that, those oracles would be as skinny as a stick. How could they look so fair and chubby? If the people of Diyu came from ordinary clans, they would have a simple and honest air, like the great trees in the mountains or the boulders in the fields. Those who came from influential clans might be proud and domineering, but they would never have the carefree and leisurely air of these two monks, who seemed to have no worries about anything. The ancient architectural style of any city, as well as the pitch-black, square-shaped palaces and pavilions, did not match well with these two monks, who were clad in monk robes made of fine cloth, sandals made of fine grass, silk belts tied around their waists, and wooden fish held in their hands in a splendid manner. They were two unusual people who had intruded into an city. Along the way, the people were sizing them up with great caution. No one talked to them, and no one dared to get close to them. Everyone was staring at them with an indifferent look, as if they were thousands of miles away from them. Ming Zhen and Ming Xing glanced left and right with a smile on their faces. They did not take the cold attitude of the people in Anhe City seriously. Just now, a few spies with low cultivation bases dared to follow them. Although they had also practiced the body tempering technique of Great Yu's military, with their shallow cultivation bases, their arms could only carry a force of about 10,000 kilograms, and they could be considered as experts among mortals. But Ming Zhen and Ming Xing were both gold arhats with accomplished cultivation bases, 10th-tier arhats, and had also practiced the mighty divine ability of the Buddhist League, the evil-subduing dragon, which gave them the power to overturn rivers and seas with a flip of their hands. They were just a few ants, so it was better to break their legs and throw them on the road. The city in front of them was very good. Although the dark buildings made people feel uncomfortable, the people here were not bad. A few years ago, it was said that the disciples of the Buddhist League had infiltrated this area and had even opened a Taoist Rite temple nearby, built a mountain gate, and recruited many believers. But when the war broke out, the immortals of the Fiend League from outer heavenly realms also built their own power here. The conflict between the two sides gave the officials of the Yu army an advantage. Now, the city and its people were under the control of the officials of the Yu army. It was a pity that the hundreds of years of hard work of the sons of Buddhas had gone to waste. But things were different now. Since the Lord Buddha had made the decision to infiltrate Pangu continent completely, and the 8 Buddhas had sent their disciples into Pangu continent at the same time to preach, there was no need for them to develop so cautiously. They could use their glib tongues to persuade the local people of Anlu County and make them obediently join the Buddhist League and become devout believers. Ming Zhen and Ming Xing exchanged a glance and burst into laughter at the same time. The flesh on their fair cheeks twitched a few times, and they shouted the name of Prabhadaratna Buddha at the same time. Moving their lips and tongues, they began to talk about the benefits of joining the Buddhist League in an extravagant manner. Droplets of saliva sprayed out of their mouths and fell to the ground with a faint golden gleam. Immediately, a sheet of golden light burst out of the ground, amidst which white lotus flowers sprayed out. Only bodhisattvas could possess the cultivation base of bodhisattvas. But, as Ming Zhen and Ming Xing were chosen to preach on Pangu continent, their eloquence was also top-notch among the many golden arhats who served Prabhadaratna Buddha. Bodhisattvas could emit golden lotuses from their mouths, but they could also emit white lotuses from their mouths. The ground was covered with lotus flowers, the air was filled with fragrance, and all kinds of wonderful scenes had enveloped Anhe City. The 2 monks unleashed their willpower, triggering the thoughts of the millions of people in the city. The 7 emotions were stirred at the same time, and the 6 evils were unleashed. Under the guidance of the 2 monks, countless illusions appeared before the eyes of the people of Anhe City. High up in the sky, there were heavenly dragons dancing in the sky, celestial maidens scattering flowers, Bodhi trees, and boundless lotus flowers. Many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sat cross-legged among them, and millions of believers lived in gorgeous houses and palaces, enjoying fine wine, delicious food, beautiful women, and handsome men. Celestial maidens, as beautiful as flowers and jade-like celestial maidens, tall and mighty guardians of the Dharma. And whenever those believers needed something, these strange creatures would immediately possess them. Separated by a dense layer of auspicious clouds, under the beautiful heaven were 18 layers of horrible hell. Tongues were pulled out, tendons were pulled out, tendons were pulled out, skin was peeled off, and there were mountains of blades, forests of spears, and even seas of fire and icebergs. All kinds of tortures were described, and all of them made one shudder with fear. If one believed in Prabhadaratna Buddha, he would be taken to the Mahesvara Buddhist kingdom after death, where he would enjoy endless blessings. However, if one did not believe in Prabhadaratna Buddha, it would be a great disrespect to the Buddha, accumulating endless evil karma, and he would definitely fall into hell after death, never to be reincarnated. If one believed in Prabhadaratna Buddha, he would be rewarded with blessings when he was alive, and his family would be safe and sound, without sickness or disaster. If one did not believe in Prabhadaratna Buddha, he would be rewarded with evil karma when he was alive. Men would lose their wives, women would lose their husbands, children would die prematurely, and so on. All kinds of unlucky karma would be involved. Two monks were standing at the crossroads in the center of Anhi city, flicking their 3-inch tongues and spitting out tiny white lotus flowers. The scene was filled with all sorts of strange phenomena and wonderful sounds, causing the people in Anhi city to feel their hearts and souls ripple uncontrollably. Back then, Anhi city had been under the control of Buddhist cultivators for several hundred years. Although the ascetic cultivators of Buddhist League did not manage to build a solid foundation in the city, the various Buddhist scriptures and meditation techniques they preached still influenced many people. The cultivators of Buddhist League, who controlled Anhi city in those years, were merely nascent soul cultivators. But now, 2 10th-tier golden arhats had appeared in Anhi city. They could be considered as the core members of the Buddhist League, and they had been practicing all kinds of divine abilities and tongues. How could the people in Anhi city resist them? In just less than 8 minutes, many people in Anhi city had dropped to their knees, kowtowing to the 2 monks while chanting the name of Prabhadaratna Buddha. The few streets in Anhi city were packed with people, all of whom were kowtowing to the 2 monks as if they were intoxicated. Their eyes were cloudy, and they looked like a dog that had been smacked in the face with a brick. Ming Zhen and Ming Xing smiled complacently at each other. Their skin and flesh were shivering, and waves of fat were rolling up and down their bodies. Mustering all the Buddhist power they had, they kept waving their tongues and spraying out large amounts of saliva. Specks of golden light wrapped in white lotus flowers filled the entire Anhi city. The 2 monks danced and danced at the crossroads, while specks of Buddhist light flew out of their bodies and sprinkled on the people who were worshiping them. The white hair of the old men turned black. The sick young men were cured, and the healthy ones felt a warm current rolling through their bodies. The energy they had spent on their women last night was suddenly fully restored. The old women straightened their backs, feeling no more soreness in their bodies, while the young women were pleasantly surprised to find that some of the freckles and scars on their bodies had disappeared without a trace. Blessings. This is the blessings of believing in the Buddha. The 2 monks roared at the top of their lungs. Their saliva had almost dried up. While the 2 monks were busy preaching the teachings of the Buddhist League, deep and powerful footsteps were heard coming from all directions, sounding like the rumbling of thunder from Chi-Chi. One by one, the people who had been worshipping on the streets were captured by soldiers clad in leather armors and forcibly brought to the shops and houses along the streets. Troops of soldiers armed with strong bows and crossbows and clad in heavy metal armors came marching in from all directions. Their eyes were firm, and their faces were expressionless. Their movements were in perfect unison, as if they were one person. Clearly, they were all elites who had been through hundreds of battles. The 2 monks, Ming Zhen and Ming Xing, were stunned. Anlu County was just a county in Zhong Province. According to the U's military establishment, for a first-grade county with a large population and a developed economy, the military prince would at most have 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. Anlu County could only have 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers at most. But now, when the 2 monks scanned the surroundings with their divine will, they found that there were at least 5 soldiers in the entire Anhi city. Among them, 40,000 were forcing the people who were worshipping them into the houses along the streets, while the other 10,000 were controlling the area 2 miles in circumference, with the 2 monks as the center. These 10,000 heavily armored soldiers were armed with strong crossbows, and the arrows on their bows were emanating faint ripples of energy. The strange and agile ripples of energy made the 2 monks' faces flicker. They were powerful crossbows made by experts in artifact crafting and could pose a threat to even heaven immortals. Even though the two monks had the golden bodies of arhats, they dared not to take the volley of 10,000 crossbows head-on. In the past, many immortals, who were conceited about their divine abilities, had attacked the Great Yu army alone. As a result, all the immortals who dared to do so were riddled with sieves by the rain of arrows fired by the Yu's army. Realizing that something was not right, the two monks chanted the name of Buddha together, then stepped onto a cloud and flew away without saying a word. It was just that they suddenly remembered that Lu County was once controlled by Buddhist cultivators, and that was why they came here to take advantage of the situation and show their faces in front of their fellow disciples. They did not expect that his city would suddenly become like a hedgehog. Just as they were preaching here, an army was sent to besiege them. However, when they had just flown several hundred feet into the air, a five-colored divine ray came sweeping down from the sky. Princess Xianxia's cold and merciless voice echoed through the entire city. "Kill these two bald donkeys. As for the others, their taxes will be increased by 10 times this year." Ming Zhen and Ming Xing's Buddhist energy weakened abruptly, and they fell from the sky like mortals. Followed by a series of popping noise, countless arrows swooshed over, covering the bodies of Ji Hao and Si Wenming with shreds of afterimages. Chapter 675. While Princess Zhonglu was killing two preaching monks in his city, Wuxia had taken out Ming Li's head from Bo Yunting's main tent. A small golden sandalwood box was stuffed with all kinds of medicinal powders made from various spices. Ming Li's fat head was stuffed inside the box. He grimaced in pain and died with his eyes wide open, looking extremely fierce. His dead, fish-like eyes still reflected a trace of ferocious light. Bo Yunting was struck dumb. Just now, Wuxia volunteered to crack the formation outside, and Wuxia said that he had a 100% chance of doing so, which made Bo Yunting very happy. But after receiving the token, Wuxia did not leave. Instead, he took out a human head. What was he trying to do? Bo Yunting rose to his feet, walked up to Wuxia, and studied Ming Li's head for a while. "A Buddhist cultivator?" he asked with a frown. Wuxia lowered his head slightly and answered in a deep voice, "He is a Buddhist cultivator. His Buddhist name is Ming Li, and he sneaked into the East Sea County of High Province with a group of rebels from Myriad Immortal Alliance. The rebels of Myriad Immortal Alliance abducted beautiful girls of certain birthdays in the East Sea County as cultivation vessels, and Ming Li took the opportunity to preach his Buddhist doctrine in the villages and towns where most of the girls were lost." Bo Yunting's face twitched, and a fierce gleam of anger flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do they want to repeat what happened in the past? Father's right. These cultivators, whether they are Taoists or monks, have never given up on killing me. Do you?" He patted Wuxia on the shoulder and promised that he would immediately report the matter to Bo Zhongfu, the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, in an urgent document, and mobilize a reserve army to guard against the Buddhist cultivators. At the same time, Bo Yunting praised Wuxia for killing Ming Li and counted it as a great military contribution and added it to Wuxia's record. Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed to Bo Yunting, then walked out of the tent with the token in his hand. A few heralds sounded the bugle and passed down the order from Wuxia, who was holding the token. At his command, in addition to the 10,000 soldiers he had brought with him, Bo Yunting had also mobilized 1,000 formidable generals and soldiers to serve under him. The weakest of these soldiers had the cultivation base of 5 stars realm of the first Panga Heaven, while the strongest had the cultivation base of 3 stars realm of the second Panga Heaven. With these soldiers, he did not have to worry that the immortals of the Immortal Alliance would suddenly rush out of the mountains ahead to disrupt his formation. Apart from these 1,000 elite soldiers, Wuxia also deployed a Jade Armor Dark Turtle flying ship. The Dark Turtle flying ship was perfectly round from top to bottom, and it was made from the shell of a Jade Armor Dark Turtle, which lived in the Great East Ocean on Panga Continent. They were born with the cultivation base of heaven immortals, and when they reached adulthood, they would have the overall strength of peak-level gold immortals. When they reached adulthood, their bodies were fixed to be 81 miles long and 36 miles wide, and their shells were naturally protected by 64 layers of exquisite runes, giving them an amazing defense. Every 10,000 years, the powerful oracles of the U's Directorate of Celestials would hunt and kill a batch of you, using their shells to craft all kinds of magical artifacts. After being refined with medicinal liquid, the U had grown to be 8 miles and 150 feet long and 6 miles and 900 feet wide, with 3 layers of specially made alloy armor on the outside. Together with the protection of 64 layers of runes on the shell, there were more than 100 layers of defense on the whole body, which was strong enough to withstand a series of heavy blows from a peak-level gold immortal, and even several attacks from a primordial immortal who had just stepped into the realm of primordial. The jade-armored dark turtle flying ships were great use strategic weapons. If Bo Zhongfu had not been a close subject of the human emperor and had a very deep network of connections in the imperial court, he would not have brought 3 of them with him when he took office. As the only beloved son of Bo Zhongfu, Bo Yunting kept 2 jade-armored dark turtle flying ships in the warehouse of his main tent. Bo Zhongfu was afraid that Bo Yunting might be defeated one day or encounter a dangerous situation like the star attack launched by a gold immortal in Ningbo City. So, he had asked Bo Yunting to bring them with him to protect his life. Just now, when Wuxia asked Bo Yunting for a weapon that could guarantee the safety of all his soldiers, Bo Yunting generously gave Wuxia one of the 2 flying ships. This flying boat was large enough to accommodate 10,000 people. Be it in terms of attack or defense, it was top-notch. It was perfect for attacking the Great Formation outside. After that, he brought the jade-armored dark turtle flying ship to him, then brought out a large number of flaming thunders from the warehouse. These flaming thunders were refined by the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials by collecting the poisonous flame from the Earth's core. Once they were triggered, everything within 10 miles around them would be reduced to ashes. On top of that, they would erupt with poisonous flame, which was extremely hot and poisonous. Even heaven immortals would rarely be able to fight them head-on. However, it was not easy to refine these flaming thunders, and as the oracles prefer to deal with ghosts and deities, few of them were willing to work hard to refine them for the army. As a result, Bo Yunting only had about 3,000 of them in his warehouse, and Wuxia brought out 1,500 of them at once. In addition to these flaming thunders, Wuxia also brought out dozens of powerful bone talismans that could trigger the eruption of underground fire and turn a plain into a volcano. These bone talismans were pieced together from the strongest bones of fire elemental demon beasts. Each of them was tens of feet long and wide, and about a foot thick. Those with insufficient cultivation base could not activate such huge bone talismans. But once they were successfully activated, 9 flaming dragons would shoot out of them and sweep in all directions. Wherever the flaming dragons flew past, the ground would immediately collapse and erupt with underground fire, turning hundreds of miles of plain into a boundless volcano. Immediately after that, Wuxia passed down a military order, ordering the oracles who were sacrificing to the 9 giant ghosts and deities in the sky to follow his orders. As soon as anything happened on the east side of the dense fog formation, the 9 fiend gods would immediately focus all their firepower in that direction. After dispersing the mist on the east side, they would immediately focus their firepower on the mountains on the west side of the dense fog formation. They had to reduce those mountains to ashes as quickly as possible, and the formation would be broken. After that, Wuxia assigned tasks to the few military officers. The army brought by Bo Yunting, together with the 7,000 newly armed veterans, had a total of about 80,000 soldiers. All the soldiers had to be prepared. Once the formation was broken, they had to concentrate their forces and attack from the west. At that time, Wuxia would lead the army from the inside and attack from the west. Together, they would definitely be able to defeat the immortals of the Myriad Immortal Alliance. In addition to the 80,000 soldiers, Wuxia also asked Bo Yunting to personally lead 20 to 30 of the strongest generals to guard the eastern sky of the formation. Once they encountered someone breaking out of the formation from the east, they would immediately besiege that person. Wuxia clearly told Bo Yunting and the others that once someone broke out of the formation from the east, it must be the strongest among the immortals of the myriad immortal alliance. Bo Yunting had to be careful. Bo Yunting was helpless against the fog formation in front of him. He did not know what Wuxia's intention was, but he had one good thing about him. He never pretended to know things he did not know. He regarded himself as Wuxia's subordinate and wholeheartedly mobilized the army according to Wuxia's orders. In less than an hour, all the troops directly under Bo Yunting's command had been mobilized. According to Wuxia's order, it was very likely that a very powerful immortal would show up in the east of the formation. Therefore, Bo Yunting shamelessly moved the other Jade Armor Dark Turtle flying ship dozens of miles east of the formation, then transferred almost all the oracles into the ship, and laid out a ferocious and bloody myriad ghost psychic formation. All he needed to do was wait for someone to rush out from this direction, and then he would kill them all. Wuxia laughed heartily as he boarded the flying ship with his soldiers and rushed into the formation from the southeast corner at the fastest speed. As soon as they entered the array, a group of about 300 itinerant cultivators appeared in front of them. The strongest of these itinerant cultivators was only at the primordial soul realm, and the weakest had not even formed a gold core. They were just riding a flying sword and patrolling in the air. All of a sudden, they saw a large flying ship, shaped like a tortoise shell and with a large opening at the front, barging into the great array. Seeing that, all the cultivators there cried out loudly. That's right. At the same time, the formation was transforming countless green trees into thunderbolts and bombarding the trapped Great Yu army. While Wuxia was mobilizing the army, more than 2,000 soldiers were killed by the green with thunderbolts. The whole formation was rumbling and roaring, and all the natural energy in the formation was sucked into a few hills to the east of the formation, then transformed into green energy by the formation and turned into thunderbolts to attack the enemy. Regardless of the situation, Wuxia ordered the flying ship to move forward at the fastest speed. The deck of the ship was moved aside, revealing a large number of lookout openings that could allow people to poke half their bodies out. As Wuxia gave the order, the soldiers waved their arms and threw out 1,500 fire thunderbolts with all their strength. The direction in which they were thrown was exactly where the green trees were located in the east of the formation. Deafening booms rang out as a great plume of flame soared into the sky. The black-red earth core poisonous flame rose hundreds of feet high, and the powerful fire thunderbolts blew up an area of 1,000 miles in circumference. The poisonous flame kept melting the rocks, and the magma tumbled and flowed across the ground, making it look like hell. More than half of the green wood spiritual chi in the formation was set ablaze by the poisonous fire. The azure wood divine thunder that had just formed exploded in midair before it even fell. The immortals who were controlling the azure with divine thunder were caught off guard and were badly battered by the explosion. Some unlucky ones had their bodies blown to pieces and even their immortal souls shattered. The formation of 5 elements was said to be infinitely mysterious, but in fact, it could be broken with the simplest way of promoting and restraining the 5 elements. Wuxia saw the changes in the formation, so he rushed in from the weakest point of the formation and bombarded it with fire thunderbolts, immediately stopping the formation. Then, dozens of bone talismans were activated at the same time. Hundreds of fire dragons soared into the sky and rushed toward the mountains in the east. Amidst the dragon roars, the few mountains that were filled with chaotic energies suddenly collapsed. Flames hundreds of miles high rose from the ground, and lava and other things rose high into the sky. The terrifying power of the flames burned half of the sky red. If a grandmaster who was proficient in formations could reverse the formation and transfer the water power from the north to the east, the fire could still be extinguished and the formation could continue to operate. But the people who controlled the formation only had an ordinary mastery of formations, so they were thrown into confusion and failed to adjust the formation. Outside the formation, the 9 huge fireballs in the sky laughed wildly when they saw the red light shooting out from the east of the formation. The 9 fireballs fell whistling down, and the heavenly fire and earthly fire intertwined, burning the eastern foundation of the formation until there was no hope of saving it. Wuxia let out a wild laugh. Controlling the jade armor dark turtle flying ship and controlling the several hundred fire dragons that shot out from the bone talismans, he went straight towards the door of gold element in the west while withstanding the wild bombardment from several hundred cultivators. Using the earthly fire to restrain the metal gate in the west immediately collapsed. Chapter 676. Burning the eastern azure wood with a raging fire would instantly disrupt the flow of spiritual qi in the entire formation. Then, the raging flames from the burning of the eastern azure would be directed to the western gung metal, burning the formation foundation of the western gung metal into ashes. With the destruction of the eastern and western formation bases, the energy in the formation was immediately thrown into a mess. The energy in the north and south of the formation bases froze in an instant, like the glaciers in the Northern Ocean. The formation was still constantly extracting energy from the surrounding 10,000 miles for its own use, but it could no longer be vented and turned into bolts of lightning to attack the enemy. The natural powers of the water gate and the fire gate in the north and the fire gate in the south were crazily compressed and frozen. Gradually, a dark cloud of frost appeared in the north, shrouding the mountains within thousands of miles like an iron curtain. In the south, a glowing red cloud of fire emerged. The color of the cloud of fire grew darker and darker, like a piece of white glass with blood dripping into it, quickly turning crimson. Both of these two masses of energy were thousands of miles wide, constantly thickening and compressing, gradually turning into 2 terrible energy storms. If anyone dared to rush into these 2 masses of energy, they could detonate them with just a little bit of magic power and blow the immortals hiding in them to pieces. Even gold immortals would not dare to take risks in a mass of energy thousands of miles in circumference. Now, the eastern side of the formation was burning like a pit of fire. Green wood and earth fire, as well as dozens of volcanoes that kept shooting up into the sky, were so hot that they could melt gold and iron. Even the clouds in the sky were burned to nothingness, making it difficult for both immortals and mortals to pass through. In the west, the white energy of metal element was quickly dissipating, along with the fire unleashed by Wuxia. Wuxia carefully controlled the intensity of the fire, turning the mountains in the west into a thoroughfare that mortals could pass through. Outside the formation, tens of thousands of Great Yu army arrived with the sonorous sound of a dragon horn. Tens of thousands of soldiers boarded flying ships and swarmed into the formation, turning into a dark cloud that blotted out a large part of the sky. Arrows fell like raindrops, and bone talismans turned into tornadoes that swept across the sky. Powerful Zhong province generals, clad in golden armors and carrying heavy, custom-made weapons, unleashed gusts of wind around them, causing the immortals in the formation to stumble and flee in panic. The immortals controlling the formation on the mountain suffered a backlash from the chaotic energy, and dozens of the strongest immortals exploded and died on the spot. Their bodies exploded, blowing up all the palaces and mansions on the mountain, as well as the secret caves hidden in the mountain. The enormous mountain was broken in the middle, and a 10 miles tall mountaintop slowly rolled down to the ground. The deafening boom broke people's eardrums and made them bleed from their ears. The ground was shaking violently, and clouds of dust and smoke rose straight into the sky. Trapped in the formation, the despairing soldiers of Great Yu cheered together. Somehow, they mustered up the strength to kill the immortals and itinerant cultivators who were besieging them. The last batch of arrows were shot out, the last few bone talismans were thrown out, and the remaining oracles poured out their last bit of power, transforming into a vast ocean of flame and thunderbolts, burning thousands of cultivators with low cultivation bases to death. Wuxia ordered the soldiers to fly the jade, armor-dark turtle flying ship over the heads of the trapped soldiers, and help them board the ship. Of the 30,000-strong army, only slightly more than 10,000 were left unscathed. 4 to 5,000 were killed, and another 7 to 8,000 were seriously injured. All the wounded and dead were sent to the ship as quickly as possible. After that, Wuxia directed the ship to charge at the disorderly immortals and itinerant cultivators on the mountain. The ship was stored with a large amount of ordnance. The soldiers who boarded the ship did not have time to wipe their sweat or take a breather. Instead, they carried large bundles of specially made arrows and rushed to the holes on both sides of the ship, shooting wildly at the immortals and itinerant cultivators who were flying around in the sky. The panting oracles, who had exhausted all their magic power, took the potions from the logisticians to quickly replenish their magic power and gulped them down. Then, they grabbed a large number of lethal bone talismans and all kinds of powerful one-time use magic items, and angrily climbed to the upper deck of the ship. Then, they attacked the immortals and loose immortals outside the windows that had been specially opened. Thousands of immortals and itinerant cultivators surrounded Wuxia's ship and unleashed countless spells like a storm. But the ship was very slow and was one of the slowest flying ships of the Yu's army. But its defense was amazing. When the spells hit the ship's outer shell, they only created a lot of sparks and didn't even leave a mark on it. Some of the immortals' flying swords were of slightly inferior quality. When a sword beam landed on the ship was fine, but the flying sword were bounced back and broken into several pieces. Quite a few immortals suffered in this way. Their swords, which they had cultivated with their lives, were broken by the flying boat, and they coughed up blood and nearly fell from the clouds. What made them even more panicked was that not only was the formation destroyed, but the energy inside it had also become chaotic. The metal element energy had completely disappeared. The wood element energy was constantly transforming into a flaming storm, and the water element energy in the north and the fire element energy in the south had condensed into a terrible energy bomb. No one could absorb any energy from it. Only the earth element energy in the center was still calm, as the broken formation was still constantly extracting the earth element energy from the ground and dispersing it into the void. However, earth element energy was mostly used to deploy all kinds of defensive spells, and the most common attacks used by ordinary immortals were flames, flying daggers, Xianbing, and a few others. Now that the metal element, fire element, and water element energy could not be used, the overall strength of immortals and itinerant cultivators was reduced by half. In just a quarter of an hour, Wuxia's ship had approached the broken mountain by tens of miles. A deck at the belly of the ship was moved away, revealing 3 polygonal crystal pillars arranged in a triangular formation. Countless runes could be vaguely seen in the crystal pillars, and wisps of lightning kept shooting out of them. Behind the pillars was a huge crystal body, where a large group of oracles were filling boxes and boxes of energy stones and immortal stones into a blazing cauldron. This was the only large-scale weapon of war equipped with the Jade Armor Dark Turtle flying ship. It was made by the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials who specialized in thunder magic and the skilled craftsmen of the military court, and was called the Thunder Slaughtering Slaughter. The principle of this weapon was very simple. After gathering a large amount of energy, it would be transformed by the formation into a powerful thunderbolt, just like how immortals unleashed all kinds of immortal thunders. However, when immortals unleashed thunder magic, they still had to consider the backlash of immortal energy and other complicated issues. But the Thunder Slaughtering Slaughter did not have such concerns. All the materials used to make this weapon were the strongest that could be found on Panga continent, and it even contained a hint of innate energy. When it was filled with enough immortal stones and energy stones, its power was strong enough to kill a top-tier gold immortal who was protected by an immortal artifact. Every time this powerful weapon was unleashed, a brilliant talisman master had to inscribe a new energy-gathering formation on it. In other words, the jade-shelled mystic turtle flying ship could only launch one attack in a battle. However, if this attack hit its target, the damage it would cause would be extremely shocking. The whole flying ship was enveloped in a strong light. A purple-blue thunderbolt about 5 miles in diameter rushed out from the bottom of the ship's belly, then quickly expanded to 100 miles in circumference. Accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder, the flying ship suddenly shot tens of miles into the sky, and in the next moment, a thunderbolt with a diameter of 100 miles whistled through the air toward the collapsed mountain in front of it. Along the way, countless immortals and cultivators who stood in its way were silently turned into nothingness by the thunderbolt. Several gold immortals, who were exhausted from the battle with the generals of Zhong province, wailed as they stared at the incoming thunderbolt. They did not even have the strength to activate their defensive gold immortal artifacts, and could only struggle a little in the thunderbolt before they were completely turned into wisps of smoke. The thunderbolt pierced through the middle of the mountain, pierced through the mountain for thousands of miles in circumference, and sank into the ground at an oblique angle. The last bit of the foundation of the fog formation was finally shattered, and thousands of heaven immortals and itinerant cultivators on the mountain were turned into ashes by the strike. Even those gold immortals with the highest cultivation base were affected by the thunderbolt and suffered serious injuries. Accompanied by a shrill whistle, the gold immortals summoned the remaining heaven immortals and cultivators nearby and prepared to flee in a direction. They could not escape from the west, for the flying ship was blocking their way. Behind it, tens of thousands of the U soldiers were charging from the west, killing heads and splattering blood all over the sky. They could not escape from the north or the south, for the water element energy and fire element energy were gathering crazily. They were two huge energy bombs, and once touched, they could explode and drag everyone into it. The only way out was to the east. However, the wood elemental energy in the east was being madly burned by the Great Fire, and dozens of huge volcanoes were erupting. Lava rose hundreds of miles into the air, and poisonous flames and black smoke were spewing all over the sky, distorting the void in that part of the world. High up in the sky, 9 huge fireballs kept shooting out countless fire arrows, turning that part of the void into a world of fire. That was the only way out. There was no other way out. One of the strongest gold immortals threw his head back and let out a long roar, then led a group of despondent immortals and itinerant cultivators toward the east. The gold immortal leaped into a beam of purple light and carried a few of his close friends as he fled toward the east. Then he turned back and roared at Wuxia's flying ship. "You are lucky to have broken my formation today. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." Wuxia smiled and shook his head as he looked at the thousands of immortals who were fleeing in panic. Lucky to have broken the formation? TSK, how could this be luck? It was clearly because the formation you laid out was too simple. If it was a little more complicated, instead of simply using the elemental energies of the 5 elements, you could have added the transformations of the stars and the evils of the earth into it, and I wouldn't have been able to break it so easily. Hee, you are indeed fleeing from the east, from the Greenwood Gate. Wuxia whistled softly and closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Raging flames rose into the sky, filling the sky with raging flames. The immortals who fled from the Greenwood Gate were reduced to ashes in the sea of fire, howling and wailing. Apart from those gold immortals and their close disciples who were protected by them, all the other immortals and cultivators of Myriad Immortal Alliance had disappeared without a trace in the infernal inferno, howling miserably. With great difficulty, the group of over 100 gold immortals led 300 to 400 of their disciples and friends out of the sea of fire that stretched for thousands of miles, only to be greeted by a jade armored dark turtle flying ship. A shrill ghost howl rose into the sky, and those gold immortals, who had exhausted their magic power, howled in despair. At least 70% of the gold immortals burst into a strong purple light at the same time. They had burned their immortal souls. Chapter 677. Burning the immortal soul was a desperate ultimate move used by immortals. After burning the immortal soul, even if one managed to kill the enemy and escape, all his cultivation base would be gone, and he could only reincarnate with his true spirit. However, once he burned his immortal soul, he would be able to unleash a terrifying power that was 10 times stronger than his own strength for a short period of time. Although it could only last for a quarter of an hour, that quarter of an hour was enough for an immortal to destroy many things. When Wuxia finally calmed the chaotic energy in the formation, neutralized the 2 energy bombs in the north and south, and steered the ship through the gradually calming volcanic zone, the battle between Bo Yunting and the 100 fleeing gold immortals was over. The 100 gold immortals were all killed, as were the immortals they brought with them. But the 3 layers of armor around Bo Yunting's ship was also blown to pieces, and hundreds of oracles were killed or wounded. Fortunately, the ship itself was not damaged. As long as it was sent to the workshop under the military court in Liangzhu and re-equipped with the 3 layers of armor, it would still be intact. Although hundreds of oracles had been killed or wounded, Bo Yunting was still in high spirits. Over 100 gold immortals, thousands of heaven immortals, and tens of thousands of itinerant cultivators were killed in this battle. Their side had only lost a few thousand soldiers and hundreds of oracles. It was a very dazzling achievement. Not to mention Zhong province. Even the other provinces did not have such a result. More than 100 gold immortals had been wiped out in one fell swoop. A gold immortal was not a lump of soil growing in the ground, not someone who could be cultivated quickly like great Yu's generals. Every gold immortal was a lucky man who had gone through a long period of time that could be counted in eons. They had great perseverance, great luck, great fortune, and consumed incalculable resources to accumulate their strength bit by bit. Gold immortals were the backbone of the group of immortals and the most important part of the immortal cultivation system. Out of 1,000 people, 300 could attain the Jin Dan. Out of 1,000 Jin Dan, about 100 could attain the nascent soul. Out of 1,000 nascent soul, about a dozen could attain the nascent divinity. Out of 1,000 nascent divinity, about 10 could attain the heaven immortal fruit. However, out of 10,000 celestial immortals, roughly 1 would become a golden immortal. In the entire outer heavenly realms, the ratio of gold immortals to heaven immortals was 1 to 100,000. How many celestial immortals were there? In the vast system of immortals, heaven immortals were the most ordinary commoners, and golden immortals were high and mighty nobles. Even if there were 10,000 peak stage heaven immortals, not even one of them would be able to become a golden immortal, killing more than 100 golden immortals in a single battle. This result could only be described as glorious. According to the top-secret intelligence obtained by the Yu, the Myriad Immortal Alliance was an extremely large organization. However, the total number of known gold immortals in the Myriad Immortal Alliance was only about 800, which was known as the 800 Hidden Immortals of the Hidden Immortal Hall. Now, more than 100 golden immortals had been killed, and 1/6 of the strength of the union of 10,000 immortals had been completely destroyed. Given the overall strength of the Yu, if they were to confront each other head-on, any of the Yu's first-grade provinces could easily cripple the Myriad Immortal Alliance with a thunderous force. But the upper-grade immortals of the Alliance rarely confronted the Yu's regular army head-on. So, it was really surprising that the Alliance had gathered more than 100 gold immortals and laid out a formation to ambush Bo Yunting's army. Fortunately, Wuxia was there. He easily broke the formation laid out by the gold immortals and used the power of the formation to consume their energy. Then, Bo Yunting waited patiently outside, laid out a vicious restrictive spell in advance, and wiped out more than 100 gold immortals in one fell swoop. The report of the battle was sent back to Zhongning City as fast as possible. When Bo Zhongfu received the report, he could not believe it, and sent out 18 groups of civil and military officials to verify the result of the battle. When the result of the battle was confirmed, the severed limbs of the gold immortals, Their identity medallions and other personal belongings were sent to Zhongning City. Then, Bo Zhongfu immediately sent the spoils of the battle to Liangzhu with a formation. Ever since the war between the Yu and Myriad Immortal Alliance began, the Immortals of the Alliance have been like underground rats, jumping out here and there to bite, and then jumping out there to scream. Panga continent was vast, and the Immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance could always find a weak spot in the Yu's army and give the Yu a hard blow. Over the years of war, the Yu's army had lost nearly 1 million soldiers, and the number of civilians killed was astronomical. The officials of DU did not even dare to report the number of casualties to the human emperor. Although DU's army was extremely powerful, in the face of an enemy that could not be found or touched, DU's army could only sweep around savagely. Countless mountain spirits and cultivation clans native to Panga continent had been wiped out, and countless itinerant immortals and cultivators who were besieged by the Great Yu army had been killed. But the core forces of Myriad Immortal Alliance, the Gold Immortals of Hidden Immortal Hall and Divine Hall, who were even stronger than Gold Immortals, had rarely suffered a real blow. This time, Bo Yunting had killed more than 100 Gold Immortals, more than 1,000 Heaven Immortals, and tens of thousands of itinerant cultivators at once. Those Heaven Immortals and itinerant cultivators could only be regarded as supplementary, but the contribution of more than 100 Gold Immortals was too great. Bo Zhongfu hurriedly asked for the credit for his son. With the power of Bo Clan and Liangzhu, perhaps Bo Yunting could be made a marquis because of this contribution. 9 official documents were sent from Zhongning City in a row. Bo Zhongfu had issued a strict order for Bo Yunting to return to Zhongning City with the army. The army of 10,000 soldiers Wuxia brought with him did not belong to Zhongning City. But, as Bo Zhongfu had asked all those who had rendered meritorious service in the war to go to Zhongning City to wait for the reward, Wuxia was glad to bring the army to Zhongning City. It was good to be rewarded, and Wuxia could take the opportunity to go to Zhongning City to personally command a revenge against Miao. Although the assassins controlled by Luo Kadi had caused a great disturbance in Yu Clan's people, it was not as satisfying as seeing the flesh and blood of Yu Miao's people being smashed to pieces just by listening to Luo Kadi's report. Following closely behind Bo Zhongfu's tent, Wuxia and the other captains brought their soldiers, lined up their flying ships neatly into a marching formation, and set off for Zhongning City in a mighty formation. What surprised Wuxia and the others was that Bo Zhongfu, the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, had brought all the officials of Zhong Province 100 miles out of the city to welcome Bo Yunting's army. On top of that, Bo Zhongfu had brought all the ceremonial guards of a first-grade prefecture overseer, a huge floating cloud platform, a magnificent hall, a ceremonial gate, and a 30,000-strong guard of honor, all clad in bright armor and looking awe-inspiring. In addition to Bo Zhongfu's own guards of honor, the officials from the military court, directorate of Celestials, punishment court, and many others who came with him to welcome the guest had also brought a different number of guards according to their ranks, each of them carrying different guards of honor. It was such a grand scene that even Bo Yunting, who knew he had made a great contribution and would be rewarded with great benefits, shivered with fear. The scale of the welcoming ceremony was too outrageous. After a warm welcoming ceremony, Bo Zhongfu rewarded the soldiers of Zhong Province and the 10,000 soldiers that Wuxia had brought with him with a huge amount of wealth, fine wine, beef, and mutton. In particular, the generals of Zhong Province who had participated in the battle under Bo Yunting's lead were all promoted in military ranks. Bo Zhongfu generously rewarded them with millions of acres of the most fertile land near Zhongning City, as well as the people in the villages and towns on it. The only strange thing was that Wuxia did not receive any reward during the welcoming ceremony. Bo Zhongfu seemed to have forgotten that it was Wuxia's efforts that had broken the formation. Wuxia was full of doubts, but he noticed that Bo Zhongfu kept nodding and smiling at him, showing his goodwill. Therefore, Wuxia hid among the generals without saying a word, waiting to see what Bo Zhongfu's intention was. At the welcoming ceremony, Left Minister Yu Miao naturally came out with the crowd. Obviously, the recent assassination of the juniors of Yu clan had given Yu Miao a headache. There were two eye-catching bags under his eyes, and his eye sockets were dark. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy recently. When he saw Wuxia, the resentment in his eyes could poison 10,000 bulls to death. If this were not the place where Bo Yunting was coming back in triumph, Wuxia had no doubt that Yu Miao would personally kill him again. Smiling at Yu Miao, who was full of resentment, Wuxia shrugged and followed Bo Zhongfu and Bo Yunting into Zhongning City with the other generals. As soon as he settled down in the barracks and settled the 10,000 soldiers, one of Bo Zhongfu's confidants found Wuxia and invited him to the Zhong Province Overseer Mansion. In the side hall of the mansion, Wuxia saw Bo Zhongfu, who was dressed in his usual robe and had a weary look on his face. Bo Yunting was not seen in the side hall. Apart from Wuxia, Bo Zhongfu was the only person in the hall. After bowing to Bo Zhongfu, Wuxia stood aside and quietly studied Bo Zhongfu, who was sitting cross-legged on a black jade hassock and emanating a faint cold aura. He had seen Bo Zhongfu from afar a few times, but this was the first time Wuxia had seen him up close. This was a very graceful middle-aged man. Even the way each strand of hair on his head exuded a luxurious aura of someone born in an aristocratic family. Dignified but not overbearing. Gentle but not easily approachable. Gentle like jade. That jade-like color had a trace of a sharp aura, causing people to not dare to have the slightest bit of disrespect towards him. A nobleman from the Yu clan, with an almost perfect bearing, was indeed worthy of being the human emperor's most trusted confidant. Wuxia bowed his head and began to ponder why Bo Zhongfu had asked him to come here. Bo Zhongfu was also studying Wuxia, but he didn't pay too much attention to Wuxia. He just glanced at Wuxia with an appreciative gaze of a superior and said directly, "General Tanlang has made the greatest contribution in wiping out the 143 gold immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance this time." Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed, then said humbly with a smile, "It's Marshal Bo who commanded us well, and the soldiers who sacrificed their lives." Bo Zhongfu nodded and praised. Not arrogant after taking credit. Very good. After pondering for a moment, Bo Zhongfu stroked his beard and said, "You have made a great contribution, and logically speaking, you should be rewarded handsomely when you are presented to the human emperor. However, Yunting needs the title of a marquis. If all the credit is given to him, he will surely be conferred the title of a marquis." Bo Zhongfu raised his eyelids slightly, then looked at Wuxia and said, "Give the greatest contribution to Yunting. According to your background and current official position, the human emperor can only give you land, beauties, and money. You have no hope of getting a title of nobility. I can give you these things even in Zhong province." Wuxia understood what Bo Zhongfu meant. He smiled and cupped his fist and said, "Everything will be decided by your Excellency Prefecture Overseer. Well, if your Excellency gives me land, can you give me another piece of land near my current EC county? Money is necessary, but as for beauties, can you exchange them for people?" Seeing that Wuxia was so tactful, Bo Zhongfu smiled gladly. Bo Zhongfu was about to agree to Wuxia's request when he heard footsteps coming from outside. A group of people went straight into the side hall where Bo Zhongfu was meeting guests. Bo Zhongfu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Who dared to break in when he was meeting guests? But as soon as he saw the people who came in, he hurriedly laughed and stood up to greet them. Chapter 678. Let them do whatever they want. By following King Xianxia, they would have more opportunities to render meritorious service and get more benefits, wouldn't they? Especially for someone like King Xianxia. He would be more generous, wouldn't he? But these 30 generals with the symbol of Rainmaster were at least as strong as 18th tier gold immortals. Wuxia did not say a word. One of them was the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, and the other was King Xianxia. He was just a general from the military court of a small 9th grade province, and the county governor of a newly established East Sea County with a population of less than 1 million. He was not qualified to bargain with them. Fortunately, the foundation of the formation was not stable, and the Great Yu army had come to destroy the land within 10 miles of it with violence, forcibly breaking it open and rescuing King Xianxia. If King Xianxia had been trapped in the formation for a few more hours, his life would have been in danger. King Xianxia snorted softly as he took out a scroll and spread it on the ground. A hazy halo burst out of the scroll, revealing a large number of mountains and rivers. Pointing at the mountains and rivers, he told them about how King Xianxia had been on expeditions in recent months with his army, but had run into a wall in the hands of the immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance. With a subtle smile, Wuxia turned to look at Bo Zhongfu. These warriors were all wearing black cloaks, embroidered with a rugged mountain in the middle with 2 small characters, Xianxia, the size of mung beans, in the middle. The cloaks were made of human hair, and the edges were wrapped with human tendons as thin as a hammer. It was also an extremely powerful defensive magical artifact, and had a strong resistance to all kinds of soul magic used by immortals. Bo Zhongfu sat down on another hassock, leaned his body toward King Xianxia with a smile, and asked, "Your Excellency, what brings you here today?" Wuxia almost burst out laughing when he saw King Xianxia. Perhaps he was frightened by the fact that Wuxia had kidnapped King Xianxia from Yugu Supreme Tower, right under the nose of a mighty Supreme Oracle. So King Xianxia was accompanied by dozens of extremely powerful warriors and oracles. Bo Zhongfu understood the meaning behind Wuxia's smile. After pondering for a moment, he told King Xianxia about the agreement he had just reached with Wuxia. If he wanted Wuxia to give all the credit to Dog Count Yunting, Bo Zhongfu would have to give Wuxia a lot of land, money, and people. As King Xianxia talked about his bad luck over the past few months, Bo Zhongfu blinked his eyes and kept glancing at Wuxia with a flicker in his eyes. For a moment, Wuxia felt that Bo Zhongfu was like a pervert in heat, and he was a peerless beauty who was trying to say something to him with his amorous eyes. This territory included Hai Province, as well as a large area of the neighboring Lin Province and Fong Province. In this way, the East Sea County, which spanned 3 provinces, had actually become Wuxia's private fief. From today on, all the taxes, tributes, and the like in the East Sea County would be directly responsible to Zhong Province. Bo Zhongfu nodded with a smile and said, "Your Excellency is right. Since I, to you, have attacked Myriad Immortal Alliance, I should wipe them out completely. The strength of 9th grade lieutenants, 6th grade colonels, and 3rd grade generals might vary, but only those who had reached the level of 2nd Pang to Heaven and were strong enough to fight against Gold Immortals were qualified to be conferred the title of generals by divine beasts. The problem was Bo Zhongfu was a man, so it was difficult for Wuxia to understand the meaning behind the gleam in his eyes. Bo Zhongfu rarely winked at people, and he rarely communicated with them in this way. So, even though his eyelids were sore, Wuxia still looked at him in confusion. Then, 3 months ago, one of King Xianxia's capable generals led an army of 30,000 to attack an itinerant cultivator clan, but accidentally stumbled into a heavenly thunder and earthly flame formation. The army was burned to ashes, and the general's internal organs were invaded by fire poison. King Xianxia had already sent him back to Liangzhu to recuperate. But the fire poison had invaded his body, and even if he was treated well, the general's cultivation base had dropped by about 30%. It was a heavy loss. After telling him what had happened in the past few months, King Xianxia said coolly, "Clearly, Myriad Immortal Alliance's strength has been wiped out by the Yu's thunderous attack. They are no longer able to confront us head-on, and now they can only defend their strongholds and fight against our great Yu army with formations." King Xianxia glanced at Bo Zhongfu and twitched the corner of his mouth into a smile. "You're right, but our biggest problem now is the various formations deployed by those immortals. I heard that General Tan Lang has just broken one of them, and Bo Yunting has made a great contribution." His face a little pale, King Xianxia slowly nodded to Bo Zhongfu who had come up to greet him warmly, then sat down on the black jade hassock where Bo Zhongfu had been sitting just now. Bo Zhongfu smiled and clapped his hands. A few maids came in silently and carefully placed a few hassocks on the floor in front of King Xianxia. 9 months ago, King Xianxia had led an army of 300,000 soldiers to attack a cave abode built at the bottom of an abyss by cultivators of myriad Immortal Alliance. But they were defeated by a formation that looked like a windmill and could shoot out billions of wind blades when it was activated. 7 months ago, King Xianxia had led his personal guards to hunt down a family of itinerant cultivators. Just as he was about to kill all 300 of them, 2 masters of formation from myriad Immortal Alliance deployed a formation using the nearby mountains and rivers, which nearly trapped him inside. In addition to these 30 soldiers, who were extremely well equipped and had extremely powerful cultivation bases, King Xianxia was accompanied by 10 oracles in black linen robes with the pattern of suns embroidered on their sleeves. The weakest of them had 3 round suns embroidered on his sleeves, while the strongest had 8 suns embroidered on his sleeves. In Diyu, the personal guards of princes like King Xianxia had great privileges, and Wuxia had already figured out how to use them to give Yu Mu a surprise. In the complicated military system of Diyu, the ranks above Wuxia's lieutenant, colonel, and general were so complicated that even the senior ministers of Diyu could not distinguish them clearly. There were all kinds of powerful generals with divine beasts as their titles. The generals with the title of divine beast were divided into several levels according to the strength of the divine beast. A general at the level of Rainmaster should be in existence of the lowest level among all the divine beast generals. Satisfied, Wuxia bowed respectfully to King Xianxia and immediately became one of King Xianxia's ordinary personal guards. Wuxia glanced at the waists of these soldiers, and his pupils constricted. Each of the 30 soldiers had 2 jade medallions hanging from their lion belts. One was the size of a child's palm, carved with patterns of mountains, rivers, and clouds, and in the middle of it were the words Xianxia. The other was a little bigger, with a strange creature shaped like a sheep with a pair of wings on its back flying in the wind amidst the clouds that were intertwined with 9 spirit snakes. In their wide-open mouths were 2 rows of sharp teeth made of bone thorns refined with a mystic technique, which could be shot out as soon as they were activated. It would be a fatal mistake to ignore the bone thorns, which numbered more than 100 in total. Wuxia bowed to King Xianxia, then sat down cross-legged on a hassock with his back straight. With his hands on his knees, he naturally exuded an air of majesty. King Xianxia looked Wuxia up and down for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. The man who broke into the side hall of the mansion with a large group of guards was King Xianxia, who was clad in a black cloak with only his face exposed. In addition to the land, Bo Zhongfu would also give Wuxia enough money to build 100 new cities and transfer tens of millions of people from the nearby provinces to Wuxia's rule. The winged sheep was a legendary divine creature known as the Lord of Rain, a powerful creature who could summon clouds and rain and had the power to control the weather. The shoulders, elbows, chest, knees, and other parts of the armor were all carved with ferocious and twisted ghost heads with exquisite craftsmanship. These ghost heads were not only ornaments, but they also had a direct lethal power. A thumb-sized black pearl was embedded in the pupils of each ghost head, within which a wisp of green flame could be seen faintly. These pearls were actually thunders with astonishing destructive power, which could be shot out at any time to injure the enemy. King Xianxia snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "I don't care why they're defending so desperately. Maybe they have reinforcements, or maybe they have other tricks up their sleeves. But we have to wipe them out as soon as possible." King Xianxia looked at Wuxia, who was standing in the middle of the side hall, then reached out a finger and pointed at a hassock in front of him. "Military Minister of High Province, Tan Lang, have a seat." Without waiting for Bo Zhongfu to explain, King Xianxia said in a deep voice, "The title of Marquis of Diyu is divided into 9 grades. According to Bo Yunting's contribution, He can only be conferred the title of Marquis of the 9th grade at most. How much effort have I saved him by promoting him to the rank of Marquis of the 3rd grade? Just let Tan Lang accompany me in the battle. The aura emanating from the 30 soldiers was as sharp as freshly unsheathed sabers. Wuxia only took a few glances at them, but he felt as if he had been slashed in the face. The 10 oracles, on the other hand, did not give off any sense of existence. They gave off the feeling of 10 ghosts drifting into the hall after King Xianxia, and then separated themselves to the left and right, taking control of the entire hall in a very natural manner. 10 days ago, when King Xianxia was leading his army to attack an immortal market run by myriad immortal alliance, he sneaked out of the camp in the middle of the night with a few guards. As a result, he strayed into a formation laid out by an immortal, and was struck on the back by a series of swords condensed from 360 stars. One of his defensive armors was smashed to pieces, and he nearly lost his life. King Xianxia raised his eyebrows and nodded disapprovingly. Then he pointed his finger at the scroll on the ground, and a bright light poured out of it, revealing all the mountains and rivers in the vicinity of East County. After a brief discussion, King Xianxia drew a circle in the vicinity of East County. Immediately, a land 10 times the size of the current East County was drawn out and turned into the new territory of East County. 30 warriors clad in black heavy armor. Every set of heavy armor was of the same standard. The pitch-black battle armor covered their entire bodies, and their helmets, which were shaped like copper bells, had 2 long, curved horns. The front of the helmets was covered by a pitch-black demon mask, which made them look extremely ferocious. The armors were half an inch thick, and their surface was inlaid with a layer of dense black dragon scales, which were inscribed with complex 3-dimensional runes, giving them above-average defense. Chapter 679. King Xianxia's personal guards were divided into 2 types. One of them was the personal bodyguards who were responsible for his safety. These bodyguards were basically warriors whose brains were stuffed with muscles, or priests whose brains were replaced by the magic of ghosts and gods. They did not have any skills other than killing and arson, or acting as human shields when necessary. The second type was the various strange talents that King Xianxia had painstakingly gathered, such as those who specialized in managing his taxes and revenues, training his hounds and falcons, and training his personal guards, as well as people like Wuxia, who could give him advice in government and military affairs. Bo Zhongfu eagerly escorted King Xianxia and his company to the gate with all the officials of the prefecture overseer's mansion. When King Xianxia boarded the chariot, Bo Zhongfu held Wuqi's hand and said some warm words to him, trying to build a closer relationship with Wuxia. He lowered his voice and told Wuxia that as long as Wuxia needed his help in East County, just let him know. Wuxia accepted Bo Zhongfu's kindness without hesitation. His identity was different now. As King Xianxia's personal guard, he was in fact King Xianxia's retainer. His subordinate was no longer in Zhong province, but directly under King Xianxia. Although Bo Zhongfu was the prefecture overseer of Zhong province and a close confidant of the current human emperor, King Xianxia was a member of the imperial clan, the King of Diyu. In terms of bloodline and tradition, Bo Zhongfu could not compare with King Xianxia at all. Now that he had become King Xianxia's personal guard, and a personal guard who specialized in military affairs, with King Xianxia's status, as long as Wuxia made a little contribution in the future, it would be a piece of cake for him to be promoted. If Bo Zhongfu could build a good relationship with Wuxia now, it would be extremely convenient for Bo Zhongfu and his clan in the future. It was just a few warm words, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After sending King Xianxia to the chariot, Bo Zhongfu stood at the gate and watched as King Xianxia and his company stepped into the teleportation formation and disappeared in a beam of bright light. King Xianxia and his bodyguards returned to his barracks through the teleportation formation, but Wuxia stayed in Zhongning City. He would lead his army to meet King Xianxia's army at dawn. Although King Xianxia came and went quickly. Wuqi's identity medallion, military medallion, official documents, and even the uniforms of King Xianxia's personal guards were all distributed to him in the prefecture overseer's mansion. From these details, it could be seen that King Xianxia was full of confidence in his every move. He was confident that Wuqi would not refuse his invitation, and he was confident that Bo Zhongfu would not give Wuqi to him. Therefore, he had prepared everything in advance. Even the identity medallion that was given to Wuqi was engraved with the name Tan Lang. All the official documents were properly prepared, and even the armor and cloak that were given to Wuqi were a perfect fit. King Xianxia, who was extremely confident, tough and direct in his approach, lofty and even a little domineering, standing at the end of the street and watching King Xianxia's chariot disappear in the bright light, Wuqi could not help but smile. Working for King Xianxia was obviously much better than staying in Zhong province. If King Xianxia's personality was put to good use, it would be of great help to Wuqi. With a faint smile, Wuqi cupped his fist and bowed to Bo Zhongfu, who was standing at the entrance of the mansion. Then, he hurried out of the city with his guards, preparing to assemble the army and arrange the logistics, and then meet King Xianxia at the place where he was stationed. King Xianxia was now leading an army to wipe out the strongholds of Myriad Immortal Alliance in Minga Province, a first-grade province near Zhong Province. It would take him half a month to travel from Zhong Province to Minga Province at the fastest speed of a flying ship. Therefore, Wuqi had to arrange the march and deployment of the army along the way. After a busy night, the army of 10,000 soldiers from East Sea Province, who had just set up camp in the military camp in Zhongning City, was ready to set off. With Bo Yunting's favor, the military court of Zhong Province had replenished Wuqi's army of 10,000 with enough armaments for 50,000 soldiers, and even made an exception for Wuqi with several powerful war machines, such as giant crossbows. Even the current clan master of the Yu clan in Zhong Province, Yu Mu, had received the news and had sent hundreds of oracles to serve under Wuqi. With the help of the hundreds of oracles, Wuqi had no choice but to visit Yu Mu in person to express his gratitude. He knew that it was an investment from Yu Mu, but it was still a favor after all. The fact that Wuqi could have hundreds of oracles accompanying his army of 10,000 soldiers was enough to make other military officers envious. When everything was ready, Wuqi handed a map scroll to Huang Liang. The map scroll was also a small magical artifact, and it recorded the route from Zhong Province to Minga Province to meet up with King Xianxia's army. With it, Huang Liang could lead the army to Mingu Province and join King Xianxia's army. After all, Wuqi's army did not have any military affairs to attend to at the moment, and it was just a normal deployment. The cost of using teleportation formations to get to Mingu Province was too high, so it was better for them to travel by themselves. In particular, it was extremely costly to use teleportation formations to transport large flying ships and other things that came with the army. So, there was no need for Wuqi's army of 10,000 soldiers to use too many resources. But Wuqi was different. He was King Xianxia's personal guard, and he had been given one night to organize the army. He had to rush to King Xianxia's side as soon as possible and give him military affairs, which could not be delayed at all. Therefore, he had to use teleportation formations to get to King Xianxia's side. After explaining everything and watching the flying ships led by Huang Liang take off in the direction of Minga Province, Wuqi changed out of his armor and cloak, put on the unique uniform of King Xianxia's personal guard, and hurried into Zhongning City with more than 100 personal guards, heading for the square in front of the prefecture overseer mansion. Because of the series of wars, Zhong Province had entered a period of war preparation. The streets were empty, with few residents walking around, and more heavily armed patrols were patrolling the streets. The crisp sound of clappers could be heard coming from the watchtowers around the city. It was the signal for the sentries to change shifts and for the soldiers to have their breakfast. The wheels of a few convoys rattled as they made their way down the street. The vehicles were loaded with a large number of metal ingots and some glinting bones. These were the materials for the military court to forge ordnance and the raw materials for the Directorate of Celestials to craft bone talismans. The shops and restaurants along the streets were all open, but there were not many customers. Inside the empty houses, all the managers and waiters of the shops and restaurants were sitting on the long benches in a daze, staring blankly at Wuxia and his company, who were walking through the street at top speed like a pair of withered white geese. Wuxia could not help but shake his head. If the war between the Yu and Myriad Immortal Alliance continued, so what if the alliance was wiped out? The Yu's loss was not worth the gain, and the losses and blows they had suffered could not be made up for in 3 to 5 years. To get to the square in front of the Zhong Province Overseer Mansion, they had to pass through Yu Clan's mansion. But today, coincidentally, when Wu Qi and his company passed through the front gate, Yu Miao's son, Yu Lei, the man who had gone to East Sea County to seize Wu Qi's property, happened to come out of the gate with a group of guards. Yu Lei was taken aback when he saw Wu Qi walk past in a majestic black armor with a ghost's head. Suddenly, he spat on the ground. Pointing a finger at Wu Qi, he sneered and said, "Look, this is the wild dog that can't be tamed properly. He only got the position of the county governor of East Sea County because he clung to Yu Miao's thigh, and now he has climbed to a higher position? He, Tan Lang, you're the dog of Yu Clan." Wu Qi flew into a rage and stopped abruptly. Yu Lei stood at the front gate, pointing a finger at Wu Qi and laughing sarcastically. Gradually, Yu Lei's words became more and more unpleasant, and he even described Wu Qi as Yu Miao's boy toy, saying that he had tricked Yu Miao into giving him the territory of East Sea County by sleeping with Yu Miao. In the end, Yu Lei burst out laughing without caring about the consequences and said, "This boy has fawned on King Xianxia this time. I wonder how many times he's been fucked by someone, and how did he become King Xianxia's personal guard? A personal guard." The group of guards who followed Yu Lei threw their heads back and roared with laughter, and Yu Lei laughed loudly as well. His solemn, square-shaped face became extremely twisted and ferocious at this moment. Many of Wu Qi's personal guards took a few steps forward at the same time, trying to distinguish themselves from Yu Lei. The personal guard around Wu Qi were all carefully selected burly men who were born and raised in EC County. These simple and honest men did not know any great principles, but since Wu Qi had educated them with kindness and given money to their families, these stubborn men only knew one thing: Wu Qi was their master. If they did not react when their master was insulted like this, how could they still be human? But when Wu Qi scolded the guards, who were half unsheathed, they all took a few steps back reluctantly. With a smile on his face, Wu Qi walked up to Yu Lei, cupped his fist, and bowed gently to him. "Your Excellency Yu Lei, we don't have such a deep hatred, do we?" Yu Lei gave Wu Qi a sideways glance arrogantly, sneered, and said, "You know very well in your heart. Let's just wait and see. For someone like you who is like a pig or a dog, as long as my father is free, you'll be turned into ashes sooner or later." Blood splashed in all directions, and the sound of bones breaking and flesh breaking shocked Yu Lei's personal guards. In front of so many servants and gatekeepers in front of Yu Clan's entrance, and so many personal guards, Wu Qi, who was still smiling a moment ago, suddenly rose and punched through Yu Lei's chest, digging out his violently beating heart. Wu Qi gave a strange laugh, tore open Yu Lei's jaw, shoved his heart into his mouth, and then smashed half of his head with his fist. A shrill ghost howl burst out from Wu Qi's palm, and a few wisps of dark smoke sprayed out, wrapping Yu Lei's soul tightly. Then a wisp of green flame sprayed out. Yu Lei's soul let out a miserable howl, and in just a blink of an eye, it was burned into ashes. Murder on the street. Murder on the street in the center of Zhongning City. Murder on the street in front of the Yu Clan, the ruler of Zhong Province's Directorate of Celestials. The victim was Yu Lei, the biological son of Yu Miao, the great elder of Yu Clan. Silence reigned in the surroundings, as if even the wind between the heaven and earth had stopped moving. The only sound that could be heard was the blood dripping down from Wu Qi's fingertips, producing a soft dripping sound. A shrill howl soared into the sky from inside Yu Clan's mansion, as Yu Miao, shrouded in a towering ghost aura, rushed out. Tam Lang, you little punk, pay with your life. Yu Miao's body flickered as he leaped several miles into the air, thrusting his palm down toward Wuxia. Chapter 680. Leaping up into the air, UK exerted almost all the strength he had in his previous life, throwing a palm strike at Wuxia with all his might. Although he did not have the time to borrow the power of the ghost deity, with the energy he had accumulated over the years of associating with the ghost deity, the palm strike was as strong as an 18th-tier gold immortal. Accompanied by a shrill ghost howl, a black palm, several tens of feet in circumference, plunged down from the sky. Vaguely, one could see the shadows of runes flashing in the palm. It was the ghost warding seal, which Yuzong had obtained from the ghosts and deities of the outer domain after a cruel blood sacrifice. The palm strike could turn a living person into a ghost, and the ghost-controlling seal could immediately imprison the soul of the killer, turning him into a ghost servant under Yu Miao's control. Yu Miao stared at Wuxia with eyes full of fire. He was determined to imprison Wuqi's soul in the boundless Yin flame and torture him day and night, immersing him in endless pain for all eternity. For some reason, when Yu Miao saw Wuxia for the first time, he felt uncomfortable all over and wished he could slap Wuxia to death. In the end, Wuxia had brought him great trouble. He could not believe that he had helped that good-for-nothing Yu Miao seize the power of High Province. In Yu Miao's mind, the power of High Province was supposed to be given to his beloved grandson, but in the end, it was Yu Miao. Not only that, during the fight for the power of High Province, Wuxia had humiliated Yu Miao to such an extent. Yu Miao had failed to kill Wuxia with 3 palm strikes in a row, which had become the joke of the whole Yu clan. After that, Yu Miao's disciple and son tried to retaliate against Wuxia, but in the end, both of them were killed by Yu Huai's powerful counterattack. How could Yu Miao not feel heartache when he went for wool and came home shorn? Not only were his son and disciple killed, but the assassin he sent to assassinate Wuxia, who was seriously wounded and bedridden, failed to kill him. Even when Wuxia was brainwashed by the evil spirit Zither, the assassin failed to kill Wuxia. Yulei, who was sent to take over the power of the East Sea County, returned to Zhongning City with a dejected face. Yulei had been humiliated, but the cruel revenge that followed had cost him a great number of his people. Dozens of his grandsons and granddaughters were killed, and the heartache almost made him faint. After that, the properties of many elders in his lineage were hit like a storm. Many shops were burned and looted, and the losses were so heavy that he almost went bankrupt. Even without the art of divination, Yu Miao knew that all this was related to Wuxia, and he was definitely involved in it. Yu Miao thought that he was a successful man, and he had a good interpersonal relationship. Apart from Wuxia, no one had such a grudge against him. Last night, when he heard that Wuxia had been recruited by King Xianxia as his personal guard, and that Yu Miao had sent hundreds of oracles from the Directorate of Celestials to Wuxia early in the morning, Yu Miao's resentment grew even stronger. After getting up early in the morning with a belly full of anger, Yu Miao was discussing with a few of his closest confidants how to retaliate against Wuxia. Suddenly, his heart beat violently. His favorite son, Yulei, was killed right in front of Yu clan's gate. As father and son were connected by blood, Yu Miao's blood and energy swelled at that moment, and the sudden heartache nearly made him faint. Looking at Wuxia, whose hand was still stained with the blood of his beloved son, Yu Miao roared furiously and threw a palm strike at Wuxia with all his strength. I don't care whose personal guard you are, whether you are a promising young man whom Yu Miao has tried his best to bribe, whether you have just sold a great favor to Bo Zhongfu. I'll kill you. I must kill you. Hovering in midair, Yu Miao let out a strange laugh. After the palm strike, he immediately performed an incantation gesture with both hands and muttered an incantation under his breath, preparing to use the power of the ghost god to burn Wuxia to ashes. Looking at the vicious palm strike coming down from above, Wuxia laughed and said, You have a quick reaction. After all, father and son are cultivating their minds. Wuxia knew very well how powerful the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials were, and he also knew their limitations. When they borrowed the power of the Ghost God, they were qualified to fight against the primordial immortals of the Celestial Court. But when they did not borrow the power of the Ghost God, their overall strength was nothing more than ordinary. When Yu Miao borrowed the power of the Ghost God, his overall strength was close to that of a peak-level gold immortal. But now the palm strike he threw out in a hurry was nothing more than the overall strength of an 18th-tier gold immortal. A mere 18th-tier gold immortal? Wuxi's current cultivation base had crossed that threshold. Whether it was his fleshly body, magic power, or divine abilities, he was already half a step into the realm of gold immortals. And that was not all. After being tempered by 300 guardian heavenly dragons in Ming Li's Buddhist kingdom, Wuxi's fleshly body was now strong enough to fight against a body cultivator of the realm of gold immortal. His current fleshly body was truly as strong as a gold immortal's. He threw his head back and let out a long roar. Purple mist rose from his body, and a great plume of ghostly gray mist sprayed out of it. Wuxia sprung up into the sky, opened his mouth, and swallowed the palm strike. The interstitial world vibrated violently, and a large amount of chaotic energy soared into the sky, wrapping the grayish palm print in the boundless chaotic energy and gradually weakening it. This was the benefit of forming an interstitial world. Although Wuxia could withstand the palm strike with his fleshly body, he was bound to be injured. But by absorbing and digesting the palm strike with his interstitial world, Wuxia had a much easier time fighting against the power of one man with the power of a small world. Amidst Yu Miao's horrified gaze, he swallowed Yu Miao's attack in one gulp. Suddenly, dozens of figures who looked exactly like Wuxia appeared amidst the ghostly energy around Wuxia. Some of them were laughing loudly, some were wailing madly, some were rolling on the ground, and some were hacking and slashing at each other with sharp blades in their hands. With that, Wuxi's true form had blended into the mass of ghostly shadows, and no one could capture his figure anymore. In the mansion, at least 50 moon oracles produced powerful bone talismans at the same time. All kinds of attacks, such as thunderbolts, flames, blades, ice, and wind, soared into the sky and pounced at Wuxia. The shadows and the ghostly energy were shattered, but no matter how many they destroyed, 2 or more shadows would appear for every shadow they destroyed, and they could not be completely wiped out. Wuxia gave a sinister laugh as he unleashed a vast sheet of shun energy to envelop the entire mansion. Countless shadows emerged one after another, preventing the oracles from attacking him accurately. Meanwhile, his true form rushed in front of Yu Miao and punched him in the face. Wuxia had used all his strength in the punch, and Yu Miao, who was caught off guard, howled miserably and was knocked flying away. However, Yu Miao had a few defensive spirit items with him. As soon as Wuxi's punch shattered his nose, a spirit talisman leaped onto his head and transformed into a hazy robe that wrapped him up. 90% of the force of Wuxi's punch was instantly absorbed by the robe, and Yu Miao was not fatally wounded. This was the gap between the defensive magical treasures of Oracle Yu and the immortal items of immortals. Although the defensive magical treasures of Oracle Yu were as powerful as immortal items, there was always a delay when they were activated, especially those bone talismans that could automatically protect their owners. Therefore, Oracle Yu had to prepare all the magical treasures in advance before fighting the immortals. Otherwise, he would be in danger of losing his life if he was careless. Yu Miao had come out in a hurry, and his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge for his son. How could he have the time to activate his magical treasures? With great difficulty, a bone talisman that automatically protected Yu Miao's face, preventing him from being disfigured by Wuxia. But Wuxi's attacks came one after another. Punches, kicks, headbutt, elbows, and wisps of ghostly flames soared into the sky, transforming into ghostly claws that scratched and gnawed at Yumiao. Amidst Wuqi's deep and powerful incantation, all kinds of vicious curses and spells fell on Yumiao like raindrops, putting him in a very difficult situation. For a moment, Yumiao's eyes were bloodshot. Wuqi's ghost eyes curse was trying to devour his eyes. For a moment, Yumiao felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Wuqi's yang breaking curse was corroding his yang. For a moment, Yumiao's internal organs were numb and sore, and Wuqi's internal rotting curse was corroding his internal organs. All kinds of vicious curses kept raining down. Fortunately, Yumiao was, after all, an old oracle who had dabbled in all kinds of curses. Amidst Wuqi's storm-like attacks, Yumiao hastily blocked Wuqi's punches and kicks. At the same time, he kept reciting incantations to ward off Wuqi's curses. The few magical items he wore, such as jade pendants, jade bracelets, and jade rings, were glowing faintly, weakening Wuqi's attacks. Seeing that Yumiao was about to turn the tables with his experience, Wuqi became anxious. "Come out, Lei Ming. I have something good for you," he cried out. A huge spatial rift that ordinary people could not perceive suddenly appeared over the Yu clan's mansion, and Lei Ming's projection descended at the fastest speed. Lei Ming's lips were moving rapidly, as if he was chewing something. At the same time, he kept burping. Obviously, he had not finished digesting the blood sacrifice on Myriad Immortal's planet. What is it? There's something good again? You're a quick and efficient boy, and I like it." Lei Ming burst into laughter as soon as he appeared. For a moment, Yumiao's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and he looked no different from a ghost. Looking at Lei Ming looming in the sky in horror, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Gui Shao! Save me, Your Excellency Gui Shao! I'll definitely prepare a large amount of blood sacrifice for you." While Yumiao was reciting incantations and howling, Wuqi had already finished the exchange with Lei Ming as fast as he could, then pointed a finger at Yumiao. Lei Ming sneered and slapped his palm down. Bolts of lightning coiled around the palm like countless furious dragons twisting and roaring. Seeing that Lei Ming was about to kill Yumiao, who was screaming and screaming, finally persuaded Gui Shao, the ancestor god he worshipped, to save him by offering a large amount of blood sacrifice. A bony arm with ragged skin and flesh stretched out of the void next to Yumiao and collided with Lei Ming's hand with brute force. A deafening boom rang out, and dozens of palaces in Yu clan's mansion collapsed. Lei Ming gave a furious roar as he grabbed the giant hand and followed it into the spatial tunnel. Obviously, he had failed to kill Yumiao, so he had gone straight to Gui Shao to kill him. Yumiao, on the other hand, howled miserably. Although the two ghosts and deities did not kill him, all the magical items he carried, such as jade pendants, were shattered, and the huge shockwaves severely wounded his frail body. A beam of black light shot out of Wuqi's collar. Ao Buzin opened his mouth and bit down on Yumiao's body, ripping off both of his legs with a loud crunch. Wuqi gave a cold snort. Just as he was about to rush forward and kill Yumiao, a beam of dark light suddenly approached him from the side. Yumiao stopped in front of Wuqi, looking at Wuqi with a faint smile on his face as he nodded and said, "General Tanlang, for my sake, please spare the Grand Elder of Yu Clan." Wuqi was taken aback, and his clenched fist could no longer punch down. Chapter 681. Yumiao fell heavily to the ground. Both of his legs were bitten off by Ao Buzin, but there was not even a drop of blood on the wound. Only a sticky, pale green liquid was slowly oozing out. This was the result of years of dealing with ghosts, deities, and other otherworldly beings. Yumiao did not have much blood essence left in his body, and he relied entirely on this blood-like liquid, which was a mixture of ghost energy, magic power, and the aura of living beings to sustain his life. Had it not been for all kinds of rare spirit herbs, he would have exhausted his lifespan and returned to transmigration when the first wisp of this liquid, which was called ghost blood, appeared in his body. But as the great elder of the Yu clan in Zhong province, he had access to a lot of resources, and he could constantly consume all kinds of rare natural treasures to prolong his lifespan. That was why he was able to live to this day. Hiding in Wuqi's collar, Ao Buzin munched contentedly on both of Yu Miao's legs. As he had been taking a lot of spirit herbs to sustain his life, his body had accumulated a lot of undigested medicinal strength. After all, he was not an immortal, and there was still a lot of medicinal strength left in his body after the spirit herbs had prolonged his lifespan. The 2 legs Ao Buzin had bitten off contained an amazing medicinal strength. If digested, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to the medicinal strength of several gold immortal pills concocted by gold immortals, which would be of great benefit to Ao Buzin. In front of all the members of the Yu clan, Wuqi stomped heavily on the seriously wounded Yu Miao's face. Wuqi was clad in the ghost head heavy armor, specially equipped by King Xianxia's personal guards, and his boots were a set of metal boots that were fused with the greaves. The heavy soles were forged with countless layers of flexible metal sheets, and the 1-inch thick metal soles had been refined with a mystic technique, making them as soft as the soles of ox tendons. But their defensive strength was not to be underestimated. The soles of the heavy metal boots were densely covered with sharp teeth that looked like wolf fangs. When Wuqi stomped on Yu Miao's face, the teeth sank deep into his cheek. Drops of ghost blood kept oozing out of his face, but he did not even make a sound. With a strange sneer on his face, Yu Mu fixed his eyes on Yu Miao, who was standing next to him, gasping for breath with his mouth open. Yu Mu glanced at Wuqi with a strange smile that he could not explain, then cupped his fist and bowed solemnly to Wuqi. "General Tanlang, it's my fault this time. Yulei's words just now were very disrespectful to King Xianxia. General Tanlang, please cover it up for us." When Yulei insulted and attacked Wuqi just now, he had implicated King Xianxia. It could be a big or a small matter, and it was easy to turn it into a small one. As long as no one told King Xianxia about it, the world would be at peace and no one would take it seriously. But if someone told King Xianxia about it, and someone like Wuqi added fuel to the story, King Xianxia would have to chop off thousands of heads to appease his anger for such a disrespectful act to the king of the imperial clan. By pointing out that it was Yulei's fault, and intentionally or unintentionally pointed out that it was disrespectful to King Xianxia, Yu Mu had shut the mouths of many elders and members of Yu clan so that they could no longer defend Yulei. Wuqi bowed respectfully to Yu Mu and said with a smile, "Why do you say that? Your Excellency, Yu Mu, what does the words and deeds of Yu clan have to do with the words and deeds of a lunatic like Yulei? The culprit has been killed by me on the spot. Let's just forget about it, shall we?" Yu Mu was very satisfied with Wuqi's attitude. Although Wuqi had established a relationship with King Xianxia, he was still so respectful to him, which made him feel very comfortable. He gave Wuqi an appreciative look, then nodded with a smile, indicating that he would let go of the matter of Yulei's disrespect to King Xianxia. They exchanged a glance tacitly, and then Wuqi tightened his face and stamped hard on Yu Mu's head, making the severely wounded Yu Mu's skull creak. Fortunately, Yu Mu had been in contact with ghosts and deities for many years, and as a result, his muscles and bones have been nourished by the aura of ghosts and deities and improved to a certain extent. As a result, his fleshly body was comparable to an ordinary mid-tier heaven immortal who had tempered his body. Therefore, although Wuqi's foot was strong, it did not break his head. But it was, after all, a great humiliation to be stepped on by someone, especially for someone like Yu Mu. It was a stain that could never be washed away for the rest of his life. Yu Mu rolled his eyes and fixed them on Wuqi. His eyes were cold and gloomy, and there was no change of emotion in them. But Wuqi knew that Yu Mu's hatred for him had reached its peak. It was now a battle of life and death. But they were in Zhongning City, right in front of Yu clan's mansion. How could he kill Yu Mu here? If Wuqi were a noble of the Yu, and if he had a title of nobility, given what had happened today, Yulei's provocation, and then Yu Mu's retaliation, it would be justifiable for him to kill Yu Mu and Yu Lei. At most, he would be punished with a demotion of his title of nobility. But, although Wu Qi had a military rank now, he was just a commoner, and he had no right to kill Yu Mu. He could kill Yu Lei because he deserved to die for insulting King Xianxia. But even if Wu Qi had the ability to kill a man like Yu Mu, he could not do it in public. Otherwise, Wu Qi would be provoking all the powerful clans in the system of Diyu's Directorate of Celestials, as well as all the nobles of Diyu. If that happened, even King Xianxia would not be able to protect Wu Qi. Therefore, Wu Qi could not kill Yu Mu, and he could only assassinate him from behind, not let Wu Qi kill him in public. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qi rubbed Yu Miao's face with his boot, grinding the flesh to a pulp. "The matter of Yu Lei is over," he said solemnly, "but I can't believe Your Excellency Yu Miao attacked me. Ha! Does the left minister of Zhong Province, Yu Mu, have no respect for me?" Yu Mu smiled faintly, then nodded and said, "Yu Mu was indeed rude. General Tan Lang is now King Xiao's personal guard, and a great talent whom King Xiao has personally recruited to assist in military affairs. Yu Mu brazenly attacked and killed General Tan Lang, and Yu Mu is to blame for it. General Tan Lang has seriously wounded Yu Mu with a counterattack, and we, the Yu clan, have no objection." On behalf of the entire Yu clan, Yu Mu had made the decision. As the current clan leader of the Yu clan in Zhong Province, his words were tantamount to Yu Mu being beaten up for nothing, and his legs being bitten off by A.O. Buzin for nothing. With Yu Mu's guarantee, the people of the Yu clan could never openly retaliate against Wu Qi. As for Yu Mu sending someone to assassinate him from behind, wasn't Yu Mu and Wu Qi sending someone to assassinate each other? It was inevitable, so there was no need to mention it. Wu Qi smiled grimly and gave Yu Mu's head another hard kick. "You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment," Wu Qi said in a deep voice. "His Excellency, Yu Mu suddenly tried to kill me, and I can bear it. After all, even if that unfilial son of his is a troublemaker, it is inevitable that he will do something irrational out of anger. But, Elder Yu Mu, aren't you being disrespectful to King Xianxia by acting so recklessly?" More and more people of the Yu clan were gathering around, and some of their private armies had sealed off the streets. All the nearby mansions were the residences of the important ministers of Zhong Province, and all of them had their doors tightly shut. But countless people were looking at them from the top of the walls and tall buildings, pointing and whispering among themselves. Yu Mu glanced at the onlookers, then rubbed his palms together. A plume of gray smoke rose from the ground and enveloped the entire street. After ordering the other members of the Yu clan to retreat hundreds of feet, he came to Wu Qi's side and cast a soundproof barrier to shroud himself, Wu Qi, and Yu Mu. Looking at Yu Mu, who was being kicked to the ground by Wu Qi, Yu Mu suddenly smiled happily and said, "You're in the right here, so you can ask for anything. Well, as long as it doesn't hurt the foundation of the Yu clan, as the current clan leader of the Yu clan, I can agree to any request." They looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Then Wu Qi said in a deep voice with a straight face, "It's easy to solve this problem. His Excellency Yu Mu has committed such atrocities, and he has lost his dignity and dignity. Why don't we ask him to step down from the post of Left Minister of the Directorate of Celestials?" Yu Mu agreed to Wu Qi's first condition. Taking advantage of Yu Mu's broken legs and the fact that he had committed such atrocities, to kick Yu Mu out of the Directorate of Celestials was something he had failed to achieve after years of hard work. So why not? Once Yu Mu stepped down, he could immediately promote his closest confidant to take over the post of Left Minister of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province. With that, the entire power of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province would fall into his hands. Yu Mu trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and growled. But how could he have the strength to resist when Lame Ming and Gue Xiao collided head-on with him just now, and the aftermath had seriously wounded him? Wuqi's brute force was so strong that he could not move even a little bit when he stamped his foot on Yumu's head. Yumu insulted His Excellency in the street, and His Excellency is magnanimous enough to let it go. But what about the fee for covering up his shame? Wuqi rubbed his fingers. This was the first time the term fee for covering up his shame had appeared on Panga continent. There was no doubt that Wuqi had made a great contribution to the construction of spiritual civilization in the Yu dynasty. Fee for covering up his shame? Yumu and Yumu were stunned at the same time. And the compensation for mental damage. Wuqi had once again added bricks and tiles to the construction of spiritual civilization in the Yu dynasty. Yumu was a smart man, but if he was not, he could not have become the Grand Oracle of the Directorate of Celestials and the current clan leader of the Yu clan in Zhong province. Yumu gave Wuqi a thoughtful look and said in a deep voice, "Yumu has insulted His Excellency, and His Excellency's reputation has been tarnished. Yulei has been killed by you in the street, but as for His Excellency's reputation, we can only make up for it with some gold, silver, and jewelry." Wuqi looked at Yumu, and Yumu looked at Wuqi. After looking at each other for a while, they looked down at Yumu at the same time. "His Excellency, Yumu should be very rich," Wuqi said in a deep voice. Yumu nodded and smiled. "His Excellency, Yumu should be very rich." Yumu nodded with a smile and said, "That's true. Whose son caused the trouble. He should bear all the responsibility himself." After dispelling the soundproof restrictive spell and dispersing the thick gray fog, Yumu summoned all the elders of Yu clan at the entrance of his house and told them about Wuqi's request. He cautiously warned the elders that if they did not meet Wuqi's request, Wuqi would definitely complain to King Xianxia, and at that time, Yumu was likely to be severely punished by King Xianxia. A quarter of an hour later, the elders of Yumu's branch emptied more than half of their storehouse and fulfilled Wuqi's blackmail request. With a big smile on his face, Yumu took Wuqi's hand and personally sent him into the teleportation formation. Wuqi walked into the formation with a pair of sleeves and bowed to Yumu, then took his leave with a smile on his face. He had killed his son, wounded his father, and seized his property. Wuqi suddenly breathed a deep sigh. Chapter 682. Into Yu Province. Mingu Province was a first-grade province with the same status as Zhong Province. It was also the largest province with the strangest topography near Zhong Province. Apart from a few plains and mountains, more than 95% of the land in this vast province was filled with sunken valleys. From the east to the west, from the south to the north, countless low-lying valleys that looked like the sulci of the human brain could be found everywhere in Minga State. The largest of them, Min Valley, occupied 30% of the land in Minga Province. It covered a huge area, and its deepest known depth was 700,000 miles below sea level. Even the supreme oracles of the Yu were not interested in exploring the deeper and more dangerous valleys. Legend had it that Min Valley was formed from the navel of the great Saint Pangu, who had incarnated Panga continent. There is no such thing as the deepest valley in Min Valley. As long as you looked for it, you would find a valley that was deeper than the previous one. The capital city of Mingu Province, Green Valley City, was located at the edge of Min Valley, in a huge valley less than 100 miles deep. Green Valley City was a vast expanse of fertile and mature farmland, with abundant sunshine and dense water vapor, which made it extremely rich in natural resources. Minga Province was not only rich in all kinds of spirit herbs that like the shade, but also the largest producer of all kinds of spirit items on Panga continent, such as chalcedony and milk of spirit stone. Naturally, the union of 10,000 immortals had many strongholds here. There were too many deep valleys, too many hiding places, and an abundance of all kinds of natural treasures that were helpful to immortal cultivators. Even the output of demon beasts and demon spirits was 100 times that of other provinces in the Yu. Therefore, many immortals and itinerant cultivators of myriad immortal alliance were scrambling to open up cave abodes in Minga Province. As for the other itinerant cultivator clans that did not belong to Myriad Immortal Alliance, no one knew how many of them had settled down here. When Wuxia walked out of the teleportation formation in the center of Green Valley City, a few black-robed heralds were already waiting for him. After verifying Wuxia's identity medallion, seal, and other items, a few military officers brought Wuxia into a coach that was pulled by a three-headed blue lion. The oracle who controlled the chariot gave a soft cry. A thin layer of cloud rose from under the chariot, lifting the chariot and the guards brought by Wuxia hundreds of feet into the air as they sped out of the city. Only on the chariot did Wuxia have a chance to take a closer look at Green Valley City. The layout and even the shape of the other cities in Great Yu were exactly the same. The Prefecture Overseer Mansion was right in the center of the city. The Military Court and the Directorate of Celestials were on the left and right, and the Punishment Court was in a corner of the city next to a dungeon built underground. Basically, anyone who had been to any first-grade province of the U would not get lost in Green Valley City, because all the halls and toilets were in the same position, and even the size of the toilets remained the same. The only difference between Green Valley City and Zhongning City was that, because of the different geological structure, the rocks around Green Valley City had a slight tinge of green, which made the whole city look greener and livelier than Zhongning City, which was covered with dark clouds. After flying for hundreds of miles, Wuxia came to a flat grassland and saw a cloud platform hovering 1,000 feet above the ground. On top of it were large tents, ceremonial gates, barracks, and soldiers performing drills. Compared to Bo Yunting's cloud platform, this one was several times larger, and in the middle of it was a small hall with 3 entrances. This was King Xianxia's field headquarters. Below the cloud platform was a neatly arranged barracks. At a glance, Wuxia could see more than 20,000 black tents. According to the system of the Yu Army, each tent was occupied by 10 soldiers, which meant that there were at least 200,000 soldiers here. High up in the clouds, hundreds of huge flying boats were cruising and patrolling in the air. Occasionally, oracles from the Directorate of Celestials would fly past on clouds, and from time to time, ghostly figures could be seen flickering in the dark clouds. What surprised Wuxia even more was that, from time to time, there would be a few faint beams of light that shone down from the sky, covering an area of 100 miles in circumference. When he was shrouded by these beams of light, he felt his body tighten, and vaguely, tiny electric arcs burst out from his body. It was a divine ability similar to the void glimpsing grand magic of immortal magic. Wherever the beams of light passed, there would be magical treasures that could break the invisibility spells of immortal magic, and it was a very good way to prevent enemy scouts from sneaking into the camp to spy on the army. If someone were to use a divine ability to spy on the camp, the beams of light could also give an early warning, allowing the oracles to react at any time. It was a very good divine ability, but no one in the army under Bo Yunting's command knew how to use it. Perhaps it was a restrictive spell that was only activated by some powerful magical artifact. But whatever the case, it proved that King Xianxia's army was much better treated than the army of Zhong Province. Wuxia looked up at the sky. There were only 3 flying ships in the entire Zhong Province, and he saw 12 of them. In terms of wealth, the armaments for King Xianxia's army of 200,000 soldiers were equivalent to the total of all the armies in 4 Zhong Province. Led by a few military officers, Wuxia stepped onto the cloud platform of King Xianxia's field headquarters. His guard were led to a nearby camp to rest, and after a strict identification, Wuxia finally entered the great hall in the center of the cloud platform and saw King Xianxia, who was discussing the battle plan with his aides. Whether it was to use Great Hall or his tent, they both liked to compress the void with a divine ability similar to the interstitial space. From the outside, King Xianxia's Great Hall was no more than hundreds of feet in length and width, and only tens of feet in height. But as soon as he entered, Wuxia found that it was more than 10 miles long, about 7 miles deep, and about a mile high. There were no pillars in the Great Hall, and the empty space gave people a great psychological pressure. On both sides of the great hall, several hundred long bowmen clad in rock armors were seen, standing with their backs pressed against the walls. Their eyes flickered with a golden gleam as they blinked, and the powerful aura emanating from them made Wuxia feel a tightness in his chest. These long bowmen were very powerful warriors, and Wuxia even suspected that their cultivation bases had broken through the realm of gold immortals. The ostentation of a king of Great Yu was indeed different from that of a local official. There were no more than 100 generals under Bo Yunting who were strong enough to fight against gold immortals. But the hundreds of long bowmen whom King Xianxia used as guards of honor were all as strong as gold immortals. The ceiling of the great hall was inlaid with countless pearls and gems, and the clear light from them made a map of mountains, rivers, and underground energy veins on the floor stand out. The three-dimensional map of mountains, rivers, and underground energy veins was changing violently. From time to time, mountains and rivers could be seen flickering in it, but most of them were deep valleys that made one's scalp go numb. King Xiao's lower body was covered with a black skirt-like armor and a lion belt around his waist, leaving his upper body bare except for a bronze breastplate and half a pauldron. When the disheveled King Xiao saw Wuxia come in, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was smiling. He beckoned at Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "Tan Lang, come here and have a look at the terrain here." With a casual point of his finger, the map of mountains, rivers, and underground energy veins on the floor flickered and revealed a valley about 10,000 miles long and 100 miles wide, shaped like an eye, with a deep pool of water in the center of the eye. The valley was filled with stone peaks that stood about 10,000 feet tall, very thin and very straight. Only the pool of water was hundreds of miles in circumference, which was a beautiful scenery. Near a hill next to the pool, there were many palaces and pavilions made of gold bricks and jade tiles, all of which were shrouded in a faint purple mist. When a breeze blew past, an immortal aura rose into the air. Wuxia cupped his fist and answered, then strode up to the map and fixed his eyes on the valley, which was actually more than 10,000 miles long, but only a few miles long in the map. Presumably, this map was made by the Yu's military court and was specially used for marching and fighting. As long as Wuxia cast his eyes on a mountain, information about it would be fed back to him in the form of divine sense. After giving the valley a careful look, Wuxia nodded thoughtfully. It was a formation constructed with the help of the natural terrain, and the person who constructed it must be of a very high level. There were a total of 36,000 stone peaks in the valley, and all of them had become the eye of the formation. The formation corresponded to the stars, and there should be an extremely powerful immortal artifact in it as its foundation. That was why it was so powerful. Anyone who is not a true master of formations would find it difficult to recognize the principle of the formation, let alone break it. After pretending to ponder for a while, Wuxia said slowly, "This seems to be a formation constructed by an immortal." King Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Wuxia happily. Just as he was about to say something, a faint laugh suddenly came from the side. "Since you found out that this is a formation constructed by an immortal, do you have a way to break it, General? If you can really break the formation, as the legend says, His Excellency will definitely reward you handsomely. But can you really understand the secret of this formation?" The laughter was full of sarcasm, and the words were aggressive toward Wuxia. In short, the speaker was full of malice toward Wuxia. Surprised, Wuxia raised his head and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man sitting on a four-wheeled wooden chair. He was clad in a clean white long robe, with a black silk belt tied around his waist. He was holding a goose feather fan in his hand, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a transcendent being. The man was handsome and elegant, but the way he looked at Wuxia was full of disdain, sarcasm, jealousy, and malice. Grinning coldly, Wuxia cupped his fist to the man and asked, "May I know your name, mister?" The man waved his fan slightly, but he didn't say anything in a reserved manner. King Xianxia glanced at the man and said lightly, "General Tan Lang, this old mister is Yu Qingcheng, the master of Yu Academy, founded by my father." Yu Academy? What a familiar name. Yu Qingcheng? Wuxia burst out laughing. Wasn't Yu Qingcheng the clan master of the Yu clan and the founder of Yu Academy when the Yu clan of Great Yin suddenly prospered? This old fellow is not dead yet. Wuxia laughed at himself. He could not believe that he and the Yu clan were fated to meet someone like Yu Qingcheng here. No matter why Yu Qingcheng was provoking Wuxia, Wuxia just smiled and said, "So, old Mr. Yu can break this formation?" As soon as Wuxia said that, Yu Qingcheng's face turned purple-red. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.